Good afternoon, race fans, and welcome along to ACC Endurance League Season 2. It's round number 2. My name's John Wright, aka Double O Raven. My absolute pleasure to be bringing you the Rookies Grid today from the Cathedral of Speed. That's right, after the circuit of the track limits was first and circuit of the server tests in round number 1. We're back for Monza. As you can see, we've got 30 minutes of qualifying well underway, some blistering times set already. Once the qualifying's done, we are going to have a quick little restart, but there will be 8 hours of racing brought your way. And it is going to be Monza. As Jarno Trulli himself once said, it is a racetrack with a soul. It breathes history and passion for motorsport. And we've got 29 passionate teams out on track today. In fact, 27 at the moment. We'll have a 28th joining us. The quality time's going very quickly indeed. It will be 10 o'clock in the morning that the drivers start. We will have dry weather. There was a lot of rain at Circuit of the Americas, if you remember. Rain factor 0, so it will be nice and dry. And as we can see, the drivers are out on track setting times, and it's Race Club UK with 10 minutes to go and a 1 minute 46.192 under their belt. That sees them atop the pile. Just a quick bit of clarity as well. That overlay has come back again. And that one's disappeared. Excellent. This is the Rookies Grid, but that is not the rookies are not necessarily new drivers. They're simply new to this league, of course. Season 2, sorry, this is Season 3. Season 2, phenomenally successful with 1 full grid, 2 full grids this season. So the newest teams joining the rookies, the seniors of course live on YouTube as well in German. So both races will be covered and it will be alternated. So next time out, as we saw on the calendar there, it's Suzuka. Oh yes, it's Suzuka next up. Let's get some gratuitous Ferrari time because the Meta McLaren is making an appearance. Although Connor Byers in Apex Racing, I've got something to say about that in the Aston Martin. But I'm a Ferrari fan, so we're going to go back to the Ferrari. It's 10 hours of Suzuka. Next time out. We've also got Zandvoort, Spa, Valencia, Oulton Park. 12 hours of Oulton Park, 9 of Kyalami, and then 24 hours of the Nordschleife. All still to come. But it will be 8 hours of Monza today. Hello to everyone in the chat. How are you all doing? We can be heroes. Yes, we can. Thankfully. Ken Scott, scary guy for you. Hey, howdy, Double O Raven. Good to hear you. It is good to be here. Yorkshire Mick in the chat. Groot. Well, massive David Bowie fan. Massive David Bowie fan. Soren Mikkelsen. Mikkelsen, I'm hoping to get that right. Alexandra Pons. Vamos Brazil. Oh, yeah, and there we go. Dennis Van Eck. Yeah, that was us getting up and running. The visual quality is slightly down. I do apologise, but for some reason the Elgato capture card really did not want to work today. But it's about the action that we're going to see on track. As I said, it's the Race Club UK in pole position at the minute, 10th and a half over the Friends Team Endurance. They themselves are 10th and a half over Apex Racing with 2 Crazy Racing and High Perform at 4th and 5th. Joining High Perform at the moment on row 3 is SBR. RTC Tarbo have got 2 cars in the top 10, and IFL rounding out the top 10. I believe we've got everyone taking set of time so far. They have indeed. Fenrir Sim Racing in there in the Ferrari as well. A few BMWs making an appearance, plus Ultra Competition in a BMW. The best qualifying BMW at the minute in 22nd place. It's been a while since a commentator on ACC has said that. Fenrir, as I say, 23rd. Brazilian endurance team, I believe they were getting a shout in the chat. Yorkshire Mick is excited for today. You should be. It's Monza. It's going to be phenomenal. Dennis back, morning, good to see everything works. And let's go team number 69, Iberian Racing. There we are there. Yeah, if there is any teams that you're cheering on, give me a team name, give me a team number, we'll get them some camera time. We've got plenty of time to go. As I say, 8 hours, although it's absolutely going to fly through. Given it is Monza, the drivers, of course, with the mandatory 65-minute stint timer. Yeah, 65-minute stint timer for the drivers to adhere to. We'll see if any of them take any shorter stints to start the race, or whether it's all down to the end. Monza itself, the cathedral of speed, it's absolutely steeped in history. 1922 this course was built. Of course, it did have the oval course as well, which was one of the most fatal pieces of tarmac that was ever conceived. It is still in existence. It hasn't been pulled down, but it is massively overgrown and not used anymore. Even when it was built back in the day, the full course, including the oval, was 6.2 miles long, so they really weren't messing about. The original road course started life at 3.4 miles. It now sees itself sitting exactly 3.6 miles long. There is Dan Clegg. He is just through turn 1 into Curva Blasona into the Secondo Variante. This corner for me causes more problems on lap 1 than turn 1 does. People breathe a sigh of relief as they get through the Prima Variante. As soon as you get to the second Variante, yeah, so we'll watch out and see what happens there. Through the Lesmos, a flatter version of the Degnas, or the other way around, depending, obviously. This course came before Suzuka. And then it is into Ascari. For me, one of the greatest corners in motor racing. You really do have to be very good on the brakes and the car control through here. As we see Clegg under the bridge on the brakes. Really over those curves. The 1.9 update on, he's using that curving beautifully to rotate the car down. Heading towards Parabolica, a corner which is not shy of overtaking action during a race either. The drivers really do like to go side by side through there. I know, because I enjoy going side by side through there. It is good fun, and it's a good corner by Clegg. We'll see if he can improve on his starting time, on his current time, sorry. No improvement there. French team still in second. Switzer Motorsport, though, have snuck up to third place. Ah, there we go, cross-platform working beautifully. Xbox drivers, I wonder what that symbol meant there for a second, but now it's twigged. They are on the Xbox. So it's good to see ACC on console, the drivers finally being supported after being put through the ringer for 16 months. Yeah, it's good to see Kunos finally getting things right for the console drivers, the driver swaps, the endurance racing, and now the cross-platform as well. It's very, very good to see. Dennis cheering on the driver's room. Nice. Kamaru in there as well, saying good morning to everyone, saying good luck as well. Rice Racing in the chat. Trying to get some insider information on the strategy. I like it, Rice Racing. Very smooth, very smooth. Ah, currently P2 in the McLaren. Let me just see. Perfect. Fingers crossed that stays. There we go. So still Dan Clegg at the top on the front row. We've got 30 seconds left to go of qualifying. The top 17 within 8/10 of a second. That is close. Oh, and that was close to the exit wall there at Ascari. He did manage to survive. Let's get to... slightly wider camera shot. There we go. Get a bit more of the action in. So 3 minutes left for the drivers, but anyone that's about to start the lap is done. Clegg's in. Friends team are in. We've got Scuderia going for the line. Didn't improve. Still only 8/10 separating the top 17. 18 cars within a second. 17 within 8/10. That's even more impressive. There's actually 2/10 between 17 and 18. So again, just for pure clarity, I know that it is called the Rookies League, but it's purely rookies based on time served in the community, so to speak. So there was 2 seasons prior to this for the ACC Endurance, both single grids. They've now managed to expand to 2 grids, so the new teams in the competition, they are the rookies. And the returning teams are in the seniors. So we can expect some very, very quick teams and drivers here. And a 146.1 at Monza. 146.1, I think proves that point. Did Clegg go slightly quicker? He had 0.150. Yes, let's not muse on that anymore. But there we can see, and Race Club UK taking purple sector 1. All the McLarens though, Apex Racing getting themselves onto the 2nd row in the Aston. But other than that, 8 of the cars in the top 10 are the McLaren. And the team that took pole position didn't take any purple sectors, but they did set the fastest overall time. It was their closest rivals, Friends Team and Switzer Motorsport, that split 2 of the purple sectors, taking 2nd and 3rd, as we saw Apex on row number 2. 5th and 6th, 2 Crazy Racing starting 6th ahead of SBR and Race Club UK's 2nd car. That would be the other car that took the pole. So, ironically, Race Club UK did take a purple sector in qualifying, but it was a car that finished in 8th. Rather than the car in 1st. We will get a full look. We'll have to add another team, so the grid is about to be reset. So here is a quick look from the ACC Endurance Shop. We are just resetting the server and setting up the grid to get. There was a problem with the entry list, so one of the teams has been added. They will start from the back of the grid, but there's 8 hours of Monza to go. Some beautiful onboard lap shots there. We get a proper look at the Monza course, as you saw there, the infamous turn 1. Then through Curva Grande. Although for me that is Blassono. And then down to the Secondo Variante. And then into the Lesmos. Of course, exiting the Lesmos, it's all about the slipstream, avoiding the curb on the right-hand side, a mistake that a lot of drivers make through there. But on to the long straight once again and into Ascari. You can see in the bottom left-hand corner, the foot absolutely pinned to the floor. And then a massive input on the brakes, throw the car over, really on that right-hand curve. And then on the, avoids the left-hand curve and out on the right so as not to unsettle the car into the final braking zone effectively before the start-finish line. And it is Parabolica. What a corner this one is. You can actually, will we see the yellow sausage curve way out on the left-hand side, the limits for the Formula, yeah, there it is there. For some of the Formula 1 cars, it's incredible how far out on the track they go. And that was a lap of this absolutely incredible course. Although I'm not sure how happy Enzo will be. No Ferraris. One Ferrari in the top 10. Total McLaren dominance at the minute. Perfect. So there we go. So we're just getting that reset now. The server list will be added. The entry list will be added. Obviously, the drivers will start in their qualifying order. We do have one team, as I say, unable to make it in at the start, so they are going to be added. Team 555, I believe that was. There are 6 new teams as well. Driver's Room, of course, Dennis Van Eck and the gang, new to this race, so they weren't here for round number 1, but brand new. Fenrir Racing, a Danish team, joining the proceedings. Still a lot of racing to go as well, as we can see on screen. We've also had RTC and RTP, a German team that are part of the Racing Team Peter network, and RTP Performance, also part of the Racing Team Peter network. That is a speedy, quick network, to say the least. Switzer Motorsport, they're actually the sister team of Car 555. Both of them are on Xbox, so we will have 2 Xbox teams joining us again. Phenomenal work by Kunos, finally getting the console players the game they deserve. Targo Esports, they're part of the Targo Esports network, and they've got 3 cars running in the competition, so absolutely embracing it. Who is everyone cheering on in the chat? Anyone driving? Have we got any drivers in the chat? Do we have any team managers keeping an eye on the telemetry? Oh no, wait a minute, my apologies. There we go. Looking for the conditions as well. Nope. Couple of things just sticking there. But yeah, the server list will be up very shortly, and we'll get the race underway. The seniors are also underway in German, as I mentioned. Going forward, every single round that we'll have, both the seniors and the rookies will be broadcast on the ACC Endurance League YouTube channel. One will be in German, one will be in English, and they will alternate. So next time out for Suzuka, I will be on the seniors, and the German broadcast team will be on the rookies, and then vice versa for Zandvoort and Spa. And all the way through the phenomenal calendar, all the way up to the Nordschleife, of course, possibly one of the most eagerly anticipated tracks in motor racing history. Although, if Kunos had announced they were launching the Red Bull Ring, I think that may well have been fairly well anticipated as well. It's a couple of incredible additions that have come to the game, so it's great to see more tracks still being added. And yeah, the 24 hours of the Nordschleife, that is going to be a massive test. For the drivers and the teams. I mean, a 24-hour race is quite the undertaking on its own around the course, like the Nordschleife, where you're 6.5 minutes a lap. Yeah, definitely not the type of place you want to pick up any aero damage halfway through the lap. It is a long way back to the pits, that is for sure. If there is any of the team managers in as well, then you do want to jump in for a quick interview. Please do jump into the waiting room. And we can jump in there. You can let us know some strategy. What is the team's plans? 8 hours is certainly not the longest race, but it definitely takes some work. The 65-minute stint timer, keeping everyone on their toes. Let's go Race Club UK. 2 cars in the top 10. Not a bad peg to be hanging the hat on there, Rusty. Welcome in. Welcome in. We are just getting the entry list reset for anyone just joining in. Quali has taken place. It was Race Club UK, one of their cars. One of their cars took pole position, and one of them took a purple sector in Sector 1. 2 different cars. The one with the purple sector starting in 8th position. The conditions for today is what I'll look at as well. Sorry, I was going on with qualifying there. Something else just popped up in the Discord chat. So we will be adding Team 555, one of the Xbox teams, to the back of the grid. And as soon as it's up... Oh, have I misread that? My apologies, Dennis. I think I've maybe misread that. Have I looked at the wrong... Well, there you go. There's me dishing out the fake news. Sorry. I could have sworn I'd read there was a stint timer on this. But no, apparently not. Wow, so that really does make it interesting. Yeah, so completely open strategy. I put the rulebook simply safe. There it is there. I've already got it downloaded. That's why. Oh, and I can't do that because it'll shut down part of the broadcast. Right, okay, so we'll just leave that one. Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on that during the race, actually. So if we see the drivers run about an hour and 10 minutes, an hour and 20 minutes, then yeah, they should be all good. It is, of course, season number 3, just going from strength to strength, the ACC Endurance League. So massive thank you to everyone that has been watching the broadcast and especially, of course, taking part out on track. A lot of organisation goes on in the background as well. So thank you to the stewards and all the organisers for everything they do. Bit of a tumultuous start to season 3, to say the least, with the Circuit of the Americas. It was tumultuous as the weather. You could say the server was it wasn't really fit for purpose, unfortunately, after a Kunos update. It had a few issues, to say the least. But we are here for round number 2. And it'll be 8 hours of Suzuka. We've got a few drivers sharing their POV as well. And yeah, as soon as the server list is done, we will get the race underway. But just let's just have another quick look at the what's on offer from ACC Endurance League, other than just all your on-track racing needs. Here we go, server back up and running. All the cars are joining in post haste. We'll have the start list. As you can see, there's a couple of little server pings there, but that's just as all the teams and the drivers are joining. I've got multiple teams, multiple drivers within each team, as we all know. Up to 4 drivers. 2 of them will be in the server at a time. There's car 555. They have made it in Switzer Motorsport. They'll be starting from the back. Their teammates will be starting up within the top 5. So good qualifying from them. There is Dennis. So all the drivers that need to join the server first will all join, and then whoever's starting the race, because not necessarily, it's not always the first driver in is the first one driving. Yeah, as long as they enter the entry list the correct way, everyone will get in. There we can see Target Esports as well. Oh, sorry, Target Esports 3. It's not 3 cars. It's 3 cars. My apologies. It is. I did think I'd seen them on that. But yeah, this Targo's second car as well. IFL. A lot of McLarens. Not many Ferraris. One of the new teams, Fenrir, the Danish team. They're in as well. 28 teams, so I believe one more to come. There we go. Apologies, not quite firing on all cylinders today myself. There is a bit of a bug going around at the moment, and it does seem to be fairly global. Casting a lot of people, but okay, it's all going on now. No, that's fine. So yeah, 5 minutes left. I think the session will be fast forwarded. Race Club UK straight back to the top of the timing towers. 11-degree track temperature, and it will be a much different affair to the circuit of the Americas race. Rain factor 0 for this one. So no rain for the drivers to contend with. So it's all going to be about fuel and the dry tyres. So it's going to be 10 AM in game, so it might get a bit warmer, but it will definitely be on the colder side again when the race finishes. Very little cloud cover and a temperature of 11 degrees. So an entirely different proposition on the tyres than it would be if it was up in the 30s or 40s as you would usually expect. It could still, because we are in Italy with very little cloud cover, we may still see the temperatures peaking up about 20, 22, 23 degrees. That won't be too detrimental for the tyres either, so the drivers, it is just all about getting those consistent laps in what is are some good conditions for racing. Still the McLarens, even in practice, the McLarens are dominating. At the minute, we've got a BMW popped up there, the Moonshine crew. Hopefully saving the moonshine for the celebrations, rather than for the pit crew. But yeah, we'll see how the BMWs get on during the race, and there is the only Porsche as well. One Porsche and one Lamborghini. Avenger Racing. I didn't quite get that far down in the order, but yeah, Avenger Racing there in the only Porsche in the pack, and IFL bringing the only Lamborghini. We'll see if any of them can crack this McLaren dominance. It does look like it's going to be a massively uphill struggle for everyone except Apex Racing in the Aston Martin. Excuse me. So yeah, we'll see. They're most likely, given the qualifying anyway, and if there's no driver stint timer, that's certainly going to be yeah, not too bad for the Aston. It does well on its tyres. It's got a decent petrol tank as well, if memory serves. So yeah, they should do well. There's RTC, another one of the new teams as well. Vamos Brazil, says Alexandra Pons. Welcome in, welcome in. Good to have everyone. Again, thank you to everyone that's subscribed to the YouTube channel. And hit that like button on the stream. There is a lot more racing to come from the league. As you can see, 10 hours of Suzuka next. There's 24 hours of Spa and the Nordschleife, 12 hours of Oulton Park, 9 at Kailami, and 2 8-hour sessions or an 8-hour session each, sorry, at Valencia and Zandvoort. Every one of those courses an absolute cracker for racing action. So it's going to be quite the action-packed series. 60 teams over 2 grids. The rookies, the newest additions to the ACC Endurance League, and the seniors, the returning teams from seasons 1 and 2, all will be dueling it out, all live on the YouTube channel. There's a lot being done on Twitch as well, but I believe that has all been back catalogued onto the YouTube channels. You can catch all of the action, and we'll be alternating broadcasts for each. So the English broadcast will do seniors and rookies this time out, and then seniors next time. The German broadcast is on the seniors today, and will be on the rookies, and that'll alternate for the entirety of the season. Race 2 is just about to commence. The free practice will run its course. The car's getting some vital last-minute tyre data, no doubt. A couple of them just pulling off to the side. We'll get lined up. Of course, we'll have the formation laps, all the brake warming. And then it will be the 8 hours of racing. So a few minutes behind schedule, but not too far. A quick 3-minute cool down for the teams, and then the grid will get underway. That is the drivers on the grid. They've got 4 minutes to get themselves final preparations for the race. While they do that, let's have another look at the stunning course they will be navigating for the next 8 hours. Into the first chicane, a cutback chicane, a very tricky corner. Much maligned this turn 1. It gets a lot of stick for being one of the most difficult turn 1 in motor racing. I still think Suzuka gives it a fair run for its money. Side by side, turn 1, Suzuka, lap 1. Yeah, exactly. But still, Monza is a tricky one. All the memes from Monza turn 1 through the second chicane. As I mentioned earlier, for me, one of the trickier corners on the course, especially on lap 1. A lot of the drivers that make it through the first chicane breathe that little sigh of relief. Unfortunately, before the sigh of relief is finished, the second chicane is upon us. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how well the drivers navigate their way through there. So many high-speed sections on this course. We're on to the last one now. The final one, sorry, and before it takes us into Ascari. You can see the commitment there on the steering wheel, although looking very smooth indeed. For firing over those curbs, it has to be said. That is, yeah, incredibly well done through there. Can't quite make out the time on the bottom of that. And okay, there we go. Nope, that's fine. Sorry, one of the cars was just flashing there. And across the start-finish line. Start-finish line we can see with Dan Clegg in the Race Club UK McLaren. parked firmly on. We'll jump up to the back of the grid. A couple of cars there are just jumping about. There's the Moonshine BMW. They are behind Switzer Motorsport. They're both on the back row of the grid, so effectively that's not quite. There we go. We'll stay in Helicam for the opening couple of laps so we can keep an eye on the on as much of the action as possible. It's going to be a fun one. Fenrir and Plus Ultra outside the top 20, but ahead of Monkey Garage and Avenger Racing. A row 11 for the Porsche. Lead BMW, 19th place. Lead non-McLaren. Sorry, the Aston Martin in 4th. We've got a Ferrari up in 10th, and the lone Lamborghini there in 12th position for IFL. They've got a couple of cars in the race. We'll see which one performs better. But that is very much a locked out front row for the McLaren. We'll see how they do in the race trim. I'm sure they are. Now, are they the car that does much better in the cold? And the Ferrari's a bit better in the warm? Is that something? I'm pretty sure that is a thing. So warm-up lap. And then we'll see them hit the race pace very quickly, I would imagine, although they'll be on massively full tanks of fuel. With no stint timer. So yeah, with no stint timer, it really does bring it down to the size of the petrol tank. That's going to be the big deciding factor. If you get an extra couple of laps every stint, that'll soon mount up come the final stint. Well, yeah, you'll theoretically have a much shorter final stint, less pit stops. There we go. Off and running, the GT3 Endurance Season 2024 round number 2. Let's race UK to get us off on the formation lap. It's going to be a long time before the drivers see turn 1 at this pace again, that's for sure. Everyone very neatly. In fact, we'll jump on board and might be warming up the brakes, which gets a bit squealy. Yeah, as suspected, warming those brakes up. And they are most definitely going to be warm. Most of that temperature is going to be gone, of course, as soon as they hit that start and start firing into turn number 1. Absolutely flat out they'll be going. Because they do get a fair run at it as well. The start-finish line, there's a good few hundred yards between that start-finish line and the first turn. Yeah, they will want as much warmth in the brakes as they can now, because it is all going to dissipate as soon as they get that foot on the loud pedal. It's stuck now. Quite the train we've got along the back stretch. The race leader really taking it quite slow at the moment. What's going on there? Okay, no, it's given. Okay, my apologies. Sorry, the triangle shown there, that usually denotes the race of leader. We're saying car 85, but it is. Yeah, that's not the case, obviously. The parabolic, you can still hear that BMW and Lambo engine over everything else. Love it. No Mercs. Of course. Firing up the straight. Last bit of brake warming before they get round parabolica. Once they're round here, it will be straight up into second, third, fourth, fifth gear, onto the brakes, into turn number 1. The track only registered as fast at the minute, but it is 17 degrees, so a massive improvement on the 11 that we saw in qualifying, so much better grip the drivers are going to have on the brakes and for accelerating, so we'll see what that does for the lap times. Despite it only being fast, I imagine it's going to be optimum pretty quickly. And that'll be the cone. Oh, there we go, it's green lights, it's foot down, it's flat out, and it's a flying start for Switzer Motorsport and the 666 machine. They're moving over, they're going to find themselves in a very good position going into turn number 1. Dan Clegg, oh, they've given him a touch, that's going to be... Oh, that's very, very, very well done there, it has to be said. The French team really could have... Oh, and they've been spun. Dan Clegg's been spun anyway after making that contact on the way into the chicane. Somebody's holding his brakes. We've got one car on the escape road. We've got a couple more cars on the escape road as well, but Clegg completely stationary. They've all been bottled up on the exit into Curva Grande. Oh, we've got another McLaren. That's the same livery. That's another race club car dropping down. Oh, there's been another contact there as well. Oh, the Curva Grande. Oh, that's a beautiful manoeuvre there. The Moonshine Racing team are making up phenomenal positions while all this is going on in the BMW. The telemetry will update to hopefully show us who the leader is. It's not... It is. It's Apex Racing. No, it's not. It's Switzer, man. It is. It's Switzer Motorsport that are leading the way. Apex in second. Too crazy racing. Too crazy at turning. Too crazy at Monza, as it always is. They've got third, High Perform in fourth place, Race Club UK in fifth, sixth is RTC, SBR in seventh, Targo in the top 10, Southern State in the top 10, so too Targo 3 up into the top 10. It's all changed outside though. Rookie Racing Legends up to 13th position. We've got more changes down the order. Switzer Motorsport, the 555 machine started at the back and now find themselves up to 20th. Oh, and it was about to be 19th position. But the car ahead of them's had a wiggle on the exit curves to Ascari, and that's going to see Switzer's other car tumble down the order. They're going to be back down to nearly where they started. Monkey Garage as well, right down in 25th, so they got caught up in that. Brazilian Endurance in 26th. Race Club UK and Friends Team Endurance. Oh, looks like Friends Team Endurance have had another issue through Ascari. Oh, they've got a lot of damage. They are absolutely limping into the pits. Race Club UK right in the back. We'll go into turn number 1 once again. As we can see, more McLaren on McLaren action. It's drivers round Hammerland coming under pressure from Monkey Garage, Brazilian Endurance team in the BMW. Oh, the BMW takes contact just ahead of them. That's Academy Racing. There's been a bit of a shunt there. We've got another car that's spun round as well. And I can't get a grip of who that was, so there's got more changing in the order. Lap 2, turn 1, not as unforgiving as the first go round. Race Club UK into the pits, so too Friends Team Endurance. It's a Switzer and Brazilian team at the back of the grid. Still not 100% sure who it was that spun at the start of lap number 2 there. The telemetry is still up and down at the board ever so slightly. Oh, into the Lesmos, that's almost comes a cropper there for Van Lieshout, I believe that was. We'll settle into one of the wider cameras. There we go, so it is Ritter for Switzer Motorsports up the first, still Apex Racing. in second, Too Crazy in third, and High Performance Race Club UK. The 62 cars started in 8th place up to 5th after everything's gone on. 5 seconds ahead of the chasing pack. John Bonham, Steve Wiggins, and Peter Van Lieshout for SPR. Targo and Southern State all very close to one another. So too RTC Racing, they're going side by side. No, sorry, Scuderia are watching. It's RTC and Southern State, they're going side by side on the exit to Parabolica, and it's going to be Manuel Deber that gets a good slipstream. In fact, so too IFL Racing, right in the slipstream as well, going into turn number 1. You can see it, there's a side by side again into turn 1. Up ahead with the two McLarens, but it's 9th and 10th. I've got 11th tucked in there, and it could be the Lamborghini that benefits the most from this battle going on ahead. They've managed to successfully go side by side through turn number 1. Southern State have held on to 9th position. Scuderia ORC tucked just in behind, but look at the run the Lambo's got. He's got Scuderia banged to rights there. Oh no, he absolutely does not. The Ferrari getting it done towards the brakes, a bit later on the brakes, and does still manage to successfully get his way through the corner. The Lambo maybe a bit too keen there, because it's now Targo Esports 3. Oh, and that looks like that's a bit slow for someone through the Lesmos. That really is getting a bit closer as Van Lieshout coming under all the pressure. I think we can treat ourselves to a bit of spoiler cam at this point. As we come along the back stretch, then it is Southern State being chased by RTC, being chased by Scuderia IFL, and Targo Esports tucked in there as well. An absolute solid train of cars chasing the cars ahead. Targo Esports 2. They'll be glad they'll be separated from this one. There's an equilibrious gap of 2.5 seconds separating the podium at the minute, so they've taken full advantage of the lap 1, turn 1, and getting themselves some very quick laps put in. Oh, that's maybe a bit deep there from the Southern State racing car. RTC could have a good look at this one, and it looks like the Ferrari's coming under pressure from the Lambo. In the background here, they come along the start-finish straight. Is it going to be a double side-by-side into turn number 1? Yeah, let's stay on this spoiler cam. Southern State Racing, they're definitely going to be challenged by RTC. What are RTC going to do? Oh, there's another move behind all that. That is the Scuderia ORC Ferrari. And Targo Esports, sorry, coming under pressure. In fact, no, they've made a move there. I'm confused by the number on the side of that car. No, that is 12th and 13th that are on screen. It's Rookie Racing Academy, nothing rookie there. Rookie Racing Legends, in fact, that's a bit more fitting as he goes round the outside and does put the McLaren ahead. It's now the two Ferraris back together once again with the Porsche of Avenger Racing up to 15th position. Oh, and that's a sluggish exit there by Zer081. And that is a nice move there by the Porsche Avenger. I'm glad we were on board to catch that one, although the Ferrari's coming right back up, looking for a move on the exit to the Lesmos. That would have been overly brave. I personally would have stayed in the slipstream and tried to get it done in the back straight, but Zer costing themselves just that bit of time. And it's given the Porsche the breathing room he needed. He won't be under too much pressure into Ascari, certainly not as much as he could have been. No pressure up at the front. Those gaps have fairly switched then. Switzer Motorsports 4.7 seconds up on Connor Byers, who's now only a second ahead of Too Crazy Racing. So podium battle could be ensuing very shortly. There's an absolute monster battle still going on here just outside the top 10, and VRT trying to get moves done on Monkey Garage as well. The Brazilian Endurance team still chasing driver's room as well. French Team Endurance back into the pits, unfortunately, and Lamifa Racing, taking a bit of contact there from one of the McLarens. I believe that was one of the Race Club UK cars. RTC still putting the pressure on Southern State, and Too Crazy Racing are certainly putting the pressure on Apex. Only half a second separating them now, so let's stay on board here. In fact, let's put a bit of variety into this and get a bit of spoiler cam on there again. Oh, that's not the exit from the Lesmos you were looking for, although maybe it was with some of the esports setups that the drivers drive. They certainly do like to drive them on ice. Avenger Racing, are they about to get a move done? Horse is definitely looking quick, and he's being hurried along by the Racing Rookie Legends, although they've had a bit. Oh no, they are still definitely in the hunt for this one, and here comes the Porsche into Ascari. What can he do on the exit here? We'll need to keep an eye on that and this podium battle, because into Parabolica again. Look at the work that McLaren's doing on the brakes, but is that a little too late on the brakes? That Aston Martin certainly getting the foot down comprehensively quicker than the two crazy McLaren. Both of them staying right over to the right hand side. They've still got drivers within sight. 1.9 seconds down the road. Race Club UK started in 8th. They've got the shake and bake cars. Wow, the Aston really is outgunned on the brakes, but in a straight line. It definitely seems to be holding its own at the minute, doing exactly what Connor needs. Although actually what Connor needs at the minute for an Apex Racing, and both of these cars need is to start working on that gap, because Switzer Motorsport are already 6.5 seconds ahead. That's over a second a lap they're making on the rest of the field at the minute. These drivers still battling inside the top 10 as well. The Race Club UK McLaren going up against High Perform for 4th place. Other than Apex in the Aston, it is effectively all McLaren's in the top 10 at the minute. Scuderia do have a Ferrari in the top 10, but it is the last position out of the 10. Rookie Racing Legend still over the back of the Avengers racing team. They tried to get their way past Targo. Targo managed to extricate themselves pretty handily from that battle, and left Rookie Racing to have a go at the Avenger team if they can. Academy Racing and Switzer Motorsport. In fact, Switzer Motorsport making up a couple of positions there, plus Ultra dropping down. A few scrapes and bangs on the BMW. Just lost one position there, and I think they're about to lose another one. Pedro Campos for Academy Racing. Certainly looks the quicker out of Ascari. I doubt he'll be sluggish on the way out of Parabolica either, which means turn 1, that is effectively going to be job done, you would think. We'll just wait, just double checking the interview room as well. But yeah, solid opening few laps, and I got that one slightly wrong. I did think, based on the previous two corners, that Academy Racing was going to be right in the hunt to take that position there. Not to be. Rookie Racing Legend still very much applying the pressure there, and Scuderia still looking to improve and get themselves a single digit figure next to their name rather than the 10. Race Club UK is still within range there, and Too Crazy Racing. That last lap not as convincing for the McLaren team. They're 1.47 now down on Connor Byers. He'll be, I'm sure, very happy of the clearer rear view mirror he is now being afforded. Switzer Motorsport, the 666 machine, kept their head while all others around lost theirs, and they have used the gift of the lead to its absolute maximum so far, still clocking over a second a lap quicker. We'll see if Apex Racing can close that now that they're not defending from Too Crazy. Too Crazy, actually, they're now going to be defending from High Perform and Race Club UK. When you're in the slipstream behind another car, you're both going quicker. If there's another car behind the two of you, they are going even quicker. Race Club UK are going to be the quickest out of these three when they get close. I think it's going to be out of the Lesmos. was wrong a moment or two ago, but with the pace that these three cars are showing out of the Lesmos, it's going to be a good run along the back stretch. So Rookie Racing legends in to turn one themselves. The Avengers, though they did get the exit from Parabolic, they did get a good run in the McLaren much later on the brakes, as we can see with the Porsche nips its way through. A very different beast to the previous version of the Porsche, that is for sure, but is it all for naught as Rookie Racing legends through Curva Grande? They got a phenomenal exit as well out of turn one. Is it going to be enough? You can see they're just getting to that slipstream just as the car gets pulled in. They get into the braking zone. The Porsche does exactly what it needs to do. Avoids the sausage cars beautifully there. Rookie Racing still right on that bumper though. Too Crazy Racing have put a second now between themselves and High Perform Race Club UK, half a second down still. So still very much in the hunt there. Scuderia still chasing RTC. We can see the Avenger Porsche there just lurking in the background. Rookie Racing still trying to get that move done as well. A couple of cars have been at the pits. Brazilian Endurance team coming up against the Iberian racing team. National pride on the line. Fenrir Racing, one of the newest additions to the grid, of course. They are within 4/10 as well, so a great little battle going on down here, while all the McLarens are having the fun up at the front. The BMW, there's no Mercs, the BMWs and the Ferraris having all the fun down at the back. French team Endurance, 4 laps down. 7 hours and 45 minutes to go though. Of course they were involved in that incident on lap 1, but they are still running with the pace that they've got. Wouldn't be surprised if they still make a top 10. If I'm being brutally honest, we will see how they go. We've got Gomes and Gomez. Gomes in the chat and Spirit of Air. Good afternoon. Good morning. How are you? Are you racing today? Remind me again which team you're in. Please, we'll see. Oh, let's have a look and see what happens across the start-finish line. We've got a battle still going on for 8th and 9th. Let's see what the Ferrari can do against the BMW on this lap. Not close enough in turn 1, so the Brazilians will hold on to 23rd position. This is still Rookie Racing chasing the Porsche, and Race Club UK still chasing Too Crazy. They're now back chasing Apex Racing. We've got High Perform, got themselves close. Yeah, no, there we go. And again, another increase in that gap. So whatever problem it was that Too Crazy had, maybe just one slightly misjudged corner. Because when they're all racing this close, we'll have 16 cars within 0.8 of a second. In qualifying, so yeah, very close in quality, so expecting them to be very close out on track. Look how close he's getting at the minute to the rear spoiler of that Porsche. Can we jump on board with that? Can indeed. You can still see these gaps up at the top. The McLaren pulling out of the slipstream. Oh, what's happened there? Okay, so we've had an issue for the McLaren there. I'm not sure if that's some kind of technical issue with the steering wheel or the connection, or I'm not sure what's happened there. Apologies for the cameras, but that... Oh, we've got another McLaren slowing down. IRL Racing, they're suddenly plummeting down the order as well. They don't appear... Oh, and he's just disappeared off the grid there for a millisecond. Yeah, it doesn't appear to be carrying any damage. Neither. Massively confused. If there's any teammates in the chat, they can maybe shed some light on what's happened there, because again, no damage for the SBR car certainly, and Rookie Racing, they were absolutely on their own and pulled over on the start-finish straight, made contact with the wall on the left-hand side after veering off to the right. So that's certainly changed positions then. It's put 2 Ferraris suddenly in the top 10. with Targo's Esports 3 looking to get past Scuderia ORC. So battle between Ferraris in the top 10. Enzo will be smiling that a little bit, or he'll be frowning that little bit less, shall we say. I don't think he'll be smiling more, he'll be frowning less. It is Enzo. Half a second separates Southern State now from RTC Racing. We've got Tom Hacker for Race Club UK still within half a second there. High Perform 1.8 seconds. Wow. Race Club UK have got the brakes on that car absolutely dialed in. And Apex Racing have started closing the gap on Switzer Motorsport. That is the first time the gap has gone down. 7 seconds. I got the just out. Okay, so they've steadied the ship. Connor is now lapping at the same time as Pascal, it would appear. 7.1 seconds is the gap, so... 8/10 of a second there, 9/10 of a second there. Switzer Motorsport, the 555 car. Another one that's been up and down the order so far. Started at the back of the grid, they were up to 15th, down to 18th, back up to 14th, and they've got 2 cars just ahead of them, although Rookie Racing, they certainly seem to have fixed whatever it was that ailed them. Not 100% sure what's going on there. So bizarre just to see them pull over like that and then clip the wall. Oh, Tom Hacker, he's got High Perform within his sights potentially. He's really closed that gap. He's been sitting at a steady half a second for quite some time now. That is certainly not the case as we see them separated by 2/10. We do see the two of them take the same line through Parabolica. It's not something that we've seen so far in the race. Bear with me one moment, please. Yes, we'll bring it to within 2/10 of a second, and again, very close. So he always does seem to get close through turn number 1. So too crazy. So maybe it's just a difference in the setups. As I was saying, I did think the Race Club UK car, sorry, was very good on the brakes on the way into turn number 1. So it's maybe just the different setups working better in different parts of the track, but that is the guy still sitting at 2/10 of a second though. So Tom definitely bringing a bit of pace in these past couple of laps. RTC still within striking distance of Southern State, and Scuderia and Targo Esports 3, the 2 lead Ferraris, they're still going at it as well inside the top 10. We'll keep an eye on this. This is a battle inside the top 5. We've got VRT now behind IFL Racing. They've dropped, the Lambo dropped down a couple of positions as well. And Switzer Motorsport, their 555 car, is still looking to get past SBR, and in fact that might be on the cards sooner rather than later, judging by that gap. RTP into the pits after only 22 minutes. You would have to guesstimate that that is an unscheduled stop the team are taking. And we've got History Maker in the chat as well, cheering on Targo Esports 3 and 2. Who else do we all have cheering on? Who do we think? Who are all cheering on in the chat? In fact, oh, look at this. So is this a back marker? It is. So there's a back marker got involved, provided a bit of slipstream, and that's brought them all right back together again. So let's get back on that spoiler cam. There we go, Rasta. My apologies, Rasta, I did see you in the chat there, sorry, there we go. We've got Rasta in the chat, Sarald in the chat as well. Jose Macero, number 29, go. They're certainly going. The battle between 4th and 5th now does once again include 3rd place. The BMW providing a bit of slipstream to his main competitors that's brought them right back into the hunt. And we've also got Southern State now feeling the pressure from 2 cars with exactly the same gap between RTC and Targo as well. Scuderia have dropped off the back of that battle. So yeah, the landscape of the fights on track are certainly changing lap on lap. We do have a couple of cars that have been into the pits so far. So the cars are now going to have... Oh, an RTP have got a stop, go 30 seconds for speeding in the pit lane. We've got someone cheering on. Actually, the Rookie Legends team, we saw them... Oh no, sorry, not the Rookie Legends team. Who was it that drove off track? Rookie Racing Legends, it was. Yeah, they seem to have a bit of a technical issue. Hopefully they've got that fixed. Let's get back up and see what's going on with Race Club UK. Their car, this is the car that took Purple Sector 1 in quali. Started in 8th though, it was their sister car that started on pole position. But they are now the lead Race Club UK car. Again, on the way into turn number 1, they're all over at the back of High Perform, but the High Perform just able to get that exit and lease out as well. That's looking very close. In fact, that is very close. Slight bit of door banging there out of the first corner through Curva Grande. It is Targo and Scuderia, the two. Oh no, my apologies. That is Scuderia in Southern State. Southern State in the blue can. Targo get this one done into the second chicane. They can't quite this time with Tess Eagley though. Certainly looking very quick in the Ferrari into the Lesmos. Can he get it done in the slipstream on the exit here? It's certainly trending in his favour at the minute. So the Ferrari's not able to get it done so much in qualifying, but they're certainly bringing it. Oh, and the BMW is down. That is one of the back markers, unfortunately. That's Lamifa. Already been into the pits twice. Oh, and that is a big contact with the wall. Still cars coming, so yeah, good to see they're still holding their brakes there. Oh, into Parabolica is... I tell you, I think Race Club UK are actually closer there than they have been so far in the race. 0.3 of a second. It's all about the Parabolica exit once again. We've seen how close you can get in the braking zone, but it's all about getting close enough before the braking zone. Is he going to manage it on this lap? Just a quick update as well. Switzer Motorsport now 9 seconds again. Oh, and he was closer this time. Almost having to take some avoidant action there. So we've got another battle into turn number 1. Southern State now sandwiched between the Ferrari, so they did get overtaken by Targo Esports up to 8th position. So a good drive. Rookie Racing Legends have got Switzer Motorsport ahead of them. They've had an absolute charge as well, started 28th up to 13th position. So multiple battles going on. Still 14 laps into this one, 30 minutes into the books. Let's watch this battle for a moment here with me. Quite a... ORC UK. Yeah, it was certainly an interesting start. The contact on the straight, I'm sure the stewards will be looking at that one post-race in the replays. SBR is what we'll be watching at the moment though. Switzer Motorsport have made their way past. They're going to be chasing down the Avenger Racing Force. That is for sure. Rookie Racing Legends involved in this battle heavily as well. They're now getting that 2-car slipstream ahead, and it's a very good run through Parabolica they've got there. Avenger Spider Roy says go Avenger Racing Team. They certainly are going. Did some solid defending and have fended off all comers at the minute, although into turn number 1 will we see SBR be fended off. They've got the inside line, they've got the outside line on the way in, so they'll have the inside on the way. Oh, and they've have locked up on the way through the corner. That's good for them in position. The Rookie Racing Legends into Curva Grande. It's going to be a close one. The Legends have got their nose up the inside. They've got more than their nose up the inside now. They're now side by side, so they're going to be there before the braking zone. And it's the Racing Legends that have got, no, they've not got the slipstream. Switzer moved over onto the outside line, so a bit of slipstream there for Bonham and SBR, and that's given them the pull they needed to maintain that 13th position. But Rookie Racing Legends certainly maintaining the slipstream behind both of these cars. So too are, wow, that is a big manoeuvre on the curbs there. Southern State Racing, big manoeuvre on the curb exit there. Almost losing that car. Peter van Lieshout does manage to save it though. Can he save 7th position? It's Matthias Eagley for Targo Esports number 3. Look at the run he's got on the way out of there. Let's grab this spoiler cam once again and see just how close he's going to get. Oh yeah, that is close into Parabolica. We've got Maple 90 in the chat as well. Go, 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 go! HPSR. HPSR. Oh, High Perform Sim Racing, of course. Oh, look at that, there we go. Ferrari power on the straight. Oh, Enzo is definitely smiling, frowning a lot less now. That's a good move through the first chicane. The Ferrari position absolutely perfectly, gets the job done. Targo Esports in race trim. They're really bringing the fight to the McLaren. Southern State Racing now find themselves down to 8th and under instant pressure from RTC. Scuderia ORC will certainly be encouraged by what they've just seen the Ferrari ahead of them do, and they'll be bringing the fight to the two McLarens ahead sooner rather than later by the looks of it, because those three have battled. Manuel Derber has used that battle brilliantly to catch up to the back, and on the way into the Lesmos, he is certainly in the hunt for putting these teams under pressure. Driver's room still involved in action. 21st position is what they're looking to take at the minute. They've got a bit of damage on the car. They've got Monkey Garage just ahead of them. And Dennis in the chat just saying, driver's room, let's go fighting back up again. And yeah, they are indeed into the second chicane. Monkey Garage certainly looking keen to defend there, then go for the full defensive move. Driver's room still behind at the moment. SBR chasing Switzer still. Or are they? The Switzer broken away a bit. Rookie Racing Legends have dropped off the back of it bit of there. I think it might have had a problem through the Lesmos. As you can see, RTC easily getting it done on Scuderia there. No, they were side by side on the way through the corner, but that's maintained that position. Avenger Racing in 11th place. Have they dropped down a couple of positions? No, 11th, sorry, yeah, so they were in 11th, and they are closing in on the drivers. It's Matthias Ziegler and Targo Esports that's been the big mover there. And yeah, Derber still closing in on those two McLarens ahead. Connor Byers did manage to steady the gap between himself and race leading Switzer Motorsport. Now finds himself though 11.3 seconds down the road. Is Switzer all conquering at the minute. Crom the Beast. If you jump into Discord, I do the broadcasting. I simply bring audio, video and talk very quickly. As far as setting up servers go, your absolute best bet on that one would be to jump into the ACC Endurance League Discord, and I'm sure they'll be more than happy to help. But as far as I know, they use driver entry lists and things like that all have to be added. But I wouldn't even want to give, it's not something I've ever done, so yeah, I leave that to other people. And I just talk about the action that we've got out on track. Well, welcome in. Hopefully you're enjoying the race that we've got so far. It's race 2 from the GT3 Endurance Season 24, the third season the ACC Endurance League have put on. And it's been an absolute barnstorming start to Monza. Switzer Switzer, Apex and 2 Crazy Racing on the podium positions at the minute, but 4th place still very much in contention, and Targo Esports 2. There McLaren is getting close, and I tell you what else is getting close, Targo Esports 3. So the Ferraris in race trim. I did say in the opening, but it would be interesting to see how they fare against the McLarens in the race. The McLaren certainly taking it in qualifying, 8th in the top 10, but at the minute, certainly the Ferraris putting in some good work. So Scuderia ORC, they're still right on the back of RTC and Southern State. A slightest slip by any of these drivers. There's going to be a change in position there. SBR trying to get past Switzer's other car. They've had a phenomenal drive as well. Switzer, their 555 car started in 28th position, now up to 12th place. So yeah, really couldn't have asked for a better start after having connection issues with the server themselves. Driver's room still behind the Monkey Garage, not quite able to get that overtake done yet. It does look like they are carrying a bit of damage though, so that could well be why they just can't get it done. Can't popping out the slips, even having any aerodynamic damage on the front of the car, obviously puts you at a massive disadvantage as soon as you are trying to cut through the area yourself. So we're not quite able to get that done. Scuderia, that Ferrari definitely looking quick. There is 29th, the BMW that we saw earlier, Lamifa, that have been in the pits. That's once again being lapped. Nice little bit of slipstream through Parabolica for these two, as they are once again only separated by 0.2 of a second into turn number 1. That is High Perform, who are certainly performing well in the defensive duties that they're requiring to carry out at the minute. Kept the Race Club UK behind them for quite some time, and Race Club UK, I'm sure the front tyres are going to be feeling it. It's all fine and well going, cutting through the air quicker, but less aerodynamics from the air means the tyres are doing a lot more work when you put your foot on the anchors. So depending on how long he's planning to run, the Race Club UK car could find some understeer issues towards the end of the stint, because with no stint timer, the drivers are going to be staying out for nigh on a full petrol tank. We might see some of the teams just go for straight 1 hour stints just to keep the car, the weight of the car, as light as possible on average over the race, rather than putting in a full fuel tank for that extra 20 minutes. That is an extra 20 to 30 kilos of weight on the car, which obviously slows you down, and it is a bit more work on the tyres, and the track is heating up as well. We're up to 19 degrees now, so the Italian sun that's starting to peek through the clouds and warm the tarmac. No note of the lap times that they're running at the minute, unfortunately. Oh, here we go now. This is even closer than we've seen before. That is very close across the start-finish line. He's got the outside line. He's definitely got the run there. Is he going to be in front in the braking zone? He is indeed. He's always been better on the brakes into turn number 1, and that is job done and dusted. Hats off to Race Club UK, Tom Hacker there. Incredible drive. Many laps of patience and sizing up his opponent. He knew he was better on the brakes. We knew he was better on the brakes into turn 1. He just needed that exit out of Parabolica. He's got that exit out of Parabolica, and he's got Race Club UK up to 4th position. So we've seen some teams go from 28th up to 14th. Getting from 8th up to 4th is no mean feat in this grid, when you consider that the top 17 were separated by 0.8 of a second in qualifying, and the team currently in 13th didn't set a quality time. So it could have easily been 18 teams within that 8-10. So yeah, very close grid, and Race Club UK, absolute perfect endurance there, racing there. A few laps of patience, sides up the opponent, cleanly get the overtake done. And it is a fairly clean pair of heels that Tom Hacker has shown his opponent as well. That gap already in the same region that it was when Hacken was trying to close back in on Candyman. Through Parabolica, again both were taken near identical lines, but that is again a good exit by Hacker. Yeah, he's got the end of the lap absolutely dialed in there, and you would think that gap is just going to accentuate massively when they make their exit from turn number 1 here. Really throwing that McLaren through there. Nicely done. Let's go Academy Racing Team. Push that Bimmer as if it was a Mercedes. There we go. Pedro Campos behind the wheel at the minute, and it's BMW on BMW battle. We did see Ferrari v Ferrari battle. We've got a couple of BMWs battling out as well. There's Nacho Yarin for the Plus Ultra Competition team, and the Academy Racing team, Pedro Campos, as I say, behind the wheel. Popping out the slipstream there. Again, you see sometimes you'll see drivers pull out the slipstream right in the last second. They're not trying to make an overtake, they're just, as I mentioned, having air hitting the front of the car is a good thing when you're braking. The aerodynamics of the car help with the braking, so yeah, always a good thing. Hello fellows, great race and a great challenge. It's racing time, says Leonardo Faria. Oh, Naradora. Great race and great challenge. It's racing time. So Leonardo, are you driving for one of the teams? HPSR. I now know that is High Perform Sim Racing. So there we go, HPSR in the chat and out on track and in the top 5. And the battle up at the front has just taken a whole new complexion. Once again, Kevin Hyman has not slowed down any. He was in the clutches of 4th place at one point. He's now very much in contention for 2nd spot on the podium, while Pascal Ritter is very much in contention for getting the least amount of camera time during an endurance race, because they're 14 seconds up the road. It was a gap that was increasing. It was a gap that was increasing at a second a lap. It's now dropped to below that, but it is still increasing, and now 2nd and 3rd battling away. So playing right into the hands of the Switzer Motorsport car. I'm a lead commentator here in Brazil. Such a remarkable live streaming. Congrats. Thank you. I appreciate that, Leonardo. Thank you very much. Do you commentate? Is it ACC that you commentate on? Yeah. Yeah, tell me some details. Tell me some details. I will, if I say, can you send message? Yeah, send me, if I send. Oh. But yeah, welcome in. Give me some details on your and just as I've said that, my chat. No, there we go. It's not frozen. Definitely not frozen. The car's out on track. Apex and too crazy. I've definitely not been too crazy in the open exchanges. Oh, he's really got wild on that curb. There is the yellow curbing on the outside for the Formula 1 drivers. And Kevin Hyman certainly grateful it was there. The inside curb at Parabolica almost sending him to the shadow realm. And that is not a realm you want to visit at any point in time during an endurance race. That is for absolutely sure. Let's see if we can get... see, now I do quite like this camera angle. We just do need slightly better camera controls. Thank you very much. On GT7, okay, and I recently bought ACC, but on PS5. This is PS5. Yeah, this is all PS5. So yeah, give the guys and gals at ACC Endurance League. Obviously, there's a Brazilian team racing today, so I'm going to make the massive assumption that that's who you're cheering on today. Obviously, assumptions aren't always correct. But yeah, welcome into ACC, and as we say, break a leg in all your ACC broadcasts. Don't let the servers get you down. and yeah, enjoy the action. It'll certainly be a step up going from GT7 to ACC. I've done GT7 myself, and the driver swaps obviously. It's yeah, entirely different proposition indeed. As you can see here, Steve Wiggins, what a different proposition this driver is. He's had an absolute phenomenal start to the race. Target Esports 2 still in the top 10, but his teammate Matthias Ziegler, 6th position. Forza Ferrari. I think it's safe to say that Enzo is no longer frowning and might just be smiling. We struggled to get a Ferrari into the top 10, and now Matthias has shown some otherworldly pace behind the wheel of that Ferrari. He's carved his way through the pack so far. I don't imagine there was too much of a standing battle between himself and the McLaren he's just overtaken, for two reasons. He is clearly quicker, let's face it, and secondly, they're in the same team. They'll both be hunting for glory. But of course, this is the beauty of endurance racing. This is stint number 1. We've got 4 or 5 drivers in some of these teams, so it's absolutely yeah, the landscape of this is going to change massively over the next 2 to 3 hours, I would say. Well, actually, no, sorry, not over the next 2 to 3 hours. We'll see a couple of drivers might be double stinting and the like, so we'll see. But certainly, as different drivers coming out with different pace and different teams, yeah, it's going to be phenomenal to see. If there is any of the team managers that are in, please do jump into the interview box. I would absolutely love to grill you. I'll be gentle about team strategy. One of the most fascinating questions for me: who do you put in the car first? Is it your most consistent driver, or is it your quickest driver? Who starts the race in or is it down to the time zone and just whichever driver is actually available? Because again, that can be a massive deciding factor. But yeah, any team managers in the chat, or anyone that wants to jump in, or any of the drivers as well, give us some inside information. I won't tell anyone what your strategy is, right? Just between us. Yeah, please do feel free to jump on in. We'll say hello. Plenty of racing to come. We've got 7 hours and 15 minutes left. Open 45 minutes. Have been fun. I've got a few teams getting cheered on in the chat as well. Still got the battle of the BMWs going at the minute. Academy Racing team. Still, I do like the gloss. Is it gloss the word I'm looking for? Matte finish? I'm not good on my paints these days, it would appear. But they're still chasing Plus Ultra. We've got a close battle as well. Oh, drivers in Monkey Garage have gone off at Ascari. So that's been a multi-lap battle. I would say close to 10 laps that the drivers room have been behind. They've now got Monkey Garage behind them. We've got the Brazilian Endurance team. I'm now very nervous because we do have a Brazilian broadcaster, and I'm about to try and pronounce a brilliant name. Tomcats Nacion. That is that an overtake? It is. Monkey Garage have lost that much time, sorry, that the Brazilian Endurance team are going to get an overtake done. My apologies, absolutely sleeping on that one, trying to get the pronunciation of the surname correct. But that is a very nice move there, and the tough couple of sectors for Monkey Garage, down 2 positions. And not many more corners there. Tomcats Nacion and the Brazilian Endurance team go there. BMW up to 22nd position. So certainly not something that they'll be overly concerned with. They will be cracking on. The rookie racing legend, they've certainly gotten back into the stride as well. They seem to just lose pace for a couple of laps. They've certainly got right back on the horse and saddled that thing right up again. We've got Switzer Motorsport in the 555 just ahead of course. The biggest movers in the grid so far start at 28th. That's 15 positions in the opening 48 minutes. That is a drive. We've got RTC still chasing the Southern State as well, and Targo Esports, Matthias Ziegler, he's already within 8/10 of high perform sim racing. This Ferrari is Yeah, I'm going to run out with superlatives for the amount of pace and racecraft that Gigli is throwing. The work that he's done for his team in this opening stint is absolutely incredible. Within 9/10 of 5th position. Speaking of within 9/10, Kevin Hyman back to within 9/10 of Connor Byers. So the podium battle there still very much on poise. We're 26 laps into this one. We've got Pascal Ritter. Remember him? Yep, he is the driver in the team leading the race. We've only seen them a couple of times on screen because they're 17 seconds up the road. We do still have a couple of battles just on the edge there, but I do want to give some camera time to Switzer Motorsport here. The 666 car started inside the top 5. There was a bit of to and fro and off at the start into turn 1 at Monza. Who'd have thunk it? And Pascal Ritter certainly kept his head, carved his way through the opening that was presented to him, and he has rarely looked in that rear-viewed mirror, I would guesstimate. If I was a betting man, I would put large amounts of folding money on that. He is the holder of the fastest lap of the race so far. He's dealt with any traffic that he's come across absolutely superbly, and Matthias Gigli is coming into the pits for Targo Esport. The car's damaged. There's damage on the car, and we've not got a proper replay function on this. I think it still crashes the game, so we can't go back, but he is down on position there on an absolute charge, but carrying damage. I can't see anyone else tumbling down the timing tower, so I'm guesstimating we've seen a change in the podium positions. That's not a guess, that's a fact. No one else has tumbled down the order there, so whatever happened to Matthias, I'm going to guesstimate it was self-inflicted. He's dropped back down. We've got some Targo fans in the chat. If he's streaming from his channel or his race, please do let us know what's going on there, and we'll get the information out there purely for my own curiosity, if nothing else. But Hyman is now in second place. He is indeed. He's got the move done, so no time wasted at all. He closed that gap. He's piled on the pressure. Oh, and he's piled the pressure on himself on the way out of Ascari. That's too many wheels on the gravel. Can't confirm one is too many, and that was definitely more than one in the Parabolica. The Aston Martin is going to have a charge on him potentially. Jump onto the dash cam. And not just so we can listen to that beautiful Aston Martin engine, so that we can get a close view of the action. Too Crazy Racing and Apex Racing, there's been nothing crazy about the driving from either of these drivers. They've both put in phenomenally quick, clean and consistent laps, and it's brought us an incredible battle between the two of them, which now sees after 28 laps Kevin Hyman and Too Crazy Racing taking second position. And again, all the while playing in the hands of Pascal Ritter. I would say the big challenge that they had there, obviously, was the Targo Esports car number 3, but that damage the seemed to have taken on board there. It looked to me like it was on the front and up the left-hand side, so the passenger side of the car, if you drive on the correct side of the road. But certainly on the passenger side of the car. You should never laugh at your own jokes, especially when they're terrible. So yeah, so a bit of damage sees them tumble down the order. It does look a bit spread out on field, but bear there no illusions, the main pack are still pretty close. We can see Targo Esports now down to 23rd position. With the pace that they've shown, I don't think they'll be there for too long, especially as we're going to see a lot more pit stops coming soon. We could see more overtaking coming soon as well. The Rookie Racing legends really are applying the pressure to Switzer Motorsport. We've already seen from a couple of teams in this race that know how to bide their time, that know how to size up an opponent, that know where to find that chink in the armour, and they know where to make that overtake count. We saw that with Race Club UK again. Tom Hacker cannot talk highly enough about those laps he showed. Here we go. Parabolica, more side-by-side action between a Porsche and a McLaren as SBR trying to get up the inside of Avenger Racing. Avenger got the good outside line, so less centrifugal force slowing their acceleration. Can they use that to their advantage? They're going to need to, because the McLaren in a straight line, there's going to be no slouch across the start-finish line. They're going to be absolutely nose to tail. Here comes the McLaren popping out the slipstream. Was that a fraction too early? I don't think it was. It is a good run. They're going to be side by side surely into the braking zone. The McLaren's got a good shout of this on the brakes, but so too does the Porsche. The Porsche sitting back ever so slightly, just looking for a smoother run through, realising it was maybe caught a bit banked to right, or maybe just wanting to get the exit, make sure they both get through and get back in the slipstream. Avenger Racing in 11th position. SBR, their IRL racing team, they've got their the 590 car up to 10th position. So still changes going on. Rookie Racing Legends, they are still going on with Switzer as well. And we've got Apex Racing, definitely not giving up on this one. We'll do some passenger seat. Apologies. I know Kunos have done great things with driver swaps and cross-platform. If we could just get a decent broadcast UI for PlayStation console, please. Thank you, Kunos. It's not too much to ask. You made it work before. Thank you. But yeah, some passenger seat cam from the Aston Martin. Who doesn't love the sound of the Astons? Almost as good as the Mercedes. There is the Lamifa BMW being lapped. No mistakes on the curb. Bit of a wiggle there from the Aston, but he has survived. Benedict Prince. Still within half a second as well. Avenger Racing is still within half a second, despite the overtake still hanging in there. So too the Rookie Racing Legends. You hear the brakes squeal their way into that final corner, and indeed into turn one, as you would expect. We're going to keep a close eye on this battle here though. Too Crazy Racing and Apex Racing. Again, Too Crazy Racing, there's been nothing crazy about the race between these two so far. Phenomenal opening 30 laps from both of these drivers, coming close to the end of stint number one. And just in the background, yeah, for the eagle-eyed viewers there, you were right, that was Tom Hacker in the Race Club UK. He is in the Bake car, the Shake car, started right up at the front end of the grid, and now find themselves back up to 24th. And still on the lead lap as well by the look of it. So yeah, 7 hours from now, do not be surprised if they find themselves in the top 5. Oh well, top 5, I say that again, we need a reminder. 17 cars within 8/10 of a second in quali. That's yeah, that's how close they match to Arthur Pace. So it really could be a big ask. We've still got Byers and Hyman battling for second and third. And we've got VRT coming in to take their pit stop just on the hour for their first service. Thank you, says ACC Endurance League. Indeed, I need to learn how to use ACC to do streaming, but it's totally much better than GT7. Even the spectator slot, Raven is one of a kind. That is the politically correct way of saying Raven is. Oh no, that's what. So that's why you worded it that way. Got ya. We've got. Says Tomcast Nacion, a great friend and partner. I get to know about the ACC Endurance League thanks to him. Okay, there we go. One of the back markers just popping out the way. Going to be a steady stream of traffic for the drivers. Rasta saying go Jose Macero. Is that Macero coming to take a stint behind the wheel? He is indeed. Yep, French Team Endurance then. We saw them right up again. Another one of the teams right up at the sharp end of the grid. A couple of laps down after them coming to repair a sizable amount of damage and finish almost an entire lap with a lot of damage. Still a lot of running to go, and they are still out and running. Craig Law in the chat. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning. I'd like to make sure we get all the time zones in there. How are we doing? Oh, from Apex Racing, thank you very much. I appreciate that, Craig. That's 2 compliments I have today. I don't deal well with compliments, but thank you. Oh, and he doesn't deal well with those curbs. 1.9 update or not, that is not how you mount the curbs on the way out of a Scari. Let's camera, there we go. Who was that was dropping down the order? That's Iberian Route. No, it wasn't. Yeah, there is definitely a couple of drawbacks to broadcasting on the PlayStation, but there, Vigiani wasn't the wayward Ferrari, but definitely a Ferrari carrying damage there. Paulo Coin. Iberian Racing. Was it, in fact, it was. Ziegler was involved there as well, just getting himself out of the way. Wow, one of the fastest drivers out on the track. Coming again, if there does happen to be, I know we had a couple of people cheering on Targo Esports. If anyone does know what happened to Mateus, because he was flying and then somebody was in the pits, and the left hand side of the car was all completely scraped up the side, so and no one else dropped down the order either, so it certainly indicated that it was a lone mistake. Didn't involve anyone else necessarily, so yeah, it would be interesting to know what happened, because absolute driver on fire. I think the only surprise for me really was the fact that he didn't take the fastest lap, because he really was making ground on massive amounts of the field ahead. I know Ritter is 21 seconds up the road, but Shigley did, as I say, carve his way through the field, got up to 5th position. His pit season is now officially open. We've seen a few cars in already for minor dinks and scrapes, but we're now going to see the drivers, the actual strategised stops start to take place. It's all about that petrol tank and the tyres. Apologies for the camera, that button does like to stick. Now 20 degrees, so the track temperature is increasing. As I said, I did think it would get up to about 23, maybe 24 degrees. It is local time. Oh, so it's 11 AM, wow. Okay, so yeah, the track is going to get a bit warmer there. It will get a bit warmer indeed. We'll see when Switzer comes in. I'd imagine he'll be keen to stay out for as long as possible. Every last drop of petrol will be drunk from the tank. The Avengers Porsche just coming up to some back markers as well. Does make their way through there. One of them a car, I think that was, no, it wasn't Race Club. Just smashing that curb on the way in. Dan Craig, who of course started on the front row as well. A couple of drivers swapping there. Victor Hammerland still out for the driver's room. They're on a comeback drive as well, carrying a bit of damage this stint, so we're expecting a massive upturn in their pace in the next stint. Switzer up to 12th with the pit stops taking place with RTC and Avenger Racing now just ahead of them. They've also got the Lambo, Simon Engel now behind the wheel of the IFL Racing Team Lambo. 19th they sit at the minute, but again, pit stops to be taken by the cars ahead, and Pascal Ritter is in the pits. Now I did wonder if some of the teams would simply run the race in 1 hour stints. That way you can maximise your usage of the tyres and keep the average running weight of the car as low as possible by not running full tanks of fuel. We'll see if anyone else answers. No, they don't. Hyman stays out by us. I imagine he's going to be out for a little while. The petrol tank on the Aston is fairly impressive. Not quite Bentley 1.6, but certainly not too shabby on the long hauls. Race Club UK stay out. Wiggins stays out for Targo. High Perform, Southern State, they're all staying out. SPR, Scuderia, Avengers Racing, RTC. Now is this maybe a bit early? Where is Switzer going to come out? Because as you can see, this is a solid pack. You can see the Porsche being absolutely hounded through turn number 1. Once again, RTC all over the back of them. And again, Lamifa Racing. Every time we see a battle going on, it does seem to be their BMW. They are carrying a bit more damage again and a bit down on pace. Rasta. I would have to get someone else to translate that one, I'm afraid. Oh, we do have, my apologies. Let us bring on, let's see if we can do some fancy stuff here. We are joined in the interview box by Herr Danny. Herr Danny, would you like to introduce yourself to the viewers? Give us your name and tell us which team it is you're representing. No, it would appear Danny is the shy type. Unless he was waiting. Unless he meant to go. There is 2 interview boxes, I will say. There is 2 interview boxes because we do. Oh, that's a drive-through for track limits. Yeah, that. Yeah, and that's just dingling. Yeah, that message box. Sorry, one of the widgets isn't working. There is supposed to be a message box that comes up as well. But for some reason, that isn't working. Let me just see if I can get Danny into the interview box, because we do, as you can see, have everyone making their way into the pit. Scuderia and Apex have both stayed out. Switzer have handed the wheel over to Oliver May. So we'll see where he is compared to the rest of the teams when they come out. So we'll keep an eye on the laps he puts in. We'll watch him come in the pits, and I'll see if I can get Danny in the interview box. Give me a second. Okay, so yeah, so we'll see. Yeah, Danny, not quite available at the moment. Some slight server issues in the scene. There are no problems with our connection here. As you can see, May for Switzer Motorsports back up to 5th position. Iberian, Avenger, Scuderia and Apex ahead. All still to take their pit stop, and the Aston Martin petrol tank certainly seems to be coming into play. Although an hour and 7 minutes, I still reckon the vast majority of the cars can do. Yeah, at least an hour and 10 minutes. So definitely a strategic call to bring the cars in when they do. Let's see where Targo Esports 3 are. Still got Jiggly behind the wheel. Oh, as we see, McLaren just taking a wayward route. No, sorry, that was the Ferrari of Coin, the VRT car, just getting out of the way for blue flags there. Oh, and that's Race Club UK almost losing the back end of the car. Dan Clegg does manage to hold it though. VRT there, as we saw, slightly wavered but still in position. SBR now behind Too Crazy. It's Sasha Wessels that is out behind the wheel. At 9th place, they've come back out. Targo Esports still ahead, so it'll be interesting to see what goes on there. There we have the driver swap, so I would say that Connor Byers is about to hand over. You can see the little connection meter there, just jumping up to red. That means another driver for the team for the car is connecting, so Byers will be handing the wheel over. Oh, that is a forlorn-looking Ferrari there. The number 81 carrying all kinds of damage. That's a Z81. Vincenzo Vigiano behind the wheel. And that is aerodynamically compromised, to say the least, much like the Moonshine Crew Esports. Monza, it can seem like such a straightforward course, definitely not as intimidating perhaps as your Bathurst or your Laguna Secas, but yeah, one momentary lapse in concentration and you will very quickly find yourself into the wall and the realm of shadow, of which we all most definitely fear. Scuderia into the pits along with the Avenger Racing Team, and they're both straight back out again, and the Avenger Racing Team have actually got the position, so they've taken a quicker pit stop there and they've got themselves ahead of Scuderia, so it's a very good turnaround, and they've come out right in the middle of a whole lot of traffic there. That is not Targo Esports, it is Avenger Racing Scuderia. Race Club UK are a bit behind. Switzer is ahead. There's Too Crazy Racing. That's who I was looking for, Too Crazy Racing. So 9th place they were in. We'll see what happens now. I don't think that's 9th anymore though, because they're ahead of Avenger. Yep, so that is all about to change there. Oh, the Poor's completely missing the second chicane. That's definitely going to be a track limit warning. 3-4 of them and you're in the pits for a drive-through. It's Roy Krogel that's out for Avenger Racing, and he could be out of the top 10 very quickly indeed. The racing coming straight to life out of the pits on the cold tyres as well. Full commitment for the driver, Scuderia. We've got a multi-way battle going on here. McLaren v Porsche, McLaren v Ferrari, and it's the Ferraris that have got an incredible run. The other Ferrari, the Damas Ferrari's in the mix there as well. Is right at the back though, but it's Matthias Knorr who's sitting patiently watching the cars ahead battle. There is the view he's got. Let's get a better view of what he's got. There we go. Now, so that's SBR and Avenger just ahead. New drivers for all three cars as the Porsche tries to make the McLaren take the extreme inside line. He's cost himself too much pace against Scuderia behind him though. Scuderia not able to take advantage there, but Bloxham certainly did. Here comes the number 81 car. They're about to pull into the pits, I believe. So too, Dan Fleck's just come into the pit, so that'll be their first planned stop. Already on their way back out. Moonshine Crew still in the pits, unfortunately. The 81 didn't come in to the pits, so perhaps that damage is only visual. Yeah, they maybe got that repaired and it's just not quite updated on the server yet. I'll keep an eye on that. We'll keep an eye on 12th and 13th as well. RTC and Rookie Racing Legends still going out. Connor Byers comes into the pits. 39 laps in. Quite a few more. That's an hour and 12 minutes he's just done for his first stint. That is a good first stint. Has it held them in good stead? We've got a yellow flag out on track. I cannot see. Oh, it's car 32. Oh, so it's Lamifa. Their BMW. Oh wow, their BMW are really struggling around here today. Really struggling around here. Iberian Racing come into the pits as well. Switzer. How much time has he gained? How much time has he lost? 21 seconds ahead of Apex. In fact, he was 21 seconds ahead of Too Crazy Racing, who have now got Southern State, Targo 2, Race Club UK's bait car, all ahead of them. Connor Byers is moving out of the pits, and that is a phenomenal stint by Byers. That's definitely less than 21 seconds separating them from the lead now, surely. There is Switzer through turn 1. Byers on his way into turn number 1. We'll find out. And who's that? That's Race Club UK, Tom Hacker, right on the back of Byers, and I don't think Byers is going to be in second place by the time we get to the next line. Yes, he just about, yeah, he is. So he gets through the sector 1 line, but he's not. Oh, is he? This is a great race by Tom Hacker so far. As quick as Apex Racing's. Oh, as quick as their pit stop was, Tom Hacker's was even quicker. Look at the gap though, Oliver May now down to 7.2 seconds. They were 20 seconds in the lead at least when they came into the pits. Definitely not the case now. Tom Hacker for Race Club UK in second place. Targo Esports are in fourth, and it's Southern State in fifth. Too Crazy Racing down to sixth position. SBR, Avenger, Scuderia and High Perform all inside the top 10. High Perform losing a couple of positions since coming out of the pits as well. The Rookie Racing Legends have settled into 12th out of the pits, and Iberian Racing, good first stint and pit stop, see them ahead of Switzer Motorsport in 13th place, Switzer 14th, IFL, and Matthias Ziegler already back up to 16th position. Rasmus Omran back in the pits for Fenrir Racing. Not sure what's going on there. Dennis Van Eck is out for driver's room. That car looking much more repaired. Johnny Souza for Brazilian Endurance Team in 22nd. We've got 8.5 seconds between Monkey Garage, then Ver81 just down the road. Moonshine Crew and Lamifa, the two BMWs currently in the pits. I have to say, something else will definitely need to change is they've got a McLaren badge next to mine then. That should be Ferrari, just saying. So this is Matthias North for Scuderia watching this one. Craig Law 910s down on Hacker. So we'll see what type of run Hacker can get on May up at the front. As I say, it's all different drivers through the team, so different strengths are going to be coming out at different times. How the drivers stack up against the driver they're out with at the time, not necessarily the rest of the team. You only need to beat what's in front of you. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take a very quick pit stop myself. Bit of a bump there. Yeah, I'm going to take a very quick pit stop myself. I'll be back very shortly, and I'll we'll keep the camera moving as much as possible over the next couple of minutes. But do enjoy the racing. As you can see, it's it's thick and fast at the minute. High Perform on the back of that battle. The Avenger Racing leading the way. Got a wider shot there. Yeah, bear with me a moment or two. Enjoy the battles. Oh, in fact, no. Let's get back to the podium. Back to the podium we go. I will just cross my legs for the moment because there's only 2.5 tenths separating Apex and Race Club once again. So the Aston and the McLaren ready to do battle, and May is finding time on the two cars behind, and that gap up to 8 seconds. So doing some good running out of the pits. Right, we'll leave you on this battle. Back in a moment. There we go, looks like I got back just in time as this battle is still well in the works. They've made another second back on Switzer up ahead. With certainly the extra slipstream from the Ferrari there. Helping both drivers catch up there. So Craig Law, Apex Racing, he was just saying hello in the chat there not so long ago. He's now out on track and entrenched in a podium battle. and that audio has been, my goodness. So yeah, my apologies, I've been speaking to myself. I did say thank you, Erco, for saying please, can we see RTC please? I was commentating on the action, but the button on the keyboard has activated the mute on the microphone. But yes, that is RTC that we were looking at there for a moment. They are in the top 10. Dominic Azinger behind the wheel. If I am pronouncing the surname incorrectly, please do chuck a pointer or two in the chat. Now that people can actually hear me ask that question. He has a voice. Yes, indeed he does. He also has some extremely temperamental equipment. Who says technology is your friend? Into turn number 1, we've got a beautiful battle going on between Avenger and Rookie Racing Legend. It's the Force once again getting outdone by the McLaren into turn number 1. Louis Ferreira has now dropped down to 13th position after that slight off track. Although Tom Hacker back up, this is podium battle reigniting. I tell you, this is going to be a monster podium battle, potentially very soon. Now, Switzer Motorsport did come in just before the hour mark, so they could potentially be in the pits in the next 5 or so minutes, and that might not be such a bad idea given the pace that's been shown by the teams behind. Let's jump in. Yeah, let's go into this camera. Yeah, let's watch this one. So, when Switzer Motorsport came into the pits at the end of stint 1, they were 21 seconds in the lead. We're now coming to the end of stint number 2, and they're only 4.7 seconds in the lead. And that deficit is still dropping despite the battle that's taken place between second and third. Wiggins has actually lost time himself to the two ahead. So at the minute, you would have to say Law and Hacker, two of the quickest drivers on the track. Krogel looking to get back to 11th, looking to try and get back past the Rookie Racing Legends. He's certainly not giving up on that position based on the times there. Matthias Gigli is Target Esports 3, 10th position once again. That's been quite the eventful couple of stints. Quite the eventful couple of stints so far for Matthias. Back up to 10th place, as I say. He's got a bit of time to make up the Switzer, but he's certainly more than capable from what we've seen so far. The gap looks like that's spread out ever so slightly. The Porsche still hanging in there for the moment. High Performance, we've seen them drop down the order ever so slightly. And they are now looking to unlap themselves with some good pace. They've got the damage definitely fixed now. We can see the car looking nice and clear at the minute. Oh, there's a couple of back markers just running themselves massively off track there. That... No, it wasn't Switzer. Although, look at that gap tumble. And tumble it is, that's under 4 seconds now. And they are within sight. Craig Law can most definitely see the car ahead. That camera's still not working for me, thank you. Yes, here we can see Tom Hacker in the rear view mirror, and we can absolutely see Oliver May up ahead. The podium now separated by 4.5 seconds. The Avenger Racing still looking to get past Rookie Racing as well. Rookie Racing getting the overtake done, but Avenger Racing hanging on in to the slipstream to say the least. Oh, big moment there for both of the cars through Ascari, and that is a big one there for Tom Hacker, the Race Club UK car. Something has absolutely ailed him through Ascari there, and that has dropped him right back off. before, has he? He did look like he really got in the distance there in the rear view mirror. That gap is definitely over 0.6 of a second now, that's for sure. We'll see what the gap is up at the front. May is now 3.5 seconds ahead. Oh no, Hacker's still within half a second, so whatever happened through Ascari, I think they both had a moment, but you can see the McLaren really coming back at the Aston. So yeah, objects in the rear view mirror may appear closer than they are. They also may appear further away than they appear. There's a lot of appearing. Krogel for the Avenger Racing team, still all over the back of Rookie Racing, although just in the jump on board it does look like it's gone a bit further. Yeah, 0.7 of a second in fact, so a good sector 2 there for Sven Schumann. Trying his best to get the Avenger Racing Porsche out of the slipstream. It's certainly more than aiding at the minute. Johnny Souza within a second and a half of Dennis Van Eyck for the drivers' room team. And they've got some damage again. Or is that still the same data? It might have been fixed again. Sometimes the server doesn't update when the damage has been fixed. It can take a couple of laps. Domenico Falcone certainly looks like that Ferrari is repaired now. And running some good laps as well at the minute. Maybe a bit of damage still on the front there, but certainly in much better condition than we saw earlier on. Too Crazy Racing. The black and gold McLaren. Liebesteder behind the wheel. They were, as we saw, the opening. Oh! Yeah, but earlier braking there. So maybe the McLaren there carrying damage as well. They're certainly miles off the pace that was shown in the opening stint, so could be damage related. Certainly would explain why they broke so early compared to the rest of the field. May and Law up at the front, still with Hacker now sitting on that 1 second mark. Let's go RTC, best team ever, says Nick Roth. There in the McLaren. Currently running in 8th, are closing in on Scuderia just ahead of them. We're now within 4 seconds for the podium. It was 4.5, it's now down to 4 separating them, and all that time has been lost by Switzer up in first place. The gap between Hacker and Law still sitting at 0.7 of a second. It's getting as low as half a second, as high as a second. There's certainly not much more margin of movement either side there, but the gap definitely dropping between Switzer and Apex. We'll see what it's like through this sector line once again. 3.5, another 0.4 of a second. Now, I did mention not too long ago Switzer Motorsport, they did take their pit stop relatively early compared to some of the other teams, so they may, well, there is a very distinct possibility they're going to be in quite a few laps before the other drivers around them. Hacker losing 2/10, Law losing, oh no, Law gaining another couple of tenths. Dominic Achinger for RTC. Wow, he's right on the back of Matthias Norden. Let's get a proper camera on this one. Achinger looking himself up to 7th position. Scuderia ORC firmly in the sights. It's McLaren versus Ferrari into Parabolica. Achinger looking to take the outside line. Oh, he just keeps it between the mayo and the mustard. Of course, that wider line, less centrifugal force, so more acceleration and a lot less wear on the tyres as well. He's not in the slipstream along the start-finish straight though, as he done himself a disservice, not using as much as the rear of the Ferrari as possible. Fire past the pit exit into the braking zone for turn number 1. It's the Ferrari in the lead. We've seen that the McLaren's better on the brakes so far, but this time round Matthias Nord does fend off the RTC Racing Team charges, but for how long? Because they are still very much in the slipstream through Curva Grande into the second chicane. It's going to effectively be a repeat of the first chicane. can the RTC driver craft out and overtake much like Hacker did earlier on? Eyed up his opponents for quite a few laps and then got it done into turn number 1. So we will see if you can get it done before the end of this lap or into turn number 1, certainly applying that pressure. Avenger Racing's Porsche still hasn't given up, sorry, on 11th position. We've got a few teams down the field. Thomas Tempio out for Lamifa Racing. They're 10 laps down at the minute. The Moonshine Crew and the Friends Team Endurance both back in the pits. Guerreri, it would appear, is changing drivers. Philip Roll out for RTP, part of the racing team Peter Network, along with a couple of other cars as well. RTC, have we got it done this time though, into Parabolica. It's almost a carbon copy of the approach that we got on the last lap on the way through. Again, it's the McLaren on the outside, the Ferrari's got the inside line. Slightest bit of lateral movement there by the McLaren, but he did keep more wheels on the tarmac this time. This time he does pull into the slipstream across the start-finish line. He's surely going to have the Ferrari absolutely banged to rights. The cross the start-finish line, exactly where the McLaren needs to be. He's been shown the inside line. He's going to take the inside line. The McLaren's been better on the brakes so far. Has the Ferrari outbroke himself? He has not, but the McLaren's got that one done absolutely phenomenally into turn 1. That is how it's done. Find the chink in your opponent's armour. Where is your car stronger than their car? And exploit that. Dominic Aichinger exploiting that absolutely perfectly against the Ferrari into turn number 1. Gets RTC up to 7th position. The Scuderia team, I'm sure, will hang on for quite some time. Academy Racing, their BMW 14th position. They were pretty close to the Brazilian endurance team. They now find themselves separated by Dennis Van Eck in the drivers from McLaren. 100% agree. Erco Easy, very, very, very nice indeed. As I say, that is exactly how you do it. You size up your opponent, find out where your car performs better than them, and you apply the screws. And yeah, get the overtake done, which he did. Tom Hacker. Now, that little yellow bar, that would indicate that someone from his team is joining the server, about to take the wheel. That would be a much shorter pit stop. Oliver May as well. Switzer staying out, getting a good stint this time around as well. So maybe the drivers, as I said, an hour and 10 minutes. 6 hour and 10 minute stints would leave you with an hour left to do. So maybe a lot of the teams were doing that hour at the start. Because the track temperature has been increasing at a fairly decent rate. So come in after an hour, get the tyres changed, let the temperature settle down a bit, see what your tyre pressures are going to need to be. That gap now, 2.7 seconds. Is Apex Racing going to have the lead before the end of stint number 2? Dominic Aichinger getting ready to swap drivers as well, by the look of it. So too Johnny Souza and Paulo Coyne. Brandon Bloxon in for a driver swap soon as well, it would appear. Let's see what May does on this lap. If he... what a carnage. Has there been an accident down at the back? I didn't see any yellow flags pop up. Very close racing between Iberian and Avenger. They've actually caught up to the back because Avenger and Rookie, I think they've cost themselves, well, they must have cost themselves a bit of time, because Iberian Racing are now firmly in the hunt here as well. 11th position, Matthias Schiegele well clear of this battle. He's got Dens Blum not far ahead of him, in fact, so that gap nowhere near the 7 seconds it was. Oh no, sorry, it is the 7 seconds. Wow. Is that really 7 seconds? I've massively misjudged that there. But yeah, 7.5 seconds there. Only 2.4 seconds up at the front though, and now 2.6 seconds back to Hacker. So Law definitely the quickest of the three drivers on the podium spots at the minute. We'll see if May comes into pit this lap around. So just checking the interview box as well. We do have an interview box open if anyone wants to. If anyone wants to jump in and give us an update on how things are going for the team. There is Matthias Schiegler in the pits. No damage visible on the car at this time. So yeah, an hour and 55 minutes in and he's taken 2 pit stops. That's not trending well. For the team, you need as little time as possible in the pits. Absolutely needs to be a massive priority when you are endurance racing, is to yeah, keep out of the pits for as long as possible. There's Monkey Garage. Just see that Monkey Garage coming into the pits. Let's keep an eye on Ferreira. We'll get some on-board Ferrari camera time because the driver's going so fast the cameraman can't even keep up with them, and that is a terrible on-board. Much better. And look at Ferreira. We've seen he's got some good pace. He's got some good defending as well. The Porsche just letting him know that he's not going to be keen on letting him through on that inside line on the way into Ascari. Let's see if the Ferrari can take that out of his hands on the way into turn number 1. The Porsche is close enough to be enjoying the slipstream, so too will Ferreira. Oh, but the Porsche really lagging behind a bit against the McLaren. The Ferrari definitely got the best look out the two of them. Catching up might actually not be a bad idea for the Porsche to get behind Ferreira so that he's the third driver chasing. It's going to give him, oh no, but then it'll also wear his tyres more under braking. So yeah, he's no doubt better off exactly where he is. That's why they race and I commentate. Popped out there. Oh, the Porsche has misjudged that. He's maybe got a bit close. That's not changing the camera. Please, but there we go. But that is Avenger off into the gravel, and that is Oliver May into the pits. 2 hours 7 minutes in. Race Club go through. Apex Racing go through. Stephen Wiggins, I think he's going to stay out as well. In fact, I don't think there's going to be many more drivers coming in on this lap, strangely. The race leader has, although just as I say that driver's room, now that is an early pit stop for them compared to their previous stint timer. And they were carrying damage on that one. So yeah, 2 hours 7 minutes in, they're back in the... That's what happens. As soon as I say there's unlikely to be any more cars coming in on this lap. Yeah, quite a few of them make their way in. That's Driver's Room and Brazilian Endurance Team and race leaders into the pits. Wiggins will go past. Georges Durand for Southern State Racing has had an absolutely solid stint. Has completely flown under the radar. Got the head down, got the laps done, up in the top 5, so a great stint there as well. Brandon Bloxham coming through for SBR RTC will gain a position, so to position. Oliver May already back out. Already back out. We'll stay on board and see if the name changes. And see if it is Oliver who is still behind the wheel. 9th place. For Oliver as their team car goes through the Switzer Motorsport. So the 2 Switzer Motorsport cars on the Xbox. He's 14 seconds down, but yeah, confirm he's back in the pits in 9th. Looks like Craig Law's going to be handing over the wheel again. As another driver from For Their Car connects. very safely and easily making their way through. No surprise really, David Leibeseder and the Too Crazy Racing team. Yeah, massively out of position when you consider the pace that they've shown early on in the race. So I'm not sure what it was that ailed them, but they are still out and running, just down in 23rd. Southern State coming into the pits, so too does RTC. Craig Law loses a couple of tenths on Hacker as he comes through some traffic there. Still 1.7 seconds to the good. We've got my train of thought completely lost me there as name changes. Fabian Allward is out for Switzer Motorsport. Craig Law, the Aston stayed out a lot longer than most of the other cars, so you would assume they were going to do that again. So they could build themselves up a nice little gap here, although it depends how much pace Allward has got. We saw how much that gap can change through the pit stop phases. So we'll see how it does. In fact, there it is, Tom Hacker coming into the pits. Where is Albert coming through the Lesmos? Law staying out now. It was a good 12 minutes. So Law could certainly be out here for quite some time compared to the rest of the podium drivers. Remco Ving out for Southern State Racing. Dominic Achinger back out for... Oh! Cold tyres. And just having a bit of a net issue there. It's Eresh actually that is behind the wheel for Switzer. Dominic Achinger still behind the wheel there for Team Carvon. Did we just lose a car there? No, we're all good. Sorry, massive server lag spike at my end. Tiago Pino, well, the Academy Racing car comes back out. We'll find out when they get through the sector line who is behind the wheel. Scuderia making up places again through the pit stop phases. They've got one of the back markers just ahead of them, so they'll sail past there through the second chicane. There we go. Very nicely done indeed. Craig Law is coming towards Parabolica. Yes, he is. We'll keep an eye on him past the pit entrance. Highly unlikely he's going to be coming in. Yeah, absolutely stays out. Making the most of that Aston, that is for sure. 6 tenths behind Michael Adnell. It's Switzer Motorsport, and is that a change of position? It is indeed. Switzer Motorsport, let's pay full attention to this. Sorry, Switzer Motorsport are under serious pressure from Race Club UK. And that must have been a very sluggish pit stop where they got caught up in some serious traffic. But Switzer Motorsport under serious pressure here. So Race Club UK have had an incredibly quick pit stop. They were at least 3 seconds down on Switzer when they came into the pits here. That's certainly not the case now, as Albert finds himself at 4th place overall, which is effectively 3rd position unless Craig Law has an absolute nightmare pit stop. Michael Adnell and Fabian Albert battling out for the final podium position into Parabolica on the out laps there, but go side by side once again. This time it's McLaren v McLaren. And Adnell doing well, but Albert doing better, although he's got himself in front. Adnell's got himself in the slipstream. Albert taking the position back. Adnell taking up the challenge to retake the position. He's up the inside. No, he's not close enough there. Again, popping out the slipstream to get some air on the front of the car so that the aerodynamics help with the braking. There's Brandon blocks him in for SBR, so another pit stop for them. Maximilio Kasaka, sorry, for the Targo Esports. He's taken over, given the pace that his teammates showed. That's quite the shoes to fill. 10th position though, so a great recovery drive, considering where they started, how high they got, how far down they then fell, and how far back up they now are. The absolute highs and lows of sim racing encapsulated by one team so far, and only 2 hours 15 minutes of the race blocks them in the pits. We've got Willen C. De Silva out for VRT, Bartek Siwa out for Monkey Garage, Ramon Eschrich Hernandez in 22nd place, Marcelo Sindaco Bartelo Sindaco in 25th, the ZR81 car. We saw kind of a lot of damage, bit more damage again, unfortunately. We're still out there putting in the laps to bring home the points. Matthias Knorr is the driver ahead of Alward and Adnall, and it is Alward that is maintaining the lead over Adnall. So Monsieur Switzer, we did see, I mean, there's no denying that Craig Law had the pace over the Switzer car at the start of their stint until they swapped drivers, when we'll see more laps from both of them. We're not sure if that was going to work out, but I would say that Apex and Race Club UK are definitely more proficient at their pit stops, because it's a lot of time to be losing. You can see there, Albert, as soon as he's out the pits and done with the battle with Adnall, he's putting a gap in there. 2.1 seconds is the gap already, and Adnall was bringing it to him for the first few corners and lap, in fact, out of the pits. So yeah, Switzer maybe need to tidy something up just with that pit stop, because that is, for my money, has effectively cost them the lead of the race. I mean, unless Race Club UK had an incredibly, ridiculously quick, if they forgot to put tyres, or if they're double stint tyres, forgot to put fuel, maybe. But to be that close to Albert, it was 3 seconds ahead. I mean, it really bodes well for Craig Law. He's just made his way past another back marker. That's 2 hours and 15 minutes into the race. We're at least 1:12. So he could stay out for another 12 minutes, potentially. And given the pace he was showing against Albert's teammate, I don't imagine he would be in too much of a rush, him or the team, to get him out of the car. The track temperature steadying ever so slightly, 22 degrees. We're sitting at it now. My prediction of 23 might actually not be too far off, although, yeah, we're only about midday, lunchtime, so it should theoretically be the hottest part of the day. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see if it plays into the lap times as well. 3.8 seconds now, wow. So Albert, yeah, I'm going to put that down to a slow pit stop that's brought them back into that battle with Race Club UK, because now that they've dispensed with the battle and got the tyres up to pressure, Albert is absolutely flying. He's now 4 seconds ahead of the Race Club UK car, and Craig Law has stayed out again, the Apex Online driver. Going to put in another lap. We've got Yerchin behind the wheel for the driver's room car. Tom Kaznazian back behind the wheel of the Brazilian endurance team. We've got De Silva, as I mentioned actually, sorry, out for VRT. Fabes Limp out for SBR. We did mention Bartek Siwa, he's out as well. We've got Ramon Eschrich Hernandez for Plus Ultra. Dan Clegg still out there. David Leamster out. Philip Roll and Marcello Sindaco, as we saw Rasmus Omran, an extra trip in the pits for Fenrir, but they're still out racing as well. Albert Goomba taking his first stint in the race as well, and Alessandro Guerrera, he's on his second, and Thomas Tempio on his second stint as well. Omre Damrat out for IFL, and Frank Ekgold. No, that's ERK in the chat. Okay, Frank Ekgold for Scuderia out for a stint as well. Ring, we did mention as well. Fabian Mashheimer for Targo Esports 2 in 5th place. And Iberian Racing, they do have a pit stop to take, but still a phenomenal drive by Ferreira in this stint. Entrenched in a couple of battles, but managed to keep things running after a small contact with another car. 4th place at the minute, but of course I believe we've got a pit stop to take, so we're going to drop a couple of positions potentially. We've got blue flags waving there, and at the moment the blue flags are done with. He's just gone past another car and past the pit entrance as well. I was looking to see which car that was. Lot had just gone past. Krogel in the pits for another Porsche pit stop. That one is slightly missing. Dennis finally up again from our starting positions. Some quick guys here got me sweating. Yes, there is indeed, as I did mention it a couple of times. It is called the Rookies Grid, but that is purely because these teams are the newest addition to the ACC Endurance seasons. It was one grid of 26 cars for the first 2 seasons. In fact, they even did server swaps, where they would set up 2 different servers and different drivers would start from different pit lanes. So yeah, the amount of organisation in that alone, absolutely incredible. But yeah, as I say, the Rookies Grid by no means means they're rookies behind the wheel. It just means they're rookies within the organisation. And yeah, the seniors are the returning teams from seasons 1 and indeed season 2. But yeah, some very, very quick teams and drivers out there. And here it comes into the pits. 2 hours and 21 minutes. That's 1 hour and 10 minutes per stint so far. If you do that 6 times in an 8-hour race, that's 7 hours of your race accounted for. One 1-hour stint to finish the day. Certainly seems to be a strategy that is holding Law and the team in good stead so far. We'll see how long that good stead continues for though, with Albert finishing this lap. He's just got himself caught up in some traffic as well, and he is coming through a Ascari. Is Craig Law already on the way out. He's given them the lead of the race. We're only 2 seconds behind when they came into the pits. He's going to be in the lead into turn at number 1. How close is Allward going to get? He's not. Allward isn't going to get close in the braking zone. All the work that's been done there is the Porsche of Avengers. It's Benny Black Cobra behind the wheel. Oh, was that a puff of smoke in the background? Nope, it was not. So Fabian Albert, that is the biggest. Not 67 seconds, I can confirm that. We will get an update as soon as we get through this timing line here. So it's Mauro Arsenio behind the wheel for Apex Racing. 7 seconds, wow. So at the end of one of the stints, it was 7 seconds in Schwitzer's favour. It's now 7 seconds in the favour of Apex Racing. And at the minute, out of the three, it's safe to say that Adnall could be the slower of the three drivers. He's certainly losing time hand over fist to Switzer ahead of him at the moment. So we'll see what Arsenio can do. Of course, on this lap, Arsenio is going to be on cold tyres. He'll be trying to get them up to pressure, so won't be going at the pace he will be for the rest of his stint, you would imagine. So we'll see what the gap does. You would think it's going to drop initially probably to just under about just under 6 seconds when they cross the line. We'll see how that gap develops between the two of them over the next hour. And here's the thing as well, Allward came in, they changed drivers 10-15 minutes ago. I did say it out loud as well, it was less than 2 hours. So yeah, a while ago they pitted, so this really is the Aston Martin. The McLarens might get it done in qualifying, but yeah, if it comes down to a shootout with petrol tanks, Aston's going to win on this grid all day long. No question asked. The only thing that even would even come close to it would of course be the Bentley, but that was nerfed. I want to say 1.6. Might actually have been before 1.6. If my favourite bot tourist Linksy was here, I would know the answer to that one. Yeah, any quick quiz, pop quiz for the chat. When was the Bentley petrol tank nerfed? Was it 1.6, the 1.6 update or the 1.4 update? I cannot for the life of me remember which one. Now that does sound a bit quiet. How are the volumes, by the way, game volume? I've had a couple of audio issues, so I've had to reroute things slightly differently. Hopefully you can all still hear everything clearly. We're on board with RTC Gordon Cole out, Lucas Acker out for rookie racing, Maximiliano Casaca. Same surname, one of their brothers or relatives. Targo Esports 3 behind the wheel there, and that is for position. The two Ferraris battling again. So Frank Eggold and the Scuderia team having a good pit stop turnaround, getting back out in 8th place. Oh, but it's an instant battle through the Lesmos, and oh no, it is Targo Esports 3 that make their way through. I'm only here to broadcast and not officiate. The Iberian team coming in to take their pit stop. That's another long stint for them as well. The Avenger racing car hunting down the BMW. Marcio Lopez behind the wheel of the Academy Racing Team machine at the minute. He's gotten a good breakaway there. Targo will make a position here, so too will Southern States. Switzer's second car back up as well, and Targo Esports, this is going to see them back up to 7th place. They're going to get back past Iberian here in the pit stops. Alward within 6 seconds of Arsenio. I did say I thought it would drop, the gap would drop a bit because of the cold tyres, not just the driving. Now it's all down to the drive, and as I say that, the gap up to 6.2 seconds. So Arsenio getting the tyres up to pressure, and he is not wasting any time. A lot of traffic there to deal with, but he's dealt with that perfectly on his out lap, and that is a 6.2 second gap. And Adnall for Race Club UK now 17.8 seconds down. So yeah, that is quite the difference in pace. Targo still got 2 cars in the top 10. Not the way they were about an hour ago, but at the moment it is Esports 2 for Targo that's in 4th, car 3 in 7th position. Still some comebacks. Southern State and Switzer 5th and 6th. Targo, as I just mentioned, in 7th with Scuderia ORC in 8th place. IFL in 9th, and Rookie Racing Legends currently holding on to a position inside the top 10. The Avenger Racing Porsche now down in 14th, they're being hunted down by High Performance Racing. Oh, we've got a car wayward through turn 1. That is the 666 machine. I'm not sure what's gone on there, but I'm yes, it is. It's Fabian Albert in the 666 machine. For some reason it's shown as number 8 at the minute, but that is a massive mistake in at the first chicane. Oh, and the back of the car is absolutely gone. They've got no rear tyres. So whatever happened in at the first chicane has absolutely cooked the back tyres on the Switzer Motorsport car. He's struggling to get it back on track. He's second position. I don't think he is. No, he's not. Adnal is through. Race Club are through. Targo Motorsport are going to be hunting this down. Targo are through. Targo Esports 2 are through as well. Ving for Southern State are going to be all over the back of this one as well. Wow, what a turnaround there. Albert's showing some really good pace out of the pits. One slight mistake, it just goes to show you, in 8 hours of racing at Monza, it doesn't matter what position you're in the opening 6 hours. Because anything can happen at any point in time, and it can definitely happen as frequently in the closing 2 hours as it can in the opening. And Fabian Albert in the Switzer Motorsport car finding that out very much the hard way. Those back tyres must have been absolutely squealing as he lit them up on the way out of the Lesbos. That's a lot of time lost, and that has given Apex Racing a phenomenal lead over the rest of the field. I mean, Michael Adnall must have been fearing the worst for his stint when he saw the gap increase so drastically between himself, Allward and Arsenio. But back up to second place. And 26 seconds up the road is Apex. That is a monstrous gap. Targo Esports are on the podium. Now, no disrespect to car number 2. If you'd have said to me after 10 laps that one of the Targo cars was going to be on the podium, I would have put my entire house on it being car 3. The pace that they were showing in their opening stint was incredible. The positions they made up, absolutely phenomenal. But at the minute it is Targo Esports 2 on the podium, 3.5 seconds ahead of long-time race leaders Switzer Motorsport. Southern State in 5th with Switzer, their second car, now in 6th position, only just behind their sister car. Just behind 23 seconds on that gap there. Sorry, Frank Engel for Scuderia in 8th and IFL in 9th. Rookie Racing still in 10th ahead of RTC there in 11th. Academy Racing in 12th place with some blue flags on the way to turn number 1. Avenger Racing and Man. Oh, we've jumped on board here just as Avenger Racing and High Performance swap positions in. Once again, the Porsche completely outgunned through turn 1 by the McLarens. And that was very easy looking overtaking the end there. The High Performance car up to 14th place. Driver's Room up to 16th to 17th for the Brazilian Endurance. SPR in 18th place. VRT in 19th. And Monkey Garage running in 20th position. Dan Clegg for the Race Club UK Shake Car, 21st place. Plus Ultra currently in 22nd, with Too Crazy Racing down in 23rd. So about an hour and a half ago they were 3rd. Z81 in 24th with Fenrir in 25th. RTP in 26th position. And 27th and 28th is Friend Team Endurance and Moonshine Crew Esports. And sorry, 29th is Thomas Tempo for Lamifa Racing. FSR, that's Fire Beast Racing Team. They're in the seniors grid. But good to see them being cheered on in all of the chats and channels. Thank you for tuning in. And HPSR, Allward in the pits. Wow, Allward into the pits. Incredible turnaround in race fortunes for the teams. Sorry, there's what we're looking for. High performance sim racing. HPSR as requested. Getting themselves involved in more action. And it is Jose Silva of Iberian Racing Team just ahead of them. Are you doing the 8 hours or is there a second moderator? Commentator? No, it will be me for the 8 hours, yes. I will be bringing the whole 8 hours. I will have a couple of quick pit stops myself during the 8 hours, but yeah, the broadcast will be one 8 hour run with myself at the helm. So thank you to anyone that does tune in. That was Fefe who was cheering on GoFSR. HPSR Airbuddy cheering on HPSR, and Ella cheering in as well. Ella, are you cheering on anyone in particular? Are you taking part in the race yourself? Remember as well, for anyone that does speak the native language of ACC Endurance League, which is of course German, the seniors grid is on the other side of the YouTube channel. And that was my voice I was able to hear there. Let me just quickly... Nope. There we go. Yes, if you can, pop both broadcasts on. We've got them in German and in English. Sorry, it took me a few seconds to get that share button to work there. But yeah, both broadcasts covered on YouTube simultaneously, and yeah, we'll be alternating. So the next race at Suzuka, that's blue flag. Yes, it is. Yeah, next race from Suzuka, I'll be myself doing the senior. I'll be myself doing the seniors, and the rookies will be on the junior pro. This is for position. I knew there was an overtake going on someplace here. It says Switzer Motorsport looking to fend off Southern State Racing. Remco Vings behind the wheel. Southern State have had a couple of very solid stints. To say the least, very well deserved 5th position at the minute, and pressing for that 4th place. Number 46 versus number 49. Oh yeah, they're still battling out there. Jose Silva, the Iberian Racing, and HPS. They have got very close there. So too Fabian Allward. In fact, I think he's got that overtake done. The Porsche looking more than just a bit worse for wear there, has to be said. And it looks like he's going to get caught in that slipstream. And it is HPS. He's got the move done up the inside of Parabolica. Once again, he has indeed. The McLaren's really doing well on that inside line through Parabolica so far in the race. But we've seen what the Ferrari can do on the exit. He's going to fall into the slipstream. He's got a really good run out of that last corner. Is he going to be able to use that extra momentum into turn number 1 to convert this into a retaking of the position? It does temporarily say it's Silva in 13th position, Martin up to 12th, and the McLaren's again getting the job done in turn number 1. High performance sim racing then up to 12th and maintaining it. Remco Vings not able to maintain the challenge on Switzer Motorsport ahead. Andre de Brat for IFL though, definitely doing wonders in the Lamborghini. Decent qualifying considering the rest of the field. Oh, they're all trying to, the BMW back marker trying to get out of the way while the cars chasing, trying to use them for as much slipstream as possible. It can definitely end in tears if you don't get that done expertly well. Damrat and Echo do survive though, so they'll continue on their battle. Iberian Still hanging on to the back there, so too the Avenger Racing team, despite the damage, are still out. That will definitely change up their pit strategy, having to come in for an extra stop to get that damage repaired. So yeah, we'll jump back on board with Damrat. In fact, we've not been on board a Lambo today. And yeah, we're not going to use that on board. Oh, it really is getting close. In fact, very close out with the second chicane into the Lesmos. Is he going to think about? No, he's not. He's backed right out with that there. He is going to have the Ferrari driver well aware he's there, but the driver now knows as well that he's not scared to back out with a manoeuvre if it isn't going to fully work out. The two of them, not the most convincing exits there from the Lesmos for either of them, but as Damrat does have the slightly better exit, you would say. He's going to close in again. Not going to be close enough when he gets to Ascari, but we've seen he can certainly modulate his accelerator enough to keep it close through tricky corners. Can he do it through Ascari? Oh, that is pretty close. He's saying he's only half in the slipstream as well. I would be fully in the slipstream here. Maybe he doesn't fancy it into Parabolica. He knows he's got a much longer run out of Parabolica into turn number 1. Has the gamble paid off? I would say it has. That's looking good as far as exits go from Parabolica so far. That is a phenomenal exit out of the slipstream before he's even got like the Lambo just about getting his nose in front. You can see the two of them jostling as they change gear and hit that rev limiter, but the Ferrari does stay in front. The Lambo heavy on the brakes. Can he take this one? Effectively round the outside on the way in and then inside on the way out. He has indeed. Great drive by the Lambo there. That is Andre Damrat getting the job done on Frank Ekgold. Chased him down for a couple of laps there. That's not RTC behind. No, that is a blue flag, as well as they're all jostling for position on the way into the brakes for the second chicane. But it is IFL Racing that are going to hold on to that position. Scuderia in 8th place. With another McLaren just behind them. Oh, it's all. Is that Allward? No, Allward much further down the field. In fact, I did think they'd changed position, changed driver there in the last pit stop, but no, Allward's still out on track. We've got another car, Moonshine Crew, back into the pits again, unfortunately. They've had quite a few trips in there so far. Martin for HPSR has lost the position again to Silva. These two having an absolute ding-dong battle for 12th place at the moment. Ekgold still trying to close back and retake that position from Damrat. Moro Asenio. He's really only concerned with making his way through the traffic. Yeah, after that incident with Switzer, that now sees Apex Racing with a phenomenal gap up at the front of the field. In fact, we'll jump back on and watch this battle here and wait. Apologies there, wasn't a pause for dramatic effect, grab myself a quick drink. But we'll wait and see if we get an actual time on the gap between Apex Racing and Race Club UK. We'll need to wait on Adinal to finish his lap, which should be pretty soon, as Martinez has come out in the last corner, still chasing Iberian Racing at the moment. Into the slipstream they go, into the braking zone, nothing doing for the McLaren this time in turn number 1. Fended off by Silva, so they will continue their chase. Still no confirmation on what the time between Race Club UK and Apex Racing is. That is a substantial gap. He's already out with the second chicane as he's coming in the first, so it's almost half a lap Sorry, not half a lap. It's only between the two chicanes. My apologies. About a third of a lap. Well, that is still a huge gap. Arsenio not slowing up in the slightest. Let's keep an eye on this battle here, though. These two is the closest two on track at the minute, that is for sure. And Allward is closing in. That's now a single-digit gap that he's got to make up there. High Performance Sim Racing trying to get back past Iberian. They've made the overtake once, and Iberian took the spot back again. As Dimrat comes into the pits for IFL Racing. Oh wow, because yeah, we're almost at the end of the third hour. I was about to say, that's a very short stint, but it's not. We're almost at the end of the third hour, so yeah, that could be right on cue for them as well, actually. Let's see what we have for High Performance. Out of the into the last corner, never mind out of Ascari, into the final corner. Both cars just using that inside curve to rotate the car. Bit of a wider line from the Ferrari. And the McLaren close up. We've seen how good the McLaren is on the brakes into turn one time and time and time again. Is this going to be another repeat of that? It is not. It is going to get closer though, just not quite close enough. They've both made their way past Dimrat as well. So that's a position gained for both of them. And yeah, this gap up at the front, we're still not getting an accurate representation time-wise of what's going on between the top two. But it's safe to say Arsenio absolutely running away with it. He's already out of the Lesmos. Adnal only through Curva Grande. So yeah, over a third, close to half a lap between them, which is a pretty impressive gap considering the 18 cars, 17 cars qualified within 0.8 of a second. That is, yeah, quite the feat to be pulling that away up at the front. The Apex Racing team getting it absolutely spot on strategy-wise. And again, that Aston Martin petrol tank, I would guesstimate that is one of the reasons that they chose the car. P14. Oh yeah, the Avenger Racing Porsche. That's under. Yeah, it really is suffering aerodynamically. They've shown some good pace and good defending early doors. The Porsche unable to fend off the McLaren's advances through turn one multiple times in the race so far. And it looks like we're about to see a repeat of that, as well as Gergian is now behind the wheel in the McLaren, and through Parabolica looks to have got close enough to get that all-important slipstream at the Cathedral of Speed into turn number one. Is he going to go side by side? Is he going to be close enough? Let's see which line the Porsche takes this time. He showed most people to the outside line. This time he's showing the McLaren onto the inside. The McLaren says thank you very much, and driver's room, I think, are going to get this done less. Oh no, the Porsche. Wow, the Porsche has a great run through the chicane then. Is it quite enough? It's not quite. Not quite. Did do everything he could to try and hold on to that position there, though, with the Avenger Racing team does yield to driver's room. Will it be temporarily though? No, not quite close enough into the second chicane. So driver's room up another position then. Good drive by them so far. Great recovery drive by them so far. Martin and Silva still going at it for 11th position. Adnal still losing time to Arsenio ahead, but still maintaining that gap to Targo Esports behind. Targo got a good gap over Schwitzer as well. The battle that we've got on screen between Hyperform and Iberian, they may want to reconsider their strategy and maybe start working together. Oh no, just as I say that, Martin comes into the pits. Martin comes into the pits. That's almost 3 hours gone. That's them in the pits, because I was just about to say Allward is catching them. He's made up quite a bit of time to the two of them while they've been chasing one another. So we'll see where Martin comes back out once the Iberian Ferrari. Now we saw how long the Iberian Racing team's previous stint there was. They're only just out of the pits. So that's going to be a battle which we may not see again for quite a few laps. Yes, indeed. Teammates patting them on the back there, rightfully so. Van Eyck with the beautiful overtake there. Gets up to 14th position. There is De Silva within half a second of the Monkey Garage car. Is this going to be another parabolic overtake? Will a Ferrari finally overcome a McLaren through parabolic and not on this lap? Ah, a Ferrari fan can dream. We can certainly dream. The minute 1.5 seconds down the road, so that does look like an expiring dream at the minute. Lucas Acker, sorry, for Rookie Racing. Still chasing Frank Eggold. These two inside the top 10. They've had phenomenal opening stints themselves. And yeah, they'll be keen to continue that on McLaren. Look at the pace that Switzer Motorsport 555 car has got through Ascari. That is almost right on the bump draft in there. He was right on the rear splitter. Oh, they're going to go side by side. Targo Esports coming under serious pressure from Switzer then. And I think Switzer have got themselves ahead. They have indeed. Before they even got to Parabolica, that one was done and dusted. Great drive from Irish so far in the 555 Switzer Motorsport McLaren. Here comes Targo Esports number 2 though, and look how close they are into turn number 1. He's popped out the slipstream, heavy on the brakes, doesn't try any counter move, as knew they were too far back there, just that bit too much. As we're now on with Scuderia and Rookie Racing. These two battling once again. This one's for 7th position, and once again it's into Parabolica they go. McLaren versus Ferrari, and a tale as old as time. Here comes the McLaren. On the exit, the Ferrari trying to fight back, but it is, oh no, the Ferrari really fighting back. Getting his nose right back in front there. This is going to be an interesting one. Into the braking zone, turn 1, here we come. Targo within half a second as well. Almost like they were moving in slow motion there, but they do both make it through. And Nacion not too far behind either. So Avengers Racing, they've got themselves having a great overtake from Gerson, 17 seconds down, but that is to so a convincing overtake, but at the minute Targo is still hanging in there. We've still not had confirmation, unfortunately, about exactly how much. They've not long come past one of their teammates as well. It's the Lamifa BMW. They now find themselves side by side. Oh, and I think we've got a couple of teams maybe about to make driver swaps. Faves Limbs for SBR. His connection meter just popping up ever so slightly. We're teams are imagine coming in around about the 3 hour mark with 5 hours left to go, and then from there it'll be the usual spreading out. But I do think the two teams we'll see in the pits last again are going to be Moro Arsenio and the Iberian racing team. Those long stints certainly working out well for them at the moment. So we'll see how they go. I'll leave you with the action. I'm going to have a very quick pit stop myself. We'll keep looking through the action though, but enjoy the action as it unfolds. We'll have more pit stops coming very, very, very soon, and yeah, then we'll be staring down the barrel of the halfway mark of the race. As GT3 Endurance Season 2024. The rookies grid, certainly nothing rookie about the drive that we've seen so far. Enjoy the race, back in a moment. More Monza overtakes and mishaps there. Just got back in time to see Michael Adnell there. I believe that was through the second chicane, just completely missed his brakes. Ended up off track and I'm going to let quite a few cars go past. That's going to cost them some serious time. Let's put Target back up onto the podium. Switzer still in second, 100 laps in. Moro Arsenio still leading the way. That gap even larger now. There is Eresh in second. So Adenal really losing a lot of time there. Kasaka only 3.5 seconds down the road now on 5th, with Lucas Acker in 7th. RTC still running 8th place, 9th Iberian, and Switzer 666 car back inside the top 10. Got cars back into the pits as well, with Scuderia back in, and so too High Perform, Adrian Candyman back out behind the wheel. They're already on their way back out the pits. Javi Castello for Plus Ultra Competizione find themselves in 22nd ahead of Two Crazy Racing. It's Gabriel Labigar that's out behind the wheel for them at the minutes there, and Fenrir still 24th and 25th. RTP and Friends Team Endurance 26th and 27th with Moonshine Crew and Lamifa, the two BMWs, having a rough go of it at Monza today, but still out and lapping down at the back of the field. Arsenio 3 hours and 5 minutes into this one, and the pit strategies absolutely all over the place. We can see the Academy Racing bar popping red there, so that would suggest a driver about to enter for them. So a driver swap on the cars by the look of it for the Academy Racing team. They've got driver's room behind them, back up to 12th position for driver's room, so great drive for them on their recovery charge. We're rolling there. Our driver's room. They've got IFL a second down the road. Yeah, Monkey Garage just out the pit, so that'll be Bartek just connecting to the server. That'll take a second or two. Two Crazy Racing and High Perform battling it out for 22nd position. Not a statement I thought I would be making with the way the first hour of the race went, but certainly that's the way it's trended for both teams at the moment. Down at the back, if we go to the faster one, Spirit of Air in the chat. How are we doing? Very nice stream once again, thank you very much. I'm a wee touch under the weather today, but we're getting there hopefully. So a couple of breaks, but we'll make it to the end. The racing absolutely keeps you on the edge of your seat though, time and time again. We've got more of it happening here as well. Gertjan and Cole going in it for drivers room and IFL. Looks like IFL in the Lambo. Oh, just about getting it done. Bit of snap understeer there on the way through the corner, so one car wiggling side to side. Oh, a little touch of the curbs as Tomcats Nation comes into the pit. He's taking a pit stop while all the cars around him are dueling out for the position. The Lambos are looking for it into turn 2. Around the second chicane, sorry, not turn 2, the second chicane. Oh, on the exit, the McLaren found one, and once again the Lambo's going to get him side by side into the Lesmos if he can. Oh, and he does get it done there, very nicely done. The McLaren not putting up too much of a defence there. The Lambo had him absolutely banged to rights. I've got some, is that back markers in there as well? It is. Blue flags on it, his car's going to go a lap up on them. So yeah, so they've got blue flags in there to deal with as well as the battle rages on. All the cars coming on the back stretch at the minute. We've got Bartek Siva back in the pits for Monkey Garage. Stefan Perl out for the Avenger Racing team. They've all taken a pit as well. Manuel Derber back out for Scuderia. They're sitting at 20th at the minute, but yeah, more pit stops to come. Reasonably soon for some of the teams. I think Switzer and Targa should be in pretty soon. Apex are going to be out for quite some while. Could you go for a second on car 66? We can certainly do that. Rookie Racing Legends. There they are. They're currently running 7th position. They were involved in some good battles with Avengers as well. Avenger Racing. But the Porsche ended up with an unfortunate trip off the track. So that was that battle done. With the rookies, they've got their head down. So yeah, having a good drive so far. Yeah, no problems at all. Iberian Racing getting involved in more overtaking action, although it does look like they're about to be overtaken. Fabian Albert for Switzer Motorsport. Long-time race leaders until they had that incident. A couple of slow pit stops as well, I would say, but they did find themselves off track in that extra trip into the pits. I think at the minute there might actually even be a lap down. In fact, they are indeed. So they are a lap down, but they're certainly not down on pace on the Iberian Racing team. Looking for a move up the inside. 8 McLarens in the top 10. It's been good to see the amount of battles that we've had between different cars rather than just all McLaren on McLaren action. The Ferraris have done really well around here in race trim. Again, a couple of cruel Monza incidents have seen them drop by the wayside ever so slightly, but they're all doing well on the recoveries. But at the moment it does look like Albert is absolutely on point for this one. Showed some supreme pace when he came out of the pits earlier on before the incident. Having a look on the way into Parabolica. Is the McLaren going to get this one done on the inside line? We know that Silva and the Iberian drivers like to be on the outside line, but the McLaren absolutely fires through Parabolica. Leaves Silva standing. Effectively, there was very little in the way of a battle there from Silva, and the cameras do like to be temperamental. There we go. A bit of spoiler cam action. But yeah, very nice overtake once again. More overtakes going on up ahead, potentially. Kasaka for Targo Esports. He's Michael Adnell, who we saw with that big off-track excursion, carrying a bit of aerodynamic damage potentially. But even without that, Kasaka is going to be an absolute force to be reckoned with. That whole team so far, any of the drivers that have got behind the wheel of this car have been extremely quick. And we're seeing another extremely quick driver here, Kasaka, looking for a late move into the first chicane. Nothing doing this time around, but you get the feeling it's it's when rather than if this overtake takes place. 8 McLarens in the top 10 in qualifying. We've only got 7 in the top 10 during the race. 2 of them on the podium, 1 of them on the top. With Aston Martin leading the way, and here comes into the Lesmos again. We're going to see another Ferrari make a move into the Lesmos. The McLaren this time does put up a bit of a battle, but knows there was nothing doing there. The Ferrari of Kasaka having the absolute run out of the second chicane and through the Les Moss. That is a convincing overtake there. Michael Adnell losing a position. And I think going to lose time pretty quickly. I do think there's just a bit of a scrape and a dent there. Some of the aerodynamics, these cars held together with fiberglass, super glue, hopes and dreams, and none of those things survive first contact with a concrete wall. So any aerodynamic instability on that car will be absolutely magnified through the straights and in the braking zones around this course, as we all know. Switzer Motorsport into the pits, quite a few cars coming in and out. Well, that is Arish in. We've seen them taking some shorter stints, just to highlight that. We're 3 hours 14 minutes in, and that's 3. So third pit stop, so just over the hour mark for their pit stops so far. Arsenio is actually coming up to the pits now. He is about to put a lap up on Switzer Motorsport. Unless Switzer can get back out very quickly indeed, and even if he does, Arsenio, they'll get the lap back when Arsenio comes into the pits. Well, it is going to be close, but I do still think Arsenio is going to go ahead because he's absolutely flying up the start and finish straight. There's Kitaka. There's Eris just coming back out. It might be Eris actually. We need to wait till we get through the first time line. But either way, whoever's behind the wheel, they've just seen the race leader go a lap up on them. That is an incredible drive for Arsenio. So Apex Racing. They've got this one absolutely spot on. Fabian Albert back inside the top 10. Now we've got more pit stops coming in. Adnell in and out of the pits. Gordon Call for RTC in the pits. Looks like they've got a little bit of damage as well. We've got a BMW coming in the background. It's not Costello, it is Academy Racing. There we go. Potential overtake up for the final podium position. Actually, Remco Vings all over the back of Maximiliano Kasaka. Or has Kasaka just got that overtake done himself? No, Vings miles down the road. Not sure what's going on there, but there's Kasaka coming into pits. Machina for Targo Esports 2 already in the pits. We'll see what Ving does. Arsenio will of course be staying out. Oh, that's Switzer Motorsport. Their 555 machines got the 666 just behind. 666 been in the pit, still Allward behind the wheel. Popolowski Gaming behind the wheel for the 555 car. So they're going to have to take a pit pretty soon. Most of the top 10 have been in. They've stayed out on this one. Iberian are going to stay out for a few extra laps as well. Tom Hacker back out for Race Club UK. We'll see what type of laps and if any positional improvements he can make for the team. It's 3 hours under the belt. We've got the halfway mark to get to, and then it will be the home stretch. There's still a long way to go for the drivers. 107 laps into this one. It's still Arsenio leading by an absolute country mile. It is safe to say. A lap up on the entire field so far. It really is a drive. Marcel Sabota out for RTC Racing. With the race leader directly behind them. So yeah, blue flags. Moves out the way nicely. No problems there. Remco Vings in and out of the pits for Southern State. And Fabian Albert trying to get his car back onto the podium. And Stephen Wiggins for Targo just ahead. Only 6 tenths separating these two. They do have a black marker in there as well. Just to keep it extra spicy. Roland, good afternoon. Give me 2. I could probably Google Translate that, can I? Let's go let's go give Torsten some rubber. Okay, Torsten. Someone called Torsten. There we go. Would that be a first? Is that a Christian name or a surname? Torsten Ernst. There we go. Christian name. Don't like to make assumptions, but yeah, that's Monkey Garage right there. 20th position, that's 14th, just going a lap up there. De Silva within 6 tenths. The VRT Ferrari has been in the wars themselves, Academy Racing Team. The next battle they look likely to be engaging in. Allward as well looks like they'll be engaging in a podium assault very shortly. 2 Switzer Motorsport cars on the podium. That is going to be quite the feat. Although Apex Racing absolutely take him out. Given the lead that they've got, that is phenomenal. Also remember, Friends Team Endurance, 2 Crazy Racing High Performance, all much further down the order than their qualifying and opening races would suggest. Dan Clegg as well could very easily be leading this race himself by a country mile, but at the minute down in 12, 9 seconds down on Limp, a lap or 2 down as well on the leaders, or a lap down when he finishes this lap. There's a position back as Fabe's Limp comes into the pits for SBR. Is that Dan Clegg? It is Dan Clegg coming in as well. 3 hour 20, so an average stint of 1 hour 7 minutes. And that definitely seems to be, well, it certainly seems to me to be the best strategy. Get those stints as close to an hour and 10 minutes as possible, and it really does. Well, yeah, if you could do that for 6 stints, 60 minutes, that's an hour done and dusted. Just for an extra 6 laps. So yeah, splitting into hours would be good. An hour and 10 minutes, I think, is just about the sweet spot. I think that theory is backed up by the fact that that's the strategy the race leaders are on, and they are leading. I think Arsenio effectively going to get a free pit stop. Yeah, he should be able to get out and back in again. Get into the pits and back out again before anyone gets close. Back on board with Fabian Allward for Switzer Motorsports. This is the Switzer car that led the race. They're now in 4th, their sister car up in 2nd, but they're looking to make it 2 Switzers on the podium with Targo Esports, who themselves, a team more than capable of having both of their cars on the podium. So it is a fascinating battle, and you could even argue that it is the quicker cars that are behind for both teams. Again, given the pace he's on, look at this on the back stretch. He knows how to get that parabolic exit. The McLaren knows how to defend though. Or as he comes towards the braking zone, the Ferrari's got his nose in front. Is he going to be able to carry that pace? Sorry, the Ferrari. Allward for Switzer Motorsports. He does carry that through Ascari absolutely incredibly well there, and he gets him up to 3rd position. So that's Allward up to 3rd. Wiggins in 2nd. 2 Switzer Motorsport cars on the podium, chasing down the Apex Racing car. And tell you, Targo Esports 3, they could very easily be in the hunt for this podium battle right now as well, given how much pace they were showing in the opening exchanges. Until that extra pit stop for damage, they really were in the hunt, and even after the pit stop for damage, they're still very much in the hunt and showed some really good pace in 7th place. Wiggins, can he come back and see? Can he come back at Allward? Allward's been showing some really good pace, so it's an uphill task potentially, but we'll see how he gets on. Daniel Herman in the chat. Good evening, everyone. How are you? Thank you for tuning in. Welcome in. Welcome in. Oh, now, okay, we have. I think we do have someone in for an interview. Bear with me a second. Let me just see if we do indeed. Good afternoon, Sasha Aaron. I think that says hello. Good evening, how are you? Okay. Yeah, so it's definitely someone from the rookie grid, that is for sure. But for some reason, microphone not working. I thought it was Steve Wiggins retaking the position there. I took my eyes off the accident for a second. VRT in the pits. Yeah, the pit stops really are mixed in and about at the minute. Right, we do have Sash C. Oh no, C. Chakarao. Right, let's jump in and see if we can get microphones working. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. How are you? Good, good. You are a bit muffled there, ever so slightly. Could you introduce yourself to the viewers? Oh, no. Gone again. Oh. So was the race. No, so a couple of microphone issues. Hopefully get them sorted and we'll get someone in for an interview. Let me just check and see. Yeah, all my settings are fine this end. And yeah, we did hear the voice a bit, so hopefully we can get that sorted out. Let's take a look back on screen. Arsenio, unsurprisingly, still out on track. Yeah, another few more minutes at least before they'll be coming into the pits for Apex. Switzer with that 2-3 at the moment. Targo and 4 Iberian back up to 5th position, so we'll know they'll be coming into the pits soon as well. So they've stayed exactly on point in position over this stint as well. That in itself a phenomenal achievement. In fact, closing in on Targo Esports ahead. Dennis Van Eck out for driver's room. And we do once again. Let's try this. Third time lucky. Good evening, how are you? No. Oh. Okay, slightly confusing times there, I'm not sure. No, not coming back in the chat, so... yeah, we'll leave that alone just now then, at the moment, sorry. I'm just going to check the chat, sorry, bear with me a second, I'll flick through the grid, I'll just make sure that the interview room is working correctly. I did think I heard audio from the microphone there, but I'll just double check. Okay, yeah, sorry about that. All audio at this end is working absolutely fine, so yeah, it is something unfortunate at the other end, but we'll crack on with the race. The interview room is working, so if anyone does want to jump in again, feel absolutely free. And we can, yeah, talk about the race so far, the expectations for the season, what strategies you've used, a whole host of stuff the viewers and myself would love to know. Daniel Herman in the chat saying good evening. Spirit of Air in there saying hello as well. Love to see it. John Bonham. I think he's just gotten past. He has indeed. He's gotten past the Brazilian endurance teams. That's SBR back up to 14th position after their pit stop. IFL back out in 8th place at the minute. So yeah, a good turnaround in the pits for them. Arsenio is almost due for a pit stop. One, maybe two more laps. Another one at least by the... Yep. Past the pit entrance there. That'll get some of the field a lap back. But yeah, as you can see, at the minute, 2 laps up. But this will put Switzer. They've got some good slipstream from the back marker ahead. Wiggins not being cleaned out completely by Allward. These two still within a second of one another. Roman Waldo out for rookie racing legends. He's 1.3 seconds down, but certainly keeping in touch after their most recent pit stop. And in fact, some more blue flags just ahead. Let's see what happens with Wiggins at 7/10 down. McLarens do well on the brakes, but if there's another McLaren you're chasing, that advantage is kind of negated ever so slightly. But they're the closest two at the moment on track. We'll see more coming together once they get more pit stops. We're actually going to see cars in the pits towards the end that are on different strategies, but in the pit at exactly the same time, probably with about an hour left to go. Between an hour and 40 minutes left to go. That's what we'll see in the pits. Allward, he will certainly be seeing all of Wiggins' Target Esports car. They've got that thing up to 4th position. It was up to 3rd. Switzer then took the podium position. They can't get that breakaway, even moving over himself there to try and break the slipstream toe that he's given to Wiggins behind. No joy whatsoever, though. Wiggins still very much hanging on in there. Targa's second car in 7th position. Kasaka, sorry, behind the wheel of that one, trying to close in on Tom Hacker, but he's got a good gap to make up there. Clearly, it would have obviously been a different story if it hadn't been for that extra damage, but despite that extra tip in the pits for damage, Kasaka up to 7th position, 13 seconds down on Tom Hacker. We'll see if he can make an impression on that gap over his next few laps. Fabian Albers still in 3rd place with Target Esports 2 in 4th position. Mario Arsenio for Apex Racing. That's 1st place he's in, and that is the Lesmos. They are coming through. Again, I'd be surprised if we don't see him come in pretty soon. That's 3 hours and 34 minutes. So yeah, we're clearly given an average of 1 hour 12 minutes per stint. Seems to be running well. And yeah, that channel's still not working, unfortunately. That is a pity. The race leaders are coming in. There we go. So yeah, 1 hour 12 minutes per stint. That's going to give them a final stint of 50 minutes. And that is an incredible gap that they've got over the rest of the field. That's just crossed the start-finish line, of course. So Popolski Gaming will go physically ahead of Arsenio, but it will only get the lap back. Allward will come back to 1 lap down, so too will Wiggins. Jose Silva could well come into the pits on this lap. If not, I would say it's going to be the next one. They have tended to pit a lap or two after Arsenio's Apex Racing car. But yeah, now the big question really is, where is Arsenio going to come back out? Because that is a solid queue of traffic. Now coming along the back stretch and through Parabolica. They are still stationary all the way through, taking that lap back. Silva through, Hacker, Kasaka all past. There's Paul Waldo gone through. There is Van der Waal for Southern State Racing, and there is Apex coming back out. There's a BMW just ahead of them. It's not the Academy Racing one, it's Souza. So they've come back out just behind 15th on track. Now obviously still leading the race because they're a lap up, but right in a thicket of traffic at the minute. There is 2 cars ahead and 1 car directly behind. In fact, 3 cars well within striking distance, and then a solid clump of cars just ahead. So I'm sure they'll be looking for at least a couple of them to come in and take any pit stops. Try and get themselves a bit of clear track. Van Eck still on a bit of a charge. The drivers' room team definitely up on where they started from, and of course where they started, they dropped a few positions in the opening exchanges back up to 11th position. No Dennis at the wheel. Into Parabolica is Sabota that is chasing them down though. There's Allward into the pits. Wow, so they have had some really short stints. If we're looking at this, I mean that is some really short stints. So yeah, Allward back in for Switzer Motorsport. That's going to cost them positions. Silva stayed out for the Iberian Racing team. And it's Diman Ivanov that's out for Apex Racing. Oh, and the McLaren next to him there has just completely missed the brakes and had to take the escape road there. And there they are back out on track. That is Too Crazy Racing, I believe that was. Yes, it was. So yeah, a bit of a mistake into the first chicane there, to say the least, for the Too Crazy team. They did manage to avoid making contact with any walls or any grass, which is most definitely a massive benefit in those instances. Allward's car is back out of the pits. Dennis Van Eck a few corners down the road. We'll get through this timing line here and see if it is indeed Allward still behind the wheel. No, Pascal Ritter back behind the wheel for the 666 machine. 10th place though. But yeah, as I was saying, my apologies, we'll stammer that one out once again. Switzer and Ivanov, there was only a lap separating their pits that time around because Apex Racing have managed to lengthen their pit stops so much, have lengthened their stints by so much compared to the rest of the team, and Switzer having to come in for that damaged pit stop. There was only 2 laps separating them on their pit stop there, and Ivanov is now out for a much longer stint anyway, even though Ritter has just come into the pits. He's going to be back into the pits before Ivanov, so that is a full stint. So yeah, so Switzer, their pit stops really not working well against the Apex Racing. They've got this one absolutely dialed in. The hour and 10 minutes, 100% has got to be the meta strategy for getting to the end of this one. If you look at the gap they've got, the stints that they're running, how comfortably they're running those stints, an hour and 12 minutes in this car is absolutely no problem whatsoever, and they are going to finish this with less trips into the pit than anyone else, and that is, yeah, got to be number one or number two priority when you're doing an endurance race. It's to spend as little time in the pits as possible. And that's exactly what Ivanov and the gang are doing. SB are still looking for a cheeky improvement. They've been chasing down Academy Racing for a couple of laps now. And it looks like they're getting very close. There is Iberian Racing coming into the pits as well. So yeah, they really did stay out a couple of laps there. We'll see. I believe the last time they came in the pits they were 10th. And they got back up to 5th, so we'll see if these the extra laps are paying off for them as well as it is for the race leaders. Bonham still defending from Pino. There's more drivers coming in the pits. There's Two Crazy Racing and High Perform both into the pits. We've got IFL and Iberian both in the pits as well. And again, these are teams on totally different strategies that just because of the times and the length of the strategies, they've ended up back in the pits at the same time. But High Perform have had more pit stops than the Iberian car, which is why they're at least a lap up. Now, Iberian car already on their way back out the pit, so that is a very quick pit stop. Now, given the length of their stints, they're definitely not doing a double stint on one petrol tank with the length of the stints, and it would be, I would say, borderline suicide to try and do two stints of that length on one set of tyres. And I think the upper position is Paul ahead. No, Paul is behind. So Dustin Paul for IFL is behind. So Silva and the Iberian Racing Team, I think they have made up at least one position there. We'll get through this time in line. And yeah, back out in 9th. So they've made laps and positions on people. Roman Waldo for Rookie Racing Legends. He's trying to get up to 5th position. It's Target Esports 3 that is still the target ahead of us. Still the target ahead of him. My apologies. And I've just done that and the microphone was on auto mute, so I do apologise to all the team names that I misread out there. There is some shortcuts on my keyboard which just do strange things. Okay, some of the blue flags. But at the moment, 124 laps into the race, so yep, about 250 laps. The drivers are going to be completing. It'll be very close to that. Oh well, yeah, with pit stops. Oh, we do have a car off track there on the way into the Lesmos. That's a big one for the 41. That's one of the McLarens. That's RTC. It is there that are there. They've ended up off the track, struggling to move. Oh, yeah, trying not to move when there's other cars coming, of course. They've got themselves on the outside. Oh, a bit of a wiggle there as he was starting to line up. Hopefully everything's okay. It doesn't look like there was any contact with the wall, just a skirmish off into the sand. So hopefully it just needs to clean the gravel off the tyres and we'll back up and running. But that's going to be 17th position. It might even be further down than that. I think Avengers Racing. No, they didn't get through. So yeah, 17th for RTC. Monza doing Monza things at any point in the race. As I said before, it doesn't matter in a 7-hour race. It doesn't matter where you are for the first 7 hours. It's where you are for the last hour that counts. And you've still got to be in it to win it. 29 of the drivers most definitely still in it to win it, even of leading the way. 125 laps under the Apex Racing Aston Martin car at the moment, and it is absolutely the Apex machine here at Monza today. As cars behind all come filing into turn number 1. Demon has had an absolutely phenomenal stint, just like the rest of their teammates, and that is an absolutely solid lead. Yeah, making their way through the traffic well as well. That's a 7th place Southern State ahead. Who are involved themselves in a bit of a battle, as we said. Rookie Racing Legends coming under pressure there. 0.8 of a second separating those two. Kasaka just up the road. I mean, Ivanov is just having an absolute otherworldly race at the minute. Can barely put a foot wrong. We've got, let's see what's happening with Pino, Marghetis and Souza. It's Academy Racing Race Club UK and the Brazilian endurance team. These three enjoying some battling through the Monza circuit. Monkey Garage into the pits. Academy Racing almost up in the 12th place there. SBR fending them off for the moment. Oh, is he though? Here we go. Big battle, big long run down the start-finish straight. The two BMWs side by side. It's the Brazilian endurance team putting the pressure on the Academy Racing team then. So while Academy Racing trying to catch Race Club UK, the Brazilian endurance team have said thank you very much. No time looking at the rear view mirror, and that is a position lost. Although on the exit to the first chicane, the Brazilian endurance team almost losing the back of the car on the curb, and certainly couldn't accelerate the way they normally would out of the corner. The Academy Racing team looking to go round the outside and take the inside line on the way into the second chicane. From this angle, it looks like they're side by side. Academy are just that little bit back, and they take a very solid line through the chicane then to hold on to that one. Academy Racing keeping the position that Brazilian Endurance temporarily got for themselves. That battle not done by any means, you would imagine. Roman Waldo for Rookie Racing now finds himself a second and a half down on the Southern State Racing team. Oh, and we've got Joaquin Pino. Oh, no, that's the time, and Delta is leading us a merry dance because the third BMW in this equation. This Scuderia ORC, we've seen them as close or as high as the top 10. But at the minute down in 16th position. But the Ferrari is running well at the moment. And certainly if the BMW's ahead, keep battling. He'll be one to keep an eye on. More slipstream for the race leader. Still the fastest lap does rest with the Switzer Motorsport 666. The track certainly warned. And about 16, 17, 18 degree track temperature, probably going to get your ideal lap time. So at the minute, I think that fastest lap might stand for a while. But yeah, Imanov doesn't need the fastest lap to be leading the race. Just needs to be as consistent as his teammates have been. And great things will happen. There's RTC into the pits. That's Sabota coming in. Here comes Monkey Garage coming past. Too Crazy just out the pits as well. Kevin Hayman behind the wheel. Leonard Schroeder behind the wheel for High Perform. Philip Rolls back out for RTP. And we've got Thomas Neredzik behind the wheel for the Moonshine Crew eSports car. Good to see they are still running. Thomas Tempio out for the La Mifa team. They are 16 laps down, but the BMW does look pristine. This is the stint to complete. I've got the faith. We've got Johnny Souza for the Brazilian racing team, still chasing down a fellow BMW. The Academy are racing a car ahead. Was parked absolutely. There we go. Actually sounds a bit muffled, doesn't it? What's our gap to P2? That is a good question. That's a good question. I would say gargantuan. Oh, look at that. What? Speaking of gargantuan, the exit that the Brazilian car has got over the Academy Racing team, and that is a straight drag race, and they're directly side by side. I can hear that in my audio. They've just managed to squeeze their way past. They've got a Ferrari in the slipstream as well. The Brazilian Racing team will have to be very good on the brakes here to get this rotated, and he does. And that is a very nice move there by Johnny Souza, the Brazilian endurance team. Up to 14th position then, and Derber is the Ferrari that was closing in. I thought that was a different Ferrari, but this is for position as Scuderia ORC looking to get themselves back in the top 15 at the expense of the Academy team. Oh, nothing doing at this go. But yeah, you're at least you're a bare minimum of a lap up on everyone. For some reason, you guys, yourselves and Iberian seem to be the only teams that are going for the 1 hour and 12-minute stints. A lot of teams are only out for an hour, so yeah, it's going to give the two of you a massive advantage. But yeah, at the minute, you are a lap up on everyone. Ivanov at the minute is coming at Parabolica, and Popolski Gaiman only just coming in to the Lesmos. So it is, a phenomenal gap to have at any point in the race, never mind only at the halfway mark. So yeah, very good gap there indeed. Pino. Oh, it's not ahead of the... Oh, so that's... yeah, the McLaren not doing well on fuel. I have heard that before. I did hear it operates well. But the Aston Martin, I was actually asking this earlier, Connor, about the Bentley. I mean, the Bentley used to be the absolute meta. If you were doing an endurance race, with anything longer than a 65-minute stint timer, it was always the Bentley, just time and time again. But that petrol tank was at 1.6, I think that got nerfed, and yeah, the Aston is probably the closest thing we've got to the Bentley, I would say. The Great British Petrol Tank, I think we'll have to start calling them. But yeah, there is very much still 4 hours to go. That is the halfway mark, just on the horizon. The Brazilian team, let me see if we can, there we go, get a bit of a wider shot. RTC, are they back in the pits already, or is that still this? They've either been in for a lifetime, or they've come back in on their outlap. Oh, he's just over at the pit wall. Yeah, RTC having some kind of issue. Hopefully they can get back out. The main thing is we've been pretty clean. Yep, that's what you need. So yeah, you've been lifting all the big corners to try and save some fuel. Saving, what is that, a third of a litre. That is, that's not too shabby. That is not too shabby. And yeah, the lap times, the consistency are definitely helping. I would say the strategy has been absolutely on point. Technically slightly longer stops because you'll be taking on slightly more fuel, obviously, than someone doing an hour. But that will certainly pay itself back, I feel, at the end of the race. Yeah, Targo doing well. We've got them still on the podium. Their second car in 5th position. I'm sure Switzer will be keen to replicate that feat as well. Given how quickly their Ferrari was running early doors. Yeah, I'd imagine, I mean, you're not really going to get away with doing 2 hours on one set of tyres, so I'm thinking everybody, well, you'd like to think everybody would be. Because, yeah, double stint a set of tyres, that would be... Yeah, it's likely. Did wonder if teams would just take an hour's worth of fuel as well, just to keep the average weight of the car down over the race. I'm not sure how much of a deciding factor that would actually be. But yeah. Let me know what your thoughts on that are. Would you ever do that and like just deliberately limit the amount of fuel to the car? Is the weight of the car something you take into consideration when you're working out your strategy, like the extra weight by putting in the extra fuel, or? Because yeah, it's certainly something when I was racing. I used to try and do that. Like if it was run the petrol tank as empty as possible before you put more fuel in, rather than running with But yeah, you guys and gals are the racers, so let me know what you all think. Oh, Academy Racing Team, is that damage on their bonnet? It does look like the whole thing is absolutely flapping. It is indeed. They're having a bit of a connection issue by the look of it as well at the minute. So too the Avenger team as well. Oh no, they settled down. Stefan Perl back behind the wheel. That's just because it's an outlap from the pits, cool tyres. Johnny Souza from the Brazilian team, he's being unlapped. Oh, it's the Moonshine crew. Of course it is, the purple BMW. So yeah, they're unlapping themselves. We're going to switch to video only for the next few minutes on the broadcast. So enjoy the racing action. I'll be back very shortly. folks. I hope you're all still enjoying the racing action. A few technical issues in the background with the broadcast. It is ACC Endurance League, the 2024 season, Season 3. It's round number 2. This is the Rookies Grid. There will be continued coverage right to the end of the race, and we will get you the full audio just as soon as we can. But don't be scared to say hello in the chat. Cheer on your teams. The cameramen are fastidiously keeping an eye on the chat so we can pick out any teams that you want to watch, and we'll have full comms back with you very shortly. Hello once again. Apologies for the gap in the comms there. But I am back, John Wright, aka Double O Raven. It is continued coverage of the GT3 Endurance Season 2024. It's round number 2 after Circuit of the Rainfall at round number 1. It is a bright sunny day at Monza. The halfway mark was reached and breached just before I left. Another hour has transpired. Mario Arsenio, though. The only thing that's transpired there is a larger gap to the rest of the field. Another pit stop has been taken. Only going to be 2 more pit stops left to go, and one of them is going to be very short indeed. RTC, now they may have been caught up at the start of the race. There was also, I think, they got caught because they were still in and around the top 15, top 10 at one point, I believe. But yeah, they did get caught up with something early on, but they are still out racing. I'm not sure if that damage is correct, if it may have been fixed. It might just be a graphical error, but we'll see after the next pit stop. A couple of teams well down the order on where you would expect them to be. In fact, Race Club are looking to get a move done on Roy Krogel in the Avenger Racing Team Porsche. Again, the Porsche absolutely found wanting through Parabolica, finding it really difficult to hang with the McLarens on the exit. And yeah, another easy overtake for Amaka on the Porca. But as I'm saying, up at the front, it is Apex Racing. They have got themselves into the lead with a phenomenal pit strategy. A couple of other cars around them have had a couple of incidents as well, but they did get themselves a comfortable lead, and they still have that in the bag at the minute. Race Club UK, the Bake car, finds itself up into second place. Tom Hacker behind the wheel, putting a phenomenal overtake in the opening stint, and is looking to continue that on in stint number 4 for the team. We've got Targo Esports, Matthias Schiegele. No surprise to me at all that he's got the fastest lap of the race in my little 40-minute absence there. The track temperature has started coming down, so one thing I definitely did get right today was the track temperature going to peak at 23 degrees. We could see the lap time get even quicker if Matthias has managed to pull that at 22 degrees. We'll see as the race goes on. At one point we did see Switzer Motorsport with 2 cars on the podium. It's now Matthias and David Frenson for Targo. Got 1 car on the podium, but Targo's 2 car is directly behind the McLaren. So once again, the Ferrari of the team has gotten ahead of the McLaren in race trim. The McLaren really is struggling. All conquering and qualifying, certainly not the case in the race. Switzer Motorsport are still running, and next to one another on the timing tower is Denz Bloom for their 555 car, and Fabian Albert for the 666, who is behind them. Albert, long time race leaders, of course, right through the first stint into stint number 2, and then indeed for part of 3 as well, and they find themselves in 6th. Rookie Racing Legends in 7th, Southern State in 8th, with IFL in 9th, SBR in 10th place. Iberian, they seem to have dropped a couple of positions. They were certainly trending upwards. They were up at 9th place. They've been reaching as high as 5th come the end of their stints. Scuderia in 12th place, with Brazilian Endurance Team certainly enduring. 13th position at the minute. They've got a Race Club, the Sheikh car just behind them in 14th, as we saw going past the Avenger Racing Porsche in 15th place. Academy Racing Team, they're in 16th position with 2 Crazy Racing in 17th. VRT, they've got the Ferrari up to 18th position. Driver's Room, well, they are carrying a lot of damage. Luke Van Ogtrop behind the wheel there in 19th position. In High Perform Sim Racing, another team that dropped down the order after a couple of incidents. Walter Siegel behind the wheel at the minute, 20th position for them. Behind them, RTP in 21st, with Plus Ultra Competition running in 22nd position at the moment. Zer 81 in 23rd. Fenrir making their debut in the series. One of 5 teams making their debut in the series. 8 cars between the 5 debuting teams. Monkey Garage in 25th. RTC down in 26th position. Friends Team Racing in 27th place. The Moonshine Crew Esports and La Mifa Racing Team. They've had quite a few trips into the pits. Moonshine Crew only a lap down on the pack ahead, but La Mifa certainly had a tough time of it. A couple of track violations as well, so 2 trips into the pits for penalties on top of the damage as well sees them well adrift down at the bottom of the field. But 165 laps in, Aston Martin of Moro Arsenio. Purple burglar alarm is supposed to be difficult, and yet I can't squeeze that one out. To see we have sorry, yeah, notification in the chat there about one of the cars. Just a quick read over that. There was an Orga display box that was going to be popping up with messages, but for some reason did the strangest of updates before the broadcast and decided not to work. And it's still not working, so we're going to continue to ignore it. The battle for the podium, though, we're definitely not going to ignore that. Matthias Ziegler, I did say in the opening stints, his pace was incredible. Don't be surprised if you see him up near the top 5. He dropped back down the order, and here he is back up fighting for podium positions. He's taken the fastest lap of the race, and he's gotten within half a second of Tom Hacker in the Race Club UK McLaren. There is a Lambo that's very quickly getting himself out of the way. That is a race lead battle. He found himself right in the middle of there. Dennis Bloom, Lugan Sotargo, both their cars involved in battles, both of them in the top 5, both of them separated by half a second from the cars that they're battling with. And it's Race Club UK that's being chased along the straight first. Let's see how Bloom gets on out of the Lesmos. Not as well as Frentzen did, that is for sure. Frentzen came flying out of there, and he has extended that gap hugely. Let's see what Ziegler's done. He's decreased the gap. It's now down to 0.3 of a second. And Tom Hacker potentially feeling the pace here, feeling the pressure ever so slightly, does manage to run that one a bit wide on the exit to Ascari. Oh, couple of flashes there. Foot down nice and early for the Ferrari driver. Both of them using all of that exit curb. The Ferrari's going to stay in the slipstream. Is it going to be enough to keep up with the McLaren in a straight line as they head towards turn number 1? It might not be on this lap, but if you were a betting man, you would it would be the old folding money on Ziegel getting the overtake done before the end of the stint. Oh, and that's Hacker. He maybe is feeling the pressure because he's run deep through turn number 1. He's completely cut out the first corner. That's going to give him. That's not going to give him any advantage actually. As you can see Ziegel closing right up onto the back of him. Hacker moving over. I'm not sure if he's going defensive or trying to give up the position. I doubt he's trying to give up the position. I'm sure it'll be a full-blooded battle between the two of them. Bloom, in fact, oh no, that's some gone wrong. That's gone wrong for Hacker again. It's a chicane, but this time it's right on the exit. He's on the outside curb. Of course they're going to go side by side on the way into the Lesmos, and it's going to be Matthias Ziegler that comes out on top. There we look over the spoiler and we can see in the background that is Bloom still fighting off Frentzen as Hacker is now fighting off. No, he's not. He is fighting straight back again on the back stretch into Ascari. They're going to go side by side once again. We'll get some helicam view of this. They are fully side by side. The McLaren gets in front as he left the two legs on the brakes. No, he's not. Look at the McLaren on the brakes. That is insane. The way you can stop that car dead and get it rotated like that and still keep that momentum. As Tom Hacker then back up into second position. This battle is going to rage for quite a few laps, one would surmise. We've got 6 tenths now separating, so Plum getting the job done in the middle stages of the sector as well. So it's one for Switzer and one for Targo. One for Race Club. Targo 0 for 2 at the minute after those two exchanges. Blum up to 4th position onward. 23 seconds down on Targo Esports 2. We'll see if he can close up any. Here comes Matthias Ziegel again. Targo Esports 3 back in the hunt. We've got some close-ups. We've got the Lambo tucked in there as well. Currently running in 9th position for Only Dunrat. It was a tough start again for the Lambo, but they made up a few positions, avoided quite a few accidents. A couple of laps down, but yeah, certainly maintaining pace at the minute with the 2nd and 3rd place car in the race ahead of them, so not too shabby a showing pace wise at all. Another one to watch surely over the coming calendar, which sees Suzuka next time out. Another nice long a long flowing track as opposed to the short sharp chicanes and turns that is Monza. Zandvoort, that is going to be a fun one. Spa, Valencia, Ulan Park, Kyalami and Nordschleife, all still to come. Over 70 hours of racing still separate the drivers from championship honours. We've got 2 hours and 49 minutes of those to go here. Moro Arsenio and Team Apex, the strategy has been played absolutely to perfection. They've left everyone in their wake and they've left the chasing podium battling amongst themselves, feasting on the scraps of the table of the top step. And it is Matthias Giglet who is fighting wholeheartedly to get the best of the rest title. Could well bring home the fastest lap of the race, would not be a surprise given the pace that he's shown right through the race. The racecraft as well has been absolutely on point from all these teams up at the top. And again, just testament to how quick the teams are. It just takes one little mistake, one slight misjudgment at Monza, and you suddenly find yourself keeping pace with 2nd and 3rd in the race, but a lap or 2 down. It is so easily done. Quite a few teams down the order will testify. Race Club UK, of course, much further down than you would expect. Avenger Racing, VRT, too crazy racing, battling for the podium in the opening exchanges. Top 5 honours were going the way of High Perform until they weren't, unfortunately. RTC as well. We could have expected them to be much further up the order, and the French Team Endurance, I'm sure they were right up the order as well. That's a stop-go 30-second penalty for Fenrir. That is a bad one for the Ferrari. It's a long time stationary in an endurance race. Race Club looking to improve on their position. They're battling with Brazilian Endurance, and that's it, done and dusted. Yeah, to finish first, you must first finish, and you get the feeling there Brazilian Endurance realise that's a much quicker car. Let's let them run their race and we will get to ours. And just to highlight that point, you can see it quickly, the McLaren pulling away from the BMW out of the Lesmos. There's Southern State coming in to take a pit stop, and still this podium battle rages on as they come out of Parabolica. Once again, it is the Ferrari hunting down the McLaren. That is the rear spoiler, and there is the front dashboard. The McLaren moves over, shows the Ferrari the inside line. He's going to go heavy on the brakes. Is he going to get this rotated in time? He's got his nose, wow, right over the inside curb. They do go side by side through the first chicane, and the Ferrari comes out in front. That is a phenomenal move there by Matthias Ziegler, and it takes 2 to tango. Let's make no mistake of that. Tom Hacker extremely compliant in that. He left exactly the right amount of room for an overtake to be made. It was not going to be an easy one, and Ziegler makes it work. He's just got his nose in front as he heads into the second chicane. The Lambo with the premium VIP front row seats to the battle that we're being treated to. But Matthias Ziegler is now ahead. That's Targo 3 up to second position. And even when he was down in 15th and within the first hour, I did say it wouldn't be a surprise to see him in the top 5 come the end of the race. Yeah, Matthias has got a lot more pace than even I gave him credit for early doors. So he is absolutely flying. He's still got Hacker in the slipstream, of course. Hacker, no slouch himself. I've seen him pull some prize overtakes. He really does know how to hang on to the back of a car and use that slipstream to his absolute maximum advantage. Southern State in the pits. Jan Zukowicz out in 9th position for SBR. Nelson Miranda coming out for Iberian Racing. Michael van der Waal, I believe that name may change. We'll keep an eye and see what happens with Southern State. 3/10 of a second almost as they exit in sector number 2. Let's see, sector 3 lap complete, 4/10 through sector 2, and there's a nice bit of slipstream there along the start finish straight still for Hacker. He won't be too sad on that fact, I am absolutely sure. Frentzen though dropping a lot of time, so Targo going 0 for 2 in the first exchanges. They've managed to bring one back and get up to second spot, bag the fastest lap on the way there, but Frentzen might be losing his way ever so slightly, not quite got the pace that Danes Bloom does. That gap is extending pretty comprehensively at the minute. It's 4.7 seconds. And it's still 4.7 seconds, so they'll match one another through sector 1. Again, putting the brakes firmly on my feet. Fabian Allward as well, long-time race leaders, the 666 car. I know it says 8 on the tower, but that, yeah, the driver has entered unfortunately in the wrong car. Into Ascari again, and here comes Tom Hacker coming straight back into Ferrari. They've been absolutely nose to tail for the previous few laps with the Ferrari behind the McLaren. Now looks like they're going for a bit of role reversal, so we'll jump on board with the McLaren. Now they've got a decent passenger car, that's not bad. Yeah, you can see what's going on in front of you. So yeah, Tom Hacker, see, I did say he was good in the slipstream. We've seen that early on. He lined up an overtake for about 5 laps. He knew exactly where the McLaren was better on the brakes, and he got the job done into turn 1. Although the Targo Esports machine absolutely flying at the parabolic at that time. He's put 8/10s between them. That's right on the cusp of the slipstream. So the McLaren is going to have to be 3 or 4/10s better on the brakes through the first corner. Gets a good entrance, gets a good exit, but not as good as Ziegler there in the Ferrari. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that gap was now extended ever so slightly. Although maybe even more surprised to see the Hacker's got it back down. Not there we go, back up to just over a 10th. And now Matthias is going to be getting that little bit of slipstream, so he's going to be going a little bit quicker with the back marker ahead of him. That is Sindako for the ZR81 Ferrari. Still running. And there's the back marker moving out of the way. Brazilian Endurance team into the pits. 2:42 left on the clock. So at least one more pit stop and 2 1 hour 20 stints. Could be a bit of a big ask. In the BMW, 2 1 hour 20 minute stints. Mario Arsenio, again, they had Connor in the chat quite open about the fact that their strategy was run your opening stints as long as possible, within reason, and look to shorten your last stint by as much as possible. So thereby saving all the weight in the last year. As you were saying, yeah, weight not really something that they put much stock in. It's just more about getting the Yeah, basically I'd imagine just getting a comfortable stint out the tyres, really. That's going to be your biggest drawback. If you don't have a driver stint timer, you can, yeah, a petrol tank will last as long as a set of tyres, so it's just, as long as the tyres are going to run well, and yeah, keep the car out there. As soon as you start losing lap time because of the tyres, then yeah, that should be the end of your stint. It's going to be a little while yet. We saw Arsenio pit, I believe, about 20-30 minutes ago, so it's going to be at least another 30 minutes of absolute dominance up at the front. They are at the minute, yeah, so they're effectively a third of a lap behind the Targo Esports car, so Matthias is going to have to put in some absolutely insane laps just to get himself back onto the lead lap, never mind actually have a battle with the Apex Aston Martin. The petrol tank is absolutely dominating here. The Ferrari petrol tank does seem to be the one running second best behind the Aston at the minute, although yeah, Andre Damrat in the IFL car, the Lamborghini, certainly can't argue with their performance in the opening 5 hours 20 minutes. The Iberian racing team as well, we've seen they've had some extremely long stints. I believe they did have an early pit stop, but they have been pitting after the Apex racing car, sometimes by up to 2 to 3 laps. So they really have extended out their stint. So this could work massively in their favour. When I came back, I did say they're down in about 11th place. They were up at 9th. It could become the last stint that they suddenly find themselves in 5th position. And again, this would not be a massive surprise. Although, now that I've said that, they are an extra lap down on 7th and 8th. They should put it back onto that lap. Yeah, we've got a while to go to see what happens there. Tom Hacker in 3rd place, was in 2nd, now 3 seconds behind Den Bloom, now finds himself with the Brazilian Endurance team back out of the pits. Bruno Santana behind the wheel of the BMW. Bruno Vinicius Gomez Garcia out for VRT. So the two Brunos running behind one another in the running order, the BMW and the Ferrari. Where were we keeping an eye? There we go. I was looking at that gap, and in fact I was just about to comment on Hacker losing time to Bloom. He does get the gap back up to 7 seconds. Bloom had the BMW behind them, so certainly not caught up in traffic through that sector. Hacker, he's still got traffic behind him as well. Let's go IBR. Would that be Iberian? Apologies, I'm not fully up to date with all the abbreviations and nicknames for some of the teams, but with IBR, I would say from the name, yes. Potentially, no. Cruz. Yeah, that's a Spanish name. Iberia, yes. Hopefully that is the correct car. Maybe overanalyzing that. I can't think of any other IBR that would be. Although it did manage to miss HPSR. So better safe than sorry. Yeah, Iberian Racing Team. There we go. I did want to write the full name. Well, there you go. But that's perfect. Now that you have typed the full name once, we can just go full IBR from now on. Perfect. But yeah, they're doing well. Their pit strategy, I'm not sure, there was a 40-minute break in the commentary there, and they were up to 9th. They're getting up to 5th position towards the end of their stint. I'm not sure. They're in 10th place at the minute, so yeah, maybe just not long out the pits, but I think they are on for a top 10 finish. Definitely say it's on the cards. Apex Racing still absolutely leading the way. They've got 26 ahead of them. So that's Race Club UK. And yeah, that's one of the cars that was actually looking good to win the race in the opening exchanges from quali. They did exceptionally well. So yeah, so it could actually be a bit of a while before Apex catch up with them. Which I'm sure they won't mind in the slightest. As much clear track as they can get at this stage in the race will be more than gratefully received. The track map, you can see there on the right hand side. There's not many free spaces on there. There's cars right through it, and as soon as they start coming in and out of the pits again, it's all going to start over again. As you can see, the Lamborghini very patiently waiting behind, but it just again shows the pace down the grid. That have maybe lost their way in the opening exchanges, but the IFL team more than keeping up with the Race Club UK bait car at the minute. While Matthias Siegel in the Targo Esports 3, he is flying off into the distance. 4.5 seconds he is now up the road, and again he's got another Ferrari in front of him, a handy bit of slipstream from the Scuderia ORC car. Another car that I've had been involved in a couple of incidents, not of their doing, but a couple of avoiding actions and a bit of a flick off the curb. I believe it was as well, but still running 12th position, 3 laps down. In fact, that'll change to 2 laps down. Indeed it does. So yeah, a couple of laps down from the leader, but considering the pace they're showing, it's still very, very good. A couple of cars behind, that's Hall behind them, and there's Denz Bloom coming in at the pits. So Denz Bloom bringing the McLaren into the pits, and he was making time on Hacker. Hacker still got the Lamborghini behind him, politely staying there. Arsenio highly unlikely coming to the pits. Oh, bit of a wiggle there through Parabolica. It's not often we've seen that from the Aston Martin. Yeah, no, he's definitely staying out. He'll be out there, oh yeah, for quite a while yet. Matthias, we'll see what they can do with their strategy. We've got, it looks like Avenger Racing Team are going to be making a driver swap in a moment as well. They've got RTC just ahead of them. Given the pace they're showing, I'm not sure. Is this cross-platform? It is indeed, yes. Switzer Motorsports, both of their cars are Xbox, yes. So we've got Fabian Albert behind the wheel at the moment. It's just got past Denz Bloom, Den bringing the car into the pits. Well, once he gets through the timing line for the end of Sector 1, we'll find out if it is, in fact, Blum still behind the wheel. But yes, the short answer to that question, as I was trying to give the long one, yes, it is cross-platform. And yeah, we do have 2 Xbox teams in here. And as you can see, running very, very, very well indeed. So I did mention at the start of the broadcast, Kunos, you left the console community hung out to dry when you first brought this out on PS5, but you got there eventually. Now we just need proper broadcasting tools, like you've got on the PC, and yeah, that would be fantastic. Thank you very much. Race Club UK in for another pit stop. So too the rookie racing legends. My apologies. Sven Schumann bringing the McLaren in. There was a name I wanted to check. Peter van Lieshout for Southern State Racing. That's them in. But it's him back out for Southern State Racing. They've come back out in 11th. They'll definitely get past Rookie Racing in the pit. Oh no, well they're a lap down there as well. Frenson moves up to third. That puts 2 Targo cars back. That puts 2 Targo cars, sorry, on the podium. There was 2 Schwitzer cars on the podium a couple of stints ago. That is the swings and roundabouts, the highs and the lows of endurance racing, right? Still 2.5 hours to go though, and if all that could happen in the opening, then yeah, it could easily happen in the closing. Track getting cooler still. Academy Racing Team, oh, they're carrying a bit of damage on that BMW as well. I think they've just been overtaken by 2 Crazy racing up, so that's 2 Crazy back up to 17th. Academy Racing, yep, they're carrying a bit of damage on that BMW. Oh, it's lively. I feel like I should instantly know which McLaren that is. I do. It's Adnall for Race Club UK. So he's up in 5th position with the back markers battling for 17th. And he certainly won't be too enthusiastic about the fact that one of them's carrying a lot of damage as well. It does add that extra bit of tenseness, shall we say, to your thought processes and judgments. But yeah, he'll be keen to get himself out the middle of there. David Frentzen still in the pits for Targo. Does that put Alward ahead of him again? It certainly does. Adnall will be looking to do the same. I'm not sure he's going to quite get close enough. There'll certainly be... I don't think Frentzen will quite be into the second chicane, but yeah, there's confirmation. Adnall through. Sorry, Alward through. Adnall in 5th position. Polsky coming through. In fact, he might even get the position. Frentzen been in there a while now, safe to say. The Avenger Racing Porsche in as well. There is the McLaren dropped, and already into turn 1 is Adnall. Polsky on the run as well. Frentzen only just being released. So released back into this battle, so there's going to be another huge leapfrog when these drivers ahead, Race Club UK and Targo, all come into the pits as well. There's Targo's second car back out with one of the quicker McLarens ahead. It's not high performance because their car is, well, it's Monkey Garage, sorry, that's Monkey Garage, green and blue, there we go. So yeah, they'll quickly get themselves out of the way. They've got a good run out of the first corner there. IFL come into the pits. Andre Damrat out for a second or third stint so far. So good racing by them into the top 10. It's yeah, no easy place to get to the way the race has panned out so far. We've got Rookie Racing legends Lucas Acker back behind the wheel. He's got Nelson Miranda 10th position for Iberian, so it'll be good to see, interesting to see what position they get to, or what position they're in when they come into the pits. They've made it as far as 5th so far, and every time they've come back out the pits, they've come back out a position higher than they previously went in, which got to 9, and then for some reason dropped back to 11th. But it will be a few more laps before they come in. We'll know when they're going to be coming in because it'll be 2 to 3 laps after the race leaders come in, and the race leaders very much still Apex Racing. Targo Esports 3 still got the fastest lap. Matthias Eagle will be trying to close in. Looking on the track map, so he is, yeah, so there's a bigger gap physically on track. It was safe to say that Arsenio was catching Gigle on the track map, but they're into Ascari, so they're yeah, opposite sides of the track at the moment. 2 hours and 27 minutes to make back a lap against a car that is on an absolute perfect fuel strategy for this track. It is a big ask, but given how far down the field Matthias has been, could well be the driver to do so. Scuderia come into the pits, 12th place. They are in as we are looking at the Brazilian Endurance team. We've got the Avengers Porsche ahead of them. Let's see if it's some spoiler cam. Yeah, Brazilian endurance team. P9, let's go. I don't know if we got an overtake done or not, to be honest. Yeah, well, like I say, with the way the pits are going, yeah, Iberian again. In fact, it looks like they might be about to get an overtake done. They've got Ricky Racing Legends just ahead of them, so we'll keep an eye on that battle as well. Yeah, we'll do some helicams, so we can keep a close eye on both of those, as we can see. Oh, he's got it done again through Parabolica. The Porsche just can't keep up with any other car at the minute, it seems. So yeah, the Porsche really struggling, and that is Bruno Santana. Solid overtake in the Beamer, puts Brazilian Endurance up to 14th position. Iberian Racing still on the back of Ricky Racing Legend. So yeah, so they're still chasing the Ricky Racing Legends. Oh, and in fact Stefan Bell still within half a second there. French Team Endurance still out on track. So too Fenrir Sim Racing. They got a stop go 30-second penalty. They've served that back out on track again. Nuno Silva in for the Academy Racing team. Some much needed repairs on the BMW. I'm sure we'll be getting carried out there. That is one battered and bruised Beamer, it's safe to say. We've got Nelson Miranda still within 7/10 of a second. In fact, no, that's gone down to 1.2. A little red spike there for Fabian Albert, so new driver connecting. Yeah, so new driver looks like coming in for Schwitzer Motorsport. Currently got a position on the podium. Again, the pit strategies now, the positions could massively change with about 40 minutes to go. Oh, Academy Racing speeding in the pit lane, and the Moonshine crew picking up a drive-through for track limit violations with that damage they're carrying. The aerodynamic instability on that car must be absolutely incredible. So yeah, maybe the only real surprise, the fact that they haven't picked up a penalty that little bit sooner. But they're going to have to, oh, that's unsettled through Ascari as well, so they're going to have to drive through the pit, come back out before they can even think about coming in again to get any repairs done. Academy Racing, they will be straight back in. And that is costly because themselves and Plus Ultra Competizione, they've been battling hard right through the race between the two of them. There's been some firm but fair battling, it is safe to say. Both of them running very well indeed. But that stop go 30-second Plus Ultra car is carrying a bit of damage as well, actually. Yeah, but a stop go 30-second, that does put a big gap, so it's going to be a big turnaround needed. Even with that damage being carried by one of the cars. We've got RTP bringing their McLaren in, Stefan Hain behind the wheel. 20th position, 4 laps down on the leader. VRT looking to pile on the parabolica woes for the Avenger team racing. The Porsche, once again, absolutely no place in the battle through parabolica. And the Ferrari very easily getting it done. Even with the slipstream from the McLaren ahead, the Ferrari sails in front, the Porsche has to drop in behind. Not even a contest. The Porsche could try and get it done through turn number 1, but they do have another car directly in front. Oh, he's gone for it. That was maybe a bit hasty. If I'm being honest, that was a touch hasty perhaps there from the VRT car. He's ended up costing himself a position from the Pearl in the Avenger car back ahead of him again. SBR in the pits while all this is going on, and that's not made their life any easier there. Stefan Pearl says thanks very much, I will retake the position for the moment. He knows, we know, everybody knows he's going to lose it again in Parabolica. Unless the VRT car loses it before then. Looking for a move up the inside on the way into the Lesmos. I would definitely say ill-advised, as we saw from the driver we saw, the Epic Race Club driver, whose name escapes me at the minute. He knew exactly where his opponent's weakness was. It was on the brakes into turn number 1, so just kept probing and probing, positioned himself through sector 2 to get... Oh, and that's it, the Porsche has just gone over both curbs on the way through Ascari, and that's going to surely cause a massive amount of instability and a loss of acceleration, and it most certainly does. Porsche back behind before they even get to Parabolica, so you would think at this stage that's absolutely going to be job done. Bruno Santana ahead of them now, the car that Bruno Vinicius Gomez Garcia will be chasing for VRT. Well, he should be a bit more stable going into turn 1 this time with not so much pressure applied. You can see just how much of a run he's got in there, but the Porsche now under pressure from the lap to BMW behind. But yeah, not even contest this time, nice and easy, does it by the VRT car, and that is 15th position all wrapped up. First place with 2 hours to go. Bit of cloud cover, no chance of rain. I'm sure after Circuit of the Americas, the driver's more than happy with the weather report for this race. But yeah, with 2 hours to go, it's certainly looking very, very good for Arsenio. Can't quite get lap times at the minute. It would be interesting to see how quick Siegel is going. One small way we can check, if we'll have a look on the track map, one was going through, the race leader was going through, oh, it's coming to the pits. Targo Esports have come into the pits, and Arsenio is already through Ascari. Now they're highly unlikely to be coming into the pits. Oh, he's almost gone in the wall there. That was a big bounce on that outside gravel there. You can afford absolutely zero complacency at any point in time around this track. Ascari most definitely. So Arsenio is going to put another lap up on Gigli. Gigli will get that one back when Arsenio next comes into the pits, but Arsenio next coming into the pits is going to be at least another 20 minutes, if not 30. It's going to be quite some time. Gigli coming back out. Where is Allward? So he has gotten ahead. Michael Admiral has not. So Race Club UK will remain in 4th. There we go, Gigli in 3rd. Allward up to 2nd, but obviously they are going to be coming into the pits soon themselves. So Arsenio, that's the gap behind, increased even further then for Apex Racing. At the moment it's saying that Gigli is still behind the wheel. We'll see what happens when we come through the timing line. No, it's Maximiliano Kasaka back behind the wheel for Targo 3. And that's not this league. There we go. That's for the seniors. So Strategy's throwing everything up in the air at the minute. Where is Iberian? Up to 8th place. Losing time to Rookie Racing Legends. At one point they were within a second. Rookie Racing having absolutely none of that though. Certainly not much rookie about the racing that they've done today. 2 laps down on the leader, or there'll be a lap down in a moment, in 7th position. Great drive and putting even more time on Miranda there for Iberian, IBR. IFL just behind them with Southern State Racing still inside the top 10. There it is, their cameraman struggling to keep up, and it's that damage on their car. Again, if a car picks up damage early, sometimes it doesn't fix itself on screen when they get it repaired, so not 100% sure if the car is actually carrying damage or not, but certainly top 10, not a bad place to be. Brandon blocks up, there we go, the McLaren, not the pink Ferrari, there we are there, very much the John Deere colours, just outside the top 10, but they've got plenty of clear track, and they're making their way through the traffic as well. Oh, we've got a couple of cars. So the Moonshine Esports crew just picked up another stop go 30-second penalty, and so has Monkey Garage. So yeah, the BMW having a torrid time with the track limits, unfortunately. Letha Racing, they've very much been in the same boat as well. We've got Monkey Garage coming back into the pits once again. And yeah, in some place like Monza, documents completely frozen. Because of the length of the lap and the average space, the pit lane is pretty detrimental at the best of times. There's Schwitzer into the pits as we expected. Kasaka will retake second for Target Esports. Adonal will be hoping to get at least close to Allward if he can. Arsenio still out and running as expected, another 14 or so minutes I would say. Iberian Racing up to 8, still losing time to Rookie Racing. There is Monkey Garage coming into the garage to spend that 30-second stationary before being released back into the wild once again. The Moonshine Esports crew and Letha Racing making debuts. Still running. All 29 teams that started the race still out on track, completing the race 6 hours in, which is an absolute testament to the drivers, to the teams and their abilities. 6 hours at Monza and all 29 teams are still running. Not too bad at all. Fenrir Sim Racing 25th position with Zer in 81. Zer 81 in 24th, my apologies. RTC, another one of these teams definitely to watch going forward in the championship. A bit down on where you would normally expect them, but still some pace right through the field. And yeah, despite the damage again, another team fully committed to finishing the race, fully committed to getting themselves on the podium, at least one car on the podium. Switzer, Motorsport, Targo, Apex, they'll all have something to say about that of course, but Race Club UK in there as well. But Switzer certainly piling on the pressure, really chasing down Michael Adnall at this point in time. I think Adnall's about to come into the pits as well. Yeah, so he has got a pit stop due. They've got some traffic to make their way through as well. And endurance racing, absolutely 100% teams that do well is because they know how to navigate and use surrounding traffic to their advantage. Popolski certainly using it to his advantage there. They're absolutely bumper to bumper as they head towards Parabolica. Pops up the inside. He's thinking about it on the brakes. He's got it done on the brakes. He uses the curb to rotate, stays in the inside line, and he's got the overtake done before they've even got to the middle phase of the corner. And on the exit, it is Switzer back in third place, but Adenal is in the slipstream, and here he comes. You can see just how close he is under the rear spoiler. He goes for the side-by-side one. Look how close they are along that start-finish straight into the braking zone as Adenal is on the inside line for Polski. Oh, he's just clipped that curb, maybe a bit too heavy. It's unsettled it on the way out, and it is Adenal who comes out on top of this one. Race Club UK back up to third position. Switzer Motorsport, a temporary dalliance onto the podium there, but I'm sure that's done nothing but whet the appetite even more as we head into the second chicane. It's Adenal. Oh, he's not quite got that the way he wanted to. He's hit that sausage curve on the right hand side halfway through. Popolski having to take a voiding action there. Great racecraft and IQ by both of them, and sportsmanship there. Popolski could have made that situation a whole lot worse for Adenal and disappeared off into the distance there. He absolutely did not, and out with the Lesmos has done Adenal all the favours as the Race Club UK car tears along the back stretch towards Ascari with an ever increasing gap then. So Adenal really will be counting his blessings after that one. I wonder if he's got a cat sitting on his lap like a Bond villain, because yeah, one of the two. He's either got 9 lives or he's a Bond villain with that one. But yeah, really great driving by both of them. This is a battle for podium positions as well, so it is absolutely all to play for, and both of them playing for it as fairly and evenly as they possibly can. We'll still let one another know. You open up and overtake. I'm going to take that position if possible. Just checking. And remember as well, we've got the interview box open as well if anyone wants to jump in and say hello. Let us know how things are going for your teams. Through the first chicane. Good run this time by both of them. The second chicane last time caught Adenal out. Let's see how he copes with it this time around, and still no less pressure on this lap than the previous lap. Much better run through the chicane that time, the Race Club UK car getting the job done, keeping Popolski behind them convincingly this time. Popolski with a more convincing entry to the Lesmos though, is he building up the momentum for an assault through Parabolica. It certainly looks like he is along the back stretch. He's going to be nose to tail through Ascari. It's going to be all about his curb interaction through Ascari, and he's staying out the slipstream there. Ooh, I thought he was staying out just to make sure he got the full aerodynamic use under braking. Whatever's happened there, he's definitely got the slightly better run. He's going to be in that slip, and it is going to be nose to tail. Here we go then, Parabolica assault as predicted. Yep, he has gone for the late break, last of the late breakers then. I think there wasn't even the slightest bit of contact there, but he was on the inside line. They've got Ferraris in the background there as well. I'm not going to check who that is. I do know who that green Ferrari is. We're going to keep an eye on this. It is the final podium position, and it is temporarily Switzer Motorsport that are on there. Here comes Race Club UK, and I think Race Club, he did for a millisecond have his nose in front, but Popolski went later on the brakes. He's taken the middle line, and he has taken that podium position from Race Club UK. A good hard fought battle between the two of them, and it sees Switzer Motorsport back on the podium. He's now got a couple of blue flags just behind him. I don't think it is Vinicius Gomez, it is the green Ferrari that's tucked in just behind him. Oh, and that's a big mistake. It doesn't look like much of a mistake, but that is certainly a mistake. That's going to cost you at least a couple of tenths putting the wheels that wide. It's almost uncertain as he goes into the Lesmos. That was a brave line he took there. Full commitment from Kopolski. I thought he was about to make a mistake, compound his mistake by making an even bigger one. It just goes to show you what I know. Kopolski wringing the neck out of the McLaren through the Lesmos there. Full grip on the steering wheel, absolutely no doubt. And he does manage to make it stick, and he is showing a fairly clean pair of heels to the Race Club UK car. Nelson Miranda is got the red pink, so they've got a new driver joining, so they'll be coming out the pits within the next couple of laps. And saying that could be anything up to 5 or so laps, I suppose, but yeah, that usually does mean that there's a driver swap going on, a new driver joining the server to take over in the car. So we'll see they're up to 8th position, absolutely making no ground whatsoever on the Rookie Racing Legends. They're very comfortably in that 7th place at the minute. Switzer Motorsport got Brian Lowe out behind the wheel, 6.4 seconds down on Frentzen. There's cars in the pits there as well. Oh, the Moonshine crew have got another stop-go 30-second penalty. I wonder if they're putting the car in 2nd gear on the way out of the pits. On Monkey Garage have been DSQ'd. I won't get notification of that. Yeah, so if they leave and rejoin, as long as the disqualified driver isn't the first registered driver, they should be able to finish the race with the drivers that haven't been disqualified. Lemiva in 28th place, Schultz and Moonshine Crew. Stop go 32nd, that is their 4th or 5th, I think. So yeah, I think maybe they're putting the car in 2nd gear on the way in or out of the pits, because that will get you a speeding infraction. Just for being in the wrong gear. There's certainly going to be another tip in there. Daniel Alves have got Plus Ultra competency on. They're about to make a driver swap as well. Walter Siegel has brought the car into the pits. The High Perform Sim Racing car on its way back out. One more pit stop for High Perform. We've got 2 hours and 4 minutes left. The cars will easily do an hour and 2 minutes. So that was the penultimate scheduled pit stop for the High Perform team. We'll stay with them and see who is behind the wheel for the 19th position they're in at the moment. There's 2 Crazy Racing coming out the pits as well. Yeah, just on that 6-hour mark. And it is Walter Siegel that's still behind the wheel of the car then. So he's come out for another stint. Quite a few of the drivers putting in multiple stints. No confirmation as yet as to what went wrong with Monkey Garage. But yeah, DSQ, that could have been for a pit lane violation. If you reverse too far back into your box sometimes, that can get you a monster slap on the wrists. 2 Crazy Racing, they're on their way back out of the pits. David Liebesheder brought the car in. Again, we shall await the run through the timing line to see who is behind the wheel. Track temperature down to 21 degrees. So it did indeed, as I say, peaked at 23. Started at 17, we got up to 23, and it is heading its way back down. It will, of course, in game local time, 4 PM. The race due to finish about 6 PM local time. So I don't think it'll quite get back down to the 17. We certainly should get just under the 20-degree mark. So nice for the drivers. A decent temperature. I don't have to worry too much about excessive wear or graining should it have been too hot or too cold. So yeah, perfect temperatures for the drivers to drive in. Arsenio at this point is pretty much in a persistent blue flag parade. It's going to feel like a victory parade that started early. There is yeah, a lot of traffic ahead. We've got a car in the pits. We've got VRT bringing their Ferrari into the pits. Looks like they're about to make a driver swap as well, and I would guesstimate that Brandon Bloxham is going to be handing the wheel of the car over. The next time he comes in to the pits as well. It looks like Gabriel Lawiger for Too Crazy Racing is just settling in behind the wheel after taking over as ahead of High Perform, which very much would have been the plan. They've got 3 laps to serve their pits lane. Yeah, it does seem curious. IFL Racing, they've got the Lambo inside the top 10 and they are just behind Iberian. So Iberian again trending up towards 5th place for some of their stints, but now in 8th position, and looks like that might be down to 9th this time when they come in the pits. IFL all over the back of them at the minute. Oh yeah, extremely close there. Pops out. As I look up the inside of the Lesmo, the Ferrari just holds their line. They know exactly. IFL not likely to put anything as wide as a Lamborghini up the inside of a Ferrari on the way into the Lesmos, but the Lambo knows on the exit to the Lesmos, just keep it nice and wide on that curve and use that momentum the best you can. There is a Ferrari ahead, won't be helping either of them at the moment. It's all about the straight line speed, and at the minute it's in the hands of the Lambo, and that is Dustin Paul of IFL Racing getting their car up to 8th position. So yeah, 8 McLarens qualified in the top 10. We've got 6 in the top 10 in the race. And it was a McLaren that took pole as well. In fact, the McLaren front row in qualifying. So over 1 lap, the McLarens seem to be the better car. But in race trim, Aston Martin, Ferrari, Lambo, they are definitely bringing the heat. So too the BMWs as well. They've made their way up through the field. Avenger Racing just outgunned in quite a few corners in a straight battle, but for consistent laps, if left to their own devices, the Porsches can definitely get a few quick ones in there. Nelson Miranda certainly not giving up on the battle for 8th place. 3 tenths behind. Yeah, into the second chicane. Sorry, a bit of a glitch on my screen there. Apex Racing still up in front, an hour and 58 minutes left to go. And they really are looking to massively minimise their final stint. We've already seen them run an hour and 12 minutes. So even if they were to come in now, you would think they're going to run about an hour and 10 minutes, which is going to give them about a 50-minute final stint. Which is, yeah, exactly what you need. The fuel calculators. Oh, they've come in now. So there we go. They have come in now. So almost on the start of the penultimate hour. We've got the race leaders coming into the pits. 197 laps under their belt so far. 2 more than anyone else out on track at the minute. The sail that Aston Martin in. As I was saying, they've been doing stints of about an hour and 12 minutes, so they're going to have a 45-minute stint maximum. I would say they might even get that cut, be able to cut that down to about a 40-minute stint for the final one. The car's still out; they'll be looking to do the same. Iberian are definitely going to be the ones to watch. A couple of cars ahead of them have already pitted, and we've seen they do like to pit a couple of laps ahead, although Dustin Paul finding himself with Kasaka. That's the pace that the Lambo's got. Again, a lot of teams out of position. Let's be under absolutely no illusions. And there is the second place Ferrari being unlapped by the IFL Racing Lamborghini in 8th place. And absolutely got the pace to do so. He is flying out with that second chicane. Got that job well and truly done. And yeah, all three cars enjoying that little bit of slipstream there. The McLaren behind, desperately trying to catch up and desperately trying to avoid putting wheels on the gravel, failing on the latter there unfortunately. Oh, and again almost losing the back of the McLaren on the way out of the Lesmos. We'll see what happens between these three along the backstretch into Ascari. RTC looks like they're about to make a driver swap as well. Go Team Porsche, you see there in the chat. Yep, Avenger Racing. But let's jump back on to Paul. Let's go Helicam so we can actually see. Oh no, Paul is miles ahead. Miranda ahead as well. So Maximiliano Kasaka. There's APX out. APX? I blame Iberian. Apex Racing back out the pits. Morgan Grace behind the wheel. And Iberian, as we've seen, likely to be coming out the pits in a lap or two. So yeah, they're going to have a 30-minute stint to close out the race. That is going to be one very light car with four very, very, very usable tyres, to say the absolute least. So yeah, we can expect the Ferraris and the Aston Martin to get absolutely ragdolled for the final stint from these cars. Iberian could well be making up places. Lamifa, 28th position by virtue of Monkey Garage, unfortunately being disqualified. That's not something that would have taken place at the hands of any of the organisers. That's not something that can be done on PS5, so that's an in-game infraction for speeding in the pit lane, reversing in the pit lane. I don't think you can get it for too many track limit drive-throughs, but even if you could, there's no way they had enough because they've been lapping up in the top 15, and we clearly would have seen that. So yeah, unfortunate for them. Lamifa still ahead of them, obviously, with Moonshine Crew in the BMW and 27 to seem to have shaken off whatever issue they were getting themselves in and out of the pits in short order. They have finally managed to do so. Fenrir ahead of them, another team that tangled with the in-game stewards. They fought the law, and I can confirm the law won. French team Endurance up to 25th position, 081. They're in the pink Ferrari, 24th position. You can see just in the foreground. RTC, yeah, I'm going to say that car has been fixed. It just isn't showing on screen at the minute because there's no way teams are going to be coming out and doing this long of a race without the. You would lose too much time over the race rather than staying stationary and getting it repaired. That is Academy Racing then. They're being unlapped by the Ferrari. They're in 22nd position with Plus Ultra Competition, 6 seconds up the road now. RTP in 20th with High Perform in 19th position. Too Crazy in 18th place. So they have made up another position or two, but certainly themselves and High Perform definitely on the cards. Until those incidents that were involved in. VRT got some traffic ahead of them, but a position within sight as well as driver's room in 16th position, only a second and a half up the road. Avenger Racing in the Porsche, still 15th place with Brazilian Endurance and Race Club UK ahead of them. Scuderia and SBR joining those three just outside the top 10, with SBR leading the chasing pack in 11th place. In the top 10 it is Southern State Racing still, with Iberian Racing Ninth place, 2 seconds down on IFL. Dustin Cole absolutely flying. These positions are likely to all change very shortly because we're going to see a lot of pit stops. Race Club UK in 6th. And then it is the battle of Switzer and Targo. Switzer 5th, Targo 4th, Switzer 3rd, Targo 2nd. That is the battle for the final podium positions. The top podium position, that battle is going on between Morgan Grace, the track, and the wheel and pedals. They are dominating up at the front, and in fact have made more ground on the chasing car, because they were firmly through Ascari as Targo were getting through the first chicane. And that's after a pit stop as well. It's no wonder Apex Racing have taken a championship here in the opening 2 seasons, of course, with the ACC Endurance League. Make sure you do jump on the links as well. Get into the Discord, jump on the SimGrid, sign yourself up. I believe there's still reserve spaces available, 2 full grids. Now the seniors and the rookies, of course, it simply means that they are new to the ACC Endurance League series. Such a difficult word to pull out with thin air there, series. Yeah, tough one. So the rookies are simply newcomers to the Apex Racing car with new drivers, so they're in the Rookie League. The seniors, teams that have been in the competition since season 1. So yeah, real pace right through the grid. There's driver's room into the pits. Luke Van Okrop and Iberian coming in from 9th position. About an hour and 15 minutes left to go. So yeah, they've planned to have a stint of less than an hour at the end, and that's absolutely what they're going to get. Apex Racing are as well. We will leave it on our race leaders, and I'll be back in a moment. Enjoy the video coverage. And we are back again. Just a quick pit stop for the commentary team there. Getting an update in the chat. It looks like car 444 were DQ'd for not serving a penalty. So I think it looks like they've been given a drive-through and they've tried to stop and fix the car and then leave the pits. That would be a DQ. Yeah, if you're given a penalty, you must serve that before you can come into the pits to get any work done on the car. It would seem weird the engineers would let them do that. It's Avenger Spider Roy in the chat once again. Hello, good evening. Welcome back in. Or hello again. But yeah, there is the Porsche there. 15th position at the minute, as we're very much closing the home stretch of the race. One more pit stop. One more pit stop for a lot of the teams. Obviously, you need to be within, say, an hour and 10 minutes of the finish. So, yeah, anyone that comes in between now, anyone that comes in the next 36 minutes will still have one more pit stop to take. After that, it will be free reign. And that is Brandon Bloxham. Okay, so yeah, we got caught up with some traffic there on the way into the second chicane, so that's put a bit of breathing space. The Iberian racing team back out in 10th position. Yeah, so that pit stop strategy has worked out well. They did come back out in 9th at one point, as I mentioned, back out in 10th again. That's not too bad with one pit stop still to go, and they are going to be one of the teams with a very short final stint. Yeah, anyone that does pit in the next 35 minutes, it really is going to cost them massively, given that they're going to have to do another stop after that with so many teams out there, only needing one more to get to the end. Mainly Morgan Grace and Apex Racing, 203 laps in. Absolutely flying up at the front. Still making their way through the traffic. Saka still with the fastest lap. Got the Porsche in the slipstream into Ascari. The Porsche not under pressure for position at the minute. No, it's VRT that's behind them. Oh, just as I mentioned, VRT, they've picked up a drive-through for track limits. And they've just got out of the way. Oh, because that was the race leader coming through, of course. The only Aston Martin out on track. So, yeah, that would have been easy to figure out. And Plus Ultra Competition, their battle has been reignited then. So they had that Plus Ultra Competizione. Oh, they still do have a bit of damage. Nino Silva had a drive-through penalty to serve as well. They've managed to get back out and catch up. So yeah, Plus Ultra really need to come in and get that damage repaired. But that's Academy Racing back up ahead of the Plus Ultra Competizione card, despite serving that penalty. Craig Needham is out for driver's room. 18th place for them, 11 seconds down on Too Crazy Racing. There comes VRT to serve their drive-through. No penalties so far up at the front. We'll see if that remains the case in the closing stages. Yeah, so easy to pick up a track limit warning. 4 of them. You get yourself a drive-through and you find yourself falling massively down the order. Up at the top of the... Oh no, that is... So sorry, my apologies. Yeah, there's a race leader. I'm double checking it. So the race leader's just gone another lap up on one of the Schwitzer cars. Yeah, but Schwitzer is closing in on Targo Esports 2. In the early stages, it was certainly the 555 Schwitzer motorsport car that was behind. This one now says 444, it should say 666. Yeah, with the 666 car, yep, there it is there. 666. Oh no, 3.5 seconds down, so that is 1.1 just been lost very quickly there. Frentzen within 10 seconds of Switzer's other car. So these three only separated by 14 seconds, with Kasaka 22 seconds up the road on them. Morgan Grace looking to complete lap number 205. More traffic successfully navigated. Green flag wait. Oh, okay, because is that the DSQ in the pits? Yeah, hopefully that shouldn't be. I mean, it is shown as a yellow flag on the track map actually, but it shouldn't cause. It shouldn't show a yellow flag out on the course through there. Hopefully not anyway. End up getting a penalty for overtaking under yellows. That would be, yeah, massively unfortunate. Some sand being kicked up there just ahead of Kasaka. That looks like it is one of the Race Club UK cars. It's Dan Clegg, who's out for Race Club UK 13th position. Got one of the race leaders just behind them. Avenger Race is still 15th, and VRT back out the pits. They've held on to 16th position. Getting a bit of help from another one of the teams in BMW that have been in and out those pits for penalties. We'll see if it can catch back up to Avengers Racing. 1.4 down the road at the minute. The Plus Auto Competizione car, Santi Martin, absolutely got their work cut out for them, wrestling with that BMW, but still keeping it within striking distance of Silva in the Academy Racing. So we'll keep an eye and see if that position suddenly changes any. Brazilian Endurance in and out the pits as well, and so to Southern State in the pits. It looks like IFL are about to have a driver swap. So yeah, these teams now. Oh yeah, so they do have one more pit stop, and it is going to be a shorter stint. My apologies. Yep, I've totally overcomplicated that one. Okay. Brandon Bloxton. We saw his connection pop in a few moments ago, so I assumed he was coming in to make a driver swap. He might have an exit position when he does. He's got the Iberian Racing team firmly in front of him at the minute through the Lesmos. So we'll see if the McLaren comes out on top on this battle. The Ferraris have certainly been doing well so far, better than the Porsches. That is for sure. A little bit of a wiggle there in the background through turn number 1. Kasaka still holding the fastest lap of the race. The track temperature down another degree with an hour and 38 minutes left to go. Oh, that's for the German interview. So Apex Racing leading the way, Targo in second, and Switzer still in third place. Targo still got that fourth, with Switzer in fifth. So these two teams battling out over the final podium positions, while Apex battle their way through the back markers to victory at the minute. Race Club UK podium protagonists at one point, still could be as well, with an hour and 30 minutes to go. I'm going to see everyone take another pit stop, and then it's going to be a straight run to the end. And yeah, I'm right. If there's yeah, anyone that is taking a pit stop at the minute is going to need another pit anyway. Apex Racing, they've got their strategy absolutely nailed on for the opening 207 laps. They've left themselves the possibility of a very short closing stint. Quite a few of the cars going that way as well. Switzer, as we can see, still on that podium. Down at the back of the field, we've got more cars coming into the pits. There's Academy Racing coming in. The BMW wheels are literally strapped on there. RTC into the pits as well. Friend Rear coming in to take a pit stop as well. Yeah, so they could have a final stint as short as 20 minutes, so we're going to see pit stops potentially up into the last 20 minutes or so of the race. So yeah, absolutely nothing will be decided until then, that is for sure. It's going to make for some interesting interactions as the pack starts bunching up once again, with everyone making their way in and out of the pits for the final time. Still got about an hour before that happens though. And Apex will be hoping they've still got the kind of lead that they've got. You can see on the track map though, that is a lot of traffic that they've got ahead of them to navigate in the next hour and 30 minutes. Certainly for at least the foreseeable future, there's not going to be there's not going to be much free space for the race leader for the foreseeable future unless some of these cars start coming in to take their pit stops. Not really something I'm sure Grace is overly worried with. They have been unbelievably smooth so far right through the race. There is IFL coming in. Dustin Pole will be handing the wheel over. And again, hour and a half, so yeah, they could be looking at a 35 minute stint for their final one. So yeah, a lot of the teams up at the top looking like they're navigating their way through the strategies to bring home that 30-40 minute stint, maybe even shorter. Rookie Racing legends Lucas Acker behind the wheel there. They might be coming in for a pit stop as well. Looks like someone, there we go, someone joining the server for them as well. You can see the race leader is solid, solid gaggle of traffic ahead. Some quick drivers as well. That is the Race Club UK car just ahead of them. So they are themselves very quick, definitely top 5 contenders, that is for sure. Just down the field at the minute. Monza very much doing Monza things. For quite a few of the drivers, it is more than safe to say. That's the German interview again. Yeah, the interview box is still very much open. And Iberian, and they find themselves in a three-way battle. Simon Engel has just exited the pits. He's on very cold tyres. And that is for position. The Iberian car makes its way through. They'll lose the position, of course, again as soon as they come into the pits, but at the minute they are the quicker car. You can see the three of them absolutely nose to tail, with the SPR bringing up the rear at the minute. There's all kinds of movement there. Team cars defending right the way along that back stretch, then into Ascari. Who's going to hold the momentum better? Is it going to be the McLaren that does all the running on the exit once again, or is the Ferrari just going to take off with this one? And I think it is. Going to be the Ferrari. It is indeed into Parabolica. That's going to be job done for the moment for Iberian. And that is, nicely defended there at the minute. That puts them right in the hunt then for a solid top 10 finish. Now that they're out the pits, they've got their one stop left to take. They've got Engel at IFL behind them, and SPR. And SPR and IFL, they're going to have to battle out before before they get even anywhere close to trying to take that position back from Jose Silva at the minute, so the Iberian Racing team. Oh, and the Lambo's completely missed his brakes at the turn number 1 there. You would say that's got a lot to do with the cold tyres freshly out of the pit. McLaren tucked in there in that battle as well, but that has put that one to bed for the minute. SBR then back to chasing Iberian, but this time while being chased by IFL, the McLaren, and that is VRT as well. Their Ferrari 16th position, a lap down on the drivers ahead, but he is closing in on that background. As I said, in these closing stages, there's going to be very little free track. Some of the race leader is getting the first-hand view of. Let's see, angle. Yeah, that's a good exit out of the Lesmos. How good of an exit? Let's go to Helican and see. Oh, not quite good enough though. Definitely getting closer towards the braking zone, but not enough to put any pressure on the McLaren. No pressure on Iberian Racing Team. Out the gates and absolutely flying now that these two have started battling. Jose Silva got the memo. Let these two fight, and let's just get ourselves right on out with this situation. So close to Parabolica there. The Lamborghini opening the corner up to try and take the tighter line through the middle phase of the corner. The McLaren though taking the wider line, definitely benefiting, but here comes the Lambo in the slipstream. Oh, he's popped out a little bit early there. It's amazing, the McLaren, despite giving up the slipstream, not really giving up. Oh, and what's going on there? Oh, they've both taken the escape road. Looked like there might have been, oh, and Engel's been given a drive-through for track limits. Drive-through for track limits then for IFL Racing after that contact and off-track excursion. Michael Adnell brings the Race Club UK car into the pits. And that's them on their way back out. Engel's going to have to come into the pits for that drive-through. Oh, and the McLaren's down. It's the McLaren that's down. SBR, oh, and he's almost taken out another McLaren behind him. That is Van der Waal for Southern State coming through there, but that is Brandon Bloxham for SBR. His McLaren is in a Southern State, it is safe to say. He's gone around the outside of the Lesmos. He's still holding the line as Switzer comes in. Switzer Motorsport bring their 555 car into the pits. Popolski Gaming behind the wheel of that one for the moment. So it looks like both cars are going to be coming into the pits. Engel for a drive-through and SBR for a whole lot of repair. That front splitter is now subterranean, it's safe to say. Dan Clegg got himself caught up to the back of Scuderia. They're trending towards the top 10, which would be a phenomenal finish considering how far back they ended after turn number 1. Extra trips into the pits, but they are fighting back. 12th position is on the cards as they head towards Ascari. We'll go Helicam again so we can actually see just how close they are. Clegg just squeezing his nose in front, manages to get the car turned and rotated. The McLaren really does do wonders on the brakes. Really does do wonders on the brakes. That is Dan Clegg up to 12th position. He's now free to chase down the Bloxham, who is surely... No, he stayed out. So Bloxham has stayed out. Maybe too close to the end of his current stint. Engel's got another 2 laps to come in and serve that serve that drive-through in the pit. Switzer Motorsport got Brian Lowe behind the wheel in their treble 6 machine. And at the moment it's all over. David Frenson for Targo Eastward, so another Switzer Targo battle about to ensue as Targo 3. Oh no, it's not about to ensue because Frenson has come into the pits. So yeah, if they can do an hour, that's going to be a 27-minute final stint. Yep, there is going to be pit stops right down to the last 20 minutes and beyond, potentially. Yeah, half a second, Dan Clegg in the lead there at the minute. How much is he going to extend that before the closing stages? Cars down at the back. A few laps down, a couple of penalties being served for track limits and drive-throughs as well, unfortunately. Stop go 30 seconds, as well as the drive-throughs. A couple of pit lane violations as well, so yeah, a bit of practicing for some of the drivers and teams to do on their way in and out of the pits. I myself know just how much of a nightmare it is trying to get out of the pits penalty-free. For some reason, it just, yeah. It's a lot more difficult than it needs to be sometimes. Or yeah, we drivers can certainly make it that way. Frenson into the pits, Rookie Racing into the pits. That's going to be their penultimate pit stop done and dusted. They'll be hoping it's one more scheduled. With less than half an hour to go, is going to be Dennis Bloom up to 4th position once again. So as you can see, these positions, apart from first place, all keep changing. And second, I think that one's looking very good for into turn number 1. That's 3 wide. Is that a battle for position? It is indeed. It's Scuderia trying to get the position back from Race Club. Not managing to do so on this occasion, but certainly looking to give it a go. Both cars have shown very good pace so far. Of course, Clegg in the Race Club car starting the race right up in the front couple of rows. Tom Hacker back out. He's got Lucas Acker behind him. Fabian Manchiner just taking the wheel for Targo Esports. So that connection will settle down in a moment. Then Bloom with another pit stop to take, but it is once again 2 Switzer cars separating the 2 Targo cars. Bloom, of course, staying out. Machiner 5th place, Hacker in 6th, Rookie Racing in 7th, Iberian up to 8th place. With Southern State a bit down the road, that is a back marker. McLaren they've got behind them. IFL back out after serving. IFL back out after serving that drive-through, unsurprisingly, getting themselves past SBR. With the damage that they're carrying, they're going to be losing a lot of time. As we see Scuderia going past Race Club as they come in to take their penultimate scheduled pit stop. So it'll be one more for them after this pit. Well, SBR really are losing pace. Yeah, given how long he's been out for with the damage, I mean, realistically, to now make this work, he needs to stay out for another 13 minutes so that the car's able to do one last stint rather than 2 more pits. That's really what they've got to be aiming for now. Come in with an hour and 10 minutes to go, fix the damage, and just run to the end. So they'll be looking to do a long final stint. A lot of the teams looking to do it as short as possible. But for SBR, given the number of laps that they've been out for and the pace that they're losing, you would think that's what the thinking is going to be behind their current strategy. An hour and 22 minutes to go. Morgan Grace and Apex Racing still leading the way. Targo on the podium. I'd say they're looking as strong favourites for second at the minute, as Apex Racing are for first place. In Switzer Motorsport on the ever-changing third spot on the podium. No one close to overtaking. Just a quick reminder as well, ACC Endurance League not only covering your on-track needs. There is RC UK, Yorkshire Mick in the chat. They do of course have their online shop as well. RC UK. Chris Clements behind the wheel. 13th position for one of their cars at the moment. The other car... I can't see if we're looking because it's Tom Hacker up in 6th position. He's actually looking to unlap himself against Kasaka. Or has Kasaka just gone a lap up? It does look like they've made that slightly more difficult for themselves than it needs to be. But yeah, Hacker looking to unlap himself. So he'll now have a blue flag parade for a while he gets himself some distance. Or gets some distance, sorry, between himself. And is he pulling away? Yes, he is indeed. So yeah, Hacker successfully unlapping himself for Race Club UK. He's had some phenomenal stints so far in the race, and that is certainly continuing as we are now getting very close to the home stretch. We'll see what happens with SBR. Another 9 minutes. Theoretically, they could, even another 6 minutes would just about be enough to give them an hour and 12 minutes left of the race. That's going to give them... that's going to mean they only need that one pit stop to take now, and no further one later in the race. Hopefully make themselves back a few positions while everyone is taking that final pit stop. The strategy is definitely... absolutely mastered by Apex Racing this time out. They've got this one absolutely on the ball. It's going to bring them home a very, very, very good win. Before, of course, next time out at Suzuka. Oh yes, an incredible racetrack that they've got next time out again. 10 hours, that one's going to be at Suzuka. We'll see if any of the teams make any adjustments. I think the Aston Martin is going to do well there as well. It's a long lap at Suzuka, and it'll be a battle of the petrol tanks there once again. We had 18 drivers qualify within 17 drivers qualified within 0.8 of a second. So it just goes to show you how close they're all matched for pace. Teams like Two Crazy Racing running down to 17th place, right up at the sharp end of the stick at the start of the race. So too High Perform, RTC as well, and Friends Team Endurance. They'll all be looking for a massive turnaround next time out, and it's a turnaround they're all most definitely capable of. So it'll be good to see this championship going to be decided right down to the wire. The 24 hours in Nordslife. Yeah, 24 hours in Nordslife to close out the series. That is going to be an incredible test of endurance. That is really quite the track. Just want to check a couple of things. Yeah, so just checking a couple of race incidents. Give me a second. Okay, it's the number on the car. Yeah. Okay, yes. Some of the numbers causing a bit of confusion there, but yeah, all good, all good. Yeah, the 444, that's attached to the switching machine. Looking like one stop for us to end, but I think the McLarens will have two. Right, okay, yeah, so the McLaren's not capable of doing over an hour by the look of it, an hour and 10 minutes. Yeah, honestly, the big bias there as well in the charts from the drivers. Yeah, that's an interesting brake bias if they are. Very interesting. Depends on what pedals you're using, I suppose. RTP coming into the pits, hour and 15. That is going to be a bit too long, so they're going to need a pit with about 10 minutes to go. So yeah, the pits are going to... Yeah, pit stops are going to go right down to the end of the race. RTP coming in now. Where are SBR? Still losing a lot of time. The other car back markers absolutely flying past them. That's Bruno Santana in the Brazilian endurance team, unlapping himself as well. And SBR going to bring it in this time. Yeah, well, an hour and 15 minutes to go. The McLaren won't do an hour and 15 minutes, we're being told so. No chance of that. Michael Vetter behind the RTP wheel. Santi Martin and Marcio Lopez behind. Dominic Aichinger back out behind the wheel for the RTC car. Was much further up the order when we saw him behind the wheel earlier in the race. Monza proving equally cruel to most of the teams, to be fair. Certainly hasn't afflicted on this the SBR car being overtaken by the race leader as well. Oh, it's almost like they're standing still at this stage. Just trying to think, because the gap, yeah, so they've got another lap or two up on Race Club UK behind, so they might lose a lot of time to the drivers ahead, but in the grand scheme of things, they're not likely to lose 12th position at the minute. But that is a big gamble to take. Yeah, that is a big gamble to take. Still 28 of the 29 teams. One team DQ'd for not serving an in-game penalty. So yeah, Lamifa 28th, Moonshine Crew 27th, Fenrir 26th was there in 25th, down in 24th and 23rd. French team in RTC Academy Racing currently in 22nd. A lot of these positions are going to be changing. Sorry, no, these are all drives are all separated by a lap, so these won't be changing through the pit stop phase. So Academy Racing plus Ultra Competition 22nd and 21st. RTP in 20th place. We've got High Perform in 19th position. Drivers Room up to 18th. A yo-yo race for the team. Second place just going past there. Two Crazy Racing, 17th. VRT and Brazilian Endurance Racing Team, 15th and 16th. Avenger Racing in the Porsche, 14th place. Although it looks like they're about to lose that actually. The Porsche again coming under heavy pressure, and it is an overtake for position. Once again, Brazilian Endurance Team looking to get back up to 14th position. And you would think through Parabolica, as once again it's been the Porsche's Achilles heel all race long, and it looks like it's one that's going to be exploited once again by the BMW. Might even get it done on the way into Ascari as he popped out the slipstream a bit early. He's certainly been given the outside line by the Porsche. They are going to be side by side. The BMW got it done on the way into Ascari. Is he taking too much? Nope, I was going to say, is he taking too much momentum into Ascari, but he's not. He's weaved his way there through perfectly. And yeah, Brazilian Endurance Team up to 14th. Scuderia in the pits as Race Club occupy 13th position. SBR still in that 12th place. Scuderia into the pits in the Ferrari. They can definitely do an hour and 12 minutes, so this should be their last pit stop. IFL inside the top 10 and chasing down Southern State in 9th. Iberian in 8th. Ricky Racing in 7th, Race Club UK in 6th, Targo in 5th place, Switzer in 4th. Oh, and that's Lamifa carrying a bit of damage again. That is Switzer coming through. And it is Switzer also in 3rd position, only 18 seconds down on Targo. Targo, I do have the quickest lap of the race so far, and Apex still out there in the lead. Another whole host of traffic to make their way through, but they are doing so. And SBR have followed Scuderia into the pits. Scuderia already on their way back out again. SBR, I'm sure Brandon Bloxham more than grateful to get that car repaired. That was yeah, very, very, very slow, painfully so. 7th place ends up off track there, the Rookie Racing Team. Now that's not for position, no, that's just a blue flag. Is that 20th? That's not RTP. It is RTP, my apologies. Stephen Hain making his way through, blocks some. Still stationary, confirmation Manuel Derber out behind the wheel of Scuderia. SBR, they're going to be there a while getting that damage repaired, I would think. The Avenger Racing Team, they have lost a lot of time already to that BMW. Definitely a tough day at the office for the Porsche. Really unable to compete through Parabolica, and it's seen multiple positions drop. Still inside the top 15. An hour and 9 minutes to go, so this could be their final pit stop as well. It should be a lot easier to be careful on the tyres as well. We've got 19-degree track temperature. That might even come down a degree, or maybe come down a degree more. Again, I did guesstimate we would see it go from the 17 to 23 and back down to about 19. I don't think it would get quite as low as 17, maybe get 18. But an hour and 8 to go with 5 PM local time. Not a lot of cloud cover. There is SBR finally exiting the pits. Yeah, so it's just a graphical glitch. That car will be repaired. It just doesn't show. It might show when we get through the timing board and it updates what driver is currently behind the wheel. It says Brandon at the moment. Once we get through the end of sector 1 timing line, we'll get confirmation if that is indeed the case. It's Jan Zukovic back out behind the wheel. And yeah, still showing the damage, but that won't be there. Stefan Pell behind the wheel for Avenger Racing. So that connection will settle down there as well. There is Targo Esports coming into the pit, so they're going to have a 1 hour and 7 minute final stint. Switzer is coming into the pits as well. So Switzer following Kasaka in, Den's Bloom will stay out for at least a few more laps. Indeed, yeah, Brian Rowe in for Switzer from third. Bloom, you would think, will be staying out for a bit more time here, trying to cover both bases for the Switzer team. Targo in 5th place with Race Club UK only 2.5 seconds down. So this final pit strategy absolutely vital for a lot of the teams for these finishing positions in and around the top 5. A few positions are about to change here as well as Blum goes past the pits. Kasaka has got the Targo car moving already. So maybe they will have one more pit stop after this. Yeah, they might have another pit stop because that was a very quick stop. So might have just taken on a low amount of fuel on 2 30-minute stints. And Blum has taken 2nd place. Wow. Wow, so I totally misread that. They weren't a lap up. I looked at that mid-lap, so Kasaka not nailed on in any way, shape or form for that 2nd place. Although Blum does have to take a pit stop still, but can certainly do his teammates some massive favours here if he can hold up Matesa. But obviously that would be massively frowned upon. We've got a Porsche ahead of him as well, so tough time for the Ferrari to navigate here. That is Jason Militzer out in 16th place for the Avenger Racing Porsche. Got the 2nd place driver behind him now. Tom Hacker all over the back of Manshiner now. Oh, as he has a look up the inside of the Lesmos. Thought about that one as well there, but not quite able to find the pace or the space to sneak his McLaren through there. We'll jump on board onto the back stretch and see how this one runs through Ascari. A couple of drivers, yeah, in the chat. Yeah, it is absolutely safe to say that the Aston has done incredibly well on fuel. Pell is, I just spotted him a moment ago. Where is Stefan Pell? Remind me which car he was in, please. Sorry, he's just handed the wheel over to someone else. Yeah, if you let me know which car he was in, he's just done a driver swap. He was in on that last stint, and I cannot for the life of me now remember which car it was. We're still watching Targo and Race Club battle out, plus Ultra back into the pits. They'll be hoping that this is their last stop. That is a long final stint, hour and 3 minutes, certainly compared to what some of the teams are going to be doing. Yeah, less times in the pits, always never a bad thing when you're out endurance racing. Marcio Lopez is back out, H&M was spotted as they're out. Viziano back out as well, so Rasmus Omran, Moonshine Crew into the pits as well. They'll be hoping that this is their last trip in there as well. They've had quite a few with penalties as well. We can see though, Race Club UK and Targo Esports battling at the minute for 5th position. Den Bloom is fending off Matej Ziegler at the minute. Ziegler can't get a correct time distance between the two of them. We'll see if we can work that one out. 8 seconds back is Woe. So he is catching Gigli at the moment. It's only about a corner and a half ahead, so not too far up the road at all. Or 23 seconds? That can't be right. Oh, maybe it can. It's certainly going to be close to that mark by the look of it. There's been an incident at the second chicane as well that's caught a couple of the cars out. While that's been going on, Craig Needham's come into the pits for driver's room, and so too Walter Siegel for High Perform. We'll see if they are still behind the wheel when we get through the sector 1 timing line. Once again, Moonshine Crew is still into the pits. Tom Hacker still within striking distance of the car ahead. And they've got the Lamifa racing car just ahead on the BMW, looking a bit battered and bruised once again. Needham is out of the pits and fast approaching the line. We'll see if it is Needham still behind the wheel. No, Luke Van Oaktrop behind the wheel for driver's room. High Perform still stationary, so too the Moonshine Crew. 2/10 now is all that separates Hacker from Matchiner. And this has got to be a when rather than if, you would say at this point. As he closes in into up the back stretch, and he's giving the lights a little flash there, just to try and distract the driver ahead. The driver ahead in turn completely flashed on and off the track. Chris Clements, Race Club UK, coming into the pits. Walter Siegel still in there. Tom Hacker still in the slipstream. Is he going to get close enough this time around in turn 1? He's popped out this. Oh, well, yeah, no, I was going to say he's popped out the slipstream a bit early there, but that could again just be to get the extra braking that you get from the aerodynamics of the car as well. On the exit to the first chicane, it's Targo that hold on to the spot. Gigli 22.5 seconds up the road. Behind Blum. Blum got a penalty, got a pit stop to take. Brian Woe behind him, 90.8 seconds, so losing time. Yes, on Targo Esports. Looking very good to secure a podium, second spot. I did think he was looking good. Yeah, a bit of doubt creeped in there, but versus the McLaren, the Ferrari definitely got the better petrol tank. We'll see how much that plays into it. Now that we are definitely in the home stretch, an hour left to go. One pit stop maximum. Some of the teams not having to take a pit stop now to the end of the race. We'll see how that strategy plays. Will the tyres be there for them at the end? Still sitting at 19-degree track temp as well, so no fluctuations in the PSI. So once they've got them where they need them to be, they should manage to keep running. I'm going to have a very quick pit stop myself and leave you with the race. In fact, we'll leave you with the battle there, and we'll come back and have a look at the race leaders when I quickly return. Yeah, so no change in the positions so far. A brief little step away from the screen. But Tom Hacker of Race Club UK certainly looking like he's going to be pressing that issue to get that car up to 5th place. Targo looking to get 2 in the top 5, 2 on the podium if they can. It's going to be a big ask. They've got Switzer right there in the hunt with them as well. Blum at the moment though, definitely lapping at the same pace as the Targo 3 behind him. He's got 23 seconds the gap. He's been pretty steady at. Luke Van Oogtrop, he's only just come out. Oh, that car looks like it's carrying a lot of damage there. So yeah, driver's room having to come back into the pits. Oh, and here comes Iberian as well. Oh, their car. That is not a happy looking Ferrari. Yeah, and they're slowly making their way in so they can fix the pit HUD and try and get the car repaired. Probably not looking to change tyres. But yeah, still to get into the pit box in the last hour. It's all falling apart. It all fell apart for a few of the teams in the opening hour. They've managed to get themselves to the end, but in endurance racing, anything that can happen in the opening hour can pretty much happen in the closing hour as well. And that certainly seems to be the case. Let me just check, my apologies. Not. Okay, we can't seem to get a. Rasmus Omran getting cheered on in the chat. He's been racing away there. Fenrir in the Ferrari. Yeah, they did have a trip into the pits as well, unfortunately. Yeah, I can't seem to translate that sentence. I'm not entirely sure which language that is. Hopefully it's nice and clean. Yeah, this there is 2 broadcasts going on. Obviously, we've got the German broadcast and the English broadcast. If we could keep the majority of the comments in the broadcast in English, that would be excellent, so that we can share them, so I can share them with everyone that is watching. It's been an enthralling 7 hours and 7 minutes so far, and we're in for action all the way down to the end. We've got a multitude of pit strategies being undertaken by the teams so far. So we're going to see a lot of changes and a lot of pit stops taken in the closing 30 minutes indeed. That is Targo that come out on top once again. Race Club UK. We've seen Tom Hacker spend a good 4 or 5 laps behind someone, eyeing up eyeing up the options, trying to find those weaknesses within his opponents, and did finally get the overtake done. So we'll see if he can do the same here. 52 minutes left to go. And he is definitely giving Mission a run for his money at the minute. They're not losing too much time to Switzer's car ahead. In fact, 8 seconds. But look how close the two of them are getting. Hacker is all over the back of him, absolutely piling on the pressure there. As we can see, we've got some on-board shots there. Through Ascari. Oh, that's a bit of a wiggle there from Fabian Machiner, and that could be the chink in the armour as he forces Hacker onto the outside line. Hacker says, I'm coming through, you will need to give me space whether you like it or not, and he takes that space indeed and into Parabolica. Oh, it's a bit late on the brakes there by Targo. He's got himself a bit excited. He's run far too deep there into the corner. Completely unsettled himself there, I would say. Tom Hacker living rent-free in Targo Esports driver's head there, and he's got that overtake done. He has sized up many an opponent so far. And yeah, very rarely does he not come out on top. Beautiful work there by Hacker. 9 seconds to make up to Brian Woe ahead of him. I believe that car should be numbered treble 6. Some of the drivers having an issue with the numbering system. Oh yeah, no, oh yeah, Hacker absolutely got the overtake done there. Yeah, an incredible move. Rookie Racing, they're in the pit, so too VRT. Looks like a driver swap underway for the VRT team. Jose Silva is out for Iberian Racing, 13th position. They now find themselves in. They will be running to the end of the race. I think they already were planning on running to the end of the race after that stop, so an extra stop for damage. Back out in 13th though, cars ahead taking their pit stops. VRT in, as I just mentioned, sorry, Rookie Racing Legends, they're in as well. Morgan Grace for Apex Racing, they've got, by my calculations, anything from 4 to 19 minutes. We'll see them come in and take their final pit stop. A couple of cars are going to be running right to the end. Blum is going to be coming in soon for a pit stop as well. Jiggly could well be running right to the end. The Target Esports 3 car took their previous pit stop with less than an hour and 10 minutes left on the clock. And the Ferrari can definitely do that on one tank of fuel and one set of tyres. So they'll be running to the end. So Blum really now just looking to put as much space and time between himself and Brian Woe, his teammate, in 4th position. Woe doing well to catch up to Targo ahead. 14.6 seconds is the gap there, but so too Race Club UK's Tom Hacker got the overtake done on matching, and he's taken almost 2 seconds off the gap to the car ahead. So these positions, no way decided. Jose Silva back in the pits for Iberian Racing. So they had a really slow pit stop, as we saw, but they came in with the damage. They were stopped next to the pit box for quite some time. Maybe trying to get their hands on a driver or fix the pit HUD to only do repairs and not change tyres and things, but they're back in the pits. That is obviously going to cost them a fair bit of time. And a couple of positions as Race Club UK come firing through Parabolica, SBR. Oh no, sorry, Parabolica, that's Curva Grande. So they're already well and truly through. So to Avenger Racing. Wow, so there's going to be battles right up through 10 through 15, and potentially this podium battle is going to be coming to life again, as there's now less than 7 seconds between Race Club UK and Switzer Motorsport. Targo, fastest car on the track, 21 seconds down, so have made 2 seconds on Den Bloom, who needs to pit ahead. But certainly the gap behind is decreasing at the same rate as the gap ahead is decreasing. So too for Hacker, the Race Club UK car, getting the overtake done after Targo just ran himself way too deep into Parabolica, and now finds himself 3.5 seconds down the road. Jason Millitzer out for Avenger Racing within a second of SBR ahead. Now they've got themselves repaired. Looks like they've got a battle on their hands as well. Quite a battle is going to be in the closing stages. We've got a few cars separated by laps down at the back. Drivers room down in 21st position. Looks like they picked up a fair bit of damage as well from someplace. HPSR, only 2.5 seconds down on Academy Racing Team, and that is the one we just looked at. And yeah, Morgan Gray's Apex. So we'll see when the race leaders come in and take their next pit stop. As I say, the way I calculated, it was going to be someplace between 49 and 35 minutes left in the race. Some teams are already kitted out and ready to go to the end. As the Apex Racing Team do come into pits, there we go, 45 minutes. So that gives them, yeah, just over 40 minutes left to run. They'll be able to do that extremely comfortably in that Aston Martin. As we've seen, that petrol tank is an absolute winner so far. It's worked them absolute wonders. And it's going to bring them that, and of course the driving as well. They've been not too shabby behind the wheel, certainly. Got the job done there. Millitzer in the Porsche, coming back at a McLaren in Parabolica. I'm about to see a Porsche overtaking McLaren here rather than the other way round. Doesn't look like it at this stage, and no, on the exit the McLaren very much doing McLaren things, although the Porsche is certainly going to be sniffing on the rear splitter of the McLaren as they head along the start finish straight and into turn number 1. The McLaren sends them to the outside line. The Porsche says, yeah, fair enough. Heavy on the brakes, opens up the corner, and the McLaren just stays right on the racing line. The Porsche got no place to go. They've got third placed Ferrari coming up behind them as well, so I'm sure that will hurry them along ever so slightly. Yep, so out with the Lesbos. Those two still battle while Matthias Eagle for the Targo Esports closes in. Millitzer in the Porsche, you can see within 0.2 of a second. Looks like he might be giving the lights a bit of a flash as well, trying to distract the driver ahead of him. See if he can force him into making some kind of mistake. Millitzer absolutely wringing the neck at the Porsche at the minute. We've seen it really struggle through a lot of corner complexes so far, but he is certainly making the McLaren ahead work for this one into Parabolica. We'll see how close the second place. Yep, so the blue flags are definitely waving again through Parabolica. The McLaren getting it done. He even moves over early to try and shake off the slipstream with the Porsche. It pops straight in. He's absolutely going to get as much of that as he can. Let's go on the helicam and see. Oh, he is a fair bit back actually. And yeah, the Porsche is good on the brakes, but there's no way it's that good from that distance. But just looking to make his run through turn 1 as smooth as possible, and he certainly managed to do that absolutely no problem at all. As more cars in the pits, that is Race Club UK coming in, so this will be their last pit stop, followed in by Simon Engel. They've not long been in, of course, for that drive-through. Rookie Racing Legends making up at least one position there, getting themselves ahead of Engel. Oh, he's missed his pit box. Oh, Engel's missed his pit box and had to reverse. Such a small mistake can be so costly. The time difference that, yeah, you should have stopped. It's not just the whole time to reverse. As soon as you should have stopped, you've rolled forward. That time counts as well. So it's the whole missing the box and getting back in there, getting the car raised again. So that could be a costly one. Jason Millitzer still absolutely hanging on at the back of this McLaren while they've got a second place. Matthias Ziegler third place at the minute, although 19.5 seconds. He's really getting that gap down to Bloom ahead. Bloom's still got at least one pit stop to take. He's got one pit stop to take. All the cars can definitely do 40 minutes, so there shouldn't be anybody needing 2 pit stops from now. Academy Racing come in to the pits. There is Targo Esports flashing the lights. That's not to distract the drivers, that's to say blue flags, please move over. But it is a bit of a grey area. Well, in fact, I didn't properly read the new rules for blue flags, but there's a couple of other things I was concentrating on. But with blue flags, it's often, if you come up behind a car that you're going to put a lap up on, you go straight past them. If there is a battle for position going on, yeah, it's all about who uses who when to get through. The Porsche won't be keen to lose any pace, but then if you can find the perfect spot to let the Ferrari pass, you can maybe follow the Ferrari past the McLaren if you work it cleverly. He tries to go around the outside of the Lesmos, the two of them still absolutely battling for it. The Porsche thinking about the move around the outside. The Ferrari closes off the inside, sorry, not the Ferrari, the McLaren closes off the inside door as more cars come into the... And these two now absolutely flying up that backstretch towards Ascari. Look at the Porsche in the tow there. He pops around the outside once again. It really is looking for that move. Can't keep it between the Mayo and the Mustard this time around though. And he is going to lose a bit of time, and I think he is going to have to yield to the Ferrari. Or not so much yield, just stay in a straight line and make sure he stays out of the way. He's had a couple of cracks trying to get past the McLaren. Hasn't been successful there. He does let the blue flag through and does indeed get straight back into the slipstream. He's now going to try and find a manoeuvre through when the Ferrari goes past the McLaren, no doubt. And you can see he's actually moving a lot quicker out of parabolic than the Ferrari is at the minute. So he is certainly giving Ziegler. Wow, look at that. The Porsche beating the Ferrari, and they're both in the slip. The Ferrari moves up the inside the hole. The Porsche trying to follow him through as predicted. Has he got the right line to get it on the corner exit? He has not, but most importantly, he hasn't lost any time to the McLaren ahead. The second place car has made his way through, and this battle is free to commence. To recommence, my apologies, missed out a reader. Oh, now looking a big wiggle, the Porsche is going to run wide. That's not what he wanted to do in the second chicane there. Comes firing back over the sausage curb. Didn't lose a whole lot of time there, but that's certainly not the approach he would have been looking to take, that is for sure. As we see the Lambo in 10th place, Andre Demrat finding himself a bit wild there through the Lesmos. He's 10th place in a couple of laps up on these drivers, so not losing any position there. Fifi, fifth. Good racing indeed. Great racing. It has been right through the race, right through the field so far. Ziegler back to 20 seconds behind Blom, who is staying out. One of the cars that's going to be pitting with about 25 minutes left to go. No more pit stops for the Apex Racing team. It's Connor Byers, ART Connor. He is charged with bringing home the race win. 37 minutes left to go. The clouds have completely cleared the track, holding at 18 degrees. So yeah, not quite getting back to where it started, but certainly well within a comfortable range. A phenomenal day's driving out there for the drivers, and a phenomenal battle that's still going on between Militzer and Zukowicz. We'll get some spoiler cam, shall we? Yeah, let's do that. So we can see Zukowicz fending off Militzer. And again, just to reiterate the point, not to sound like a broken drum, but the Porsche has been massively outgunned time and time again in multiple corners around this track, but Militzer really is giving the SBR McLaren an absolute run for his money. The McLaren needs to defend for about 90% of the lap. Parabolica is pretty much the only place on that right hand curve there, not the place that you want to be, but the Porsche again. You can see how close he's getting when the headlights appear underneath the rear spoiler, and he's going to go for the side-by-side. Does he have enough grunt out with the slipstream? He does not, and McLaren fires off in the distance again. The Porsche looking for the better run through the corner to try and yield some kind of results, because the Porsche just cannot live with the McLaren in a straight line. It's all fine and well in the slipstream. As soon as he pops out in the brick wall of air, hits the front of that car, the McLaren just says goodbye. And again, by the time they get to the braking zone, the Porsche is close. By the time they get into the middle phase of the corner, indeed the acceleration phase of the corner, which is, as we all know, the most important phase, your corner exit, it's all in the hands of the McLaren. This time could be interesting though. He is very close over the start-finish line. He's been shown at the outside line once again, but again, as soon as he pops out with the slips, he makes absolutely no ground whatsoever. The Porsche will disappear along the left-hand side of the car and then reappear. Oh, as they just squeeze their way through there, and the Porsche has made it in front. He's gotten his way through there. How long can he stay there for though? It's now the Porsche in the front giving the tow. So I rather arrogantly there assumed that the McLaren would come back out so we could stay on spoiler cam, but no, we should have been on helicam to see the Porsche thread his way through the contact on a straight. That's going to cost them both time after such beautiful racing between the two of them. That does seem like a slightly silly mistake by both of the drivers there. Militzer does hang on to the car for the moment in 12th place. SBR in 13th position. We've got Sarold in the chat, and we've also got Stefan Peltzer and Avenger Spider Roy back in the chat as well. Fenrir Sim Racing, there we go, in the Ferrari. Ja Gorby. Not seeing Gorby. Unfortunately, so that might be a team name. Or just a hello. But welcome in. There is Southern State Racing. The McLaren looking a bit damaged. On their way back out. Hopefully they will have had that repair. 33 minutes left to go. Anderson Prada for VRT. VRT and Brazilian Endurance Team once again engaging in on-track battles. It's Brazilian Endurance Team who currently have the upper hand, but Anderson Prado certainly applying the pressure at the minute. The BMW is going to be more than looking over his shoulder as they go through Parabolic, and once again, in fact, right up the inside line. The BMW not putting up too much defence there. Maybe he realises he's against a much quicker driver or on a slightly different strategy. But either way, the VRT car up to 14th position. The BMW not even engaging in any slipstream to keep up. That pulls back over now. Connor Byers now though, he is on the sprint to the finish. So yeah, 30 minutes left to go. That's 242 laps. The drivers have, or certainly Byers has got himself through, one lap down. It's going to be close to the Switzer car coming into the pits. Matthias Gigli, despite getting caught up in that battle, has got the deficit back down to Bloom ahead, back down to 220 seconds. Brian Woe. It'll be interesting to see where that gap is sitting. "17 seconds there, not going to gap where Brian Woe is behind." Oh, that is the whole of Parabolica and the start-finish straight. So that is the gap definitely increasing there. Yeah, indeed, yeah, the Porsche and the McLaren battle there. Yeah, that definitely went massively in the Porsche's favour. 2.7 seconds was the gap there, almost. Yeah, that looked pretty close. Sven Baum has made it in for Monkey Garage. So yeah, as I said earlier, yeah, they would be able to reconnect as long as the driver that got DQ'd doesn't get back behind the wheel. They should be able to run at least a few more laps until the end of the race. Lamifa got a repaired car. Thomas Nierenzik out for Moonshine Crew. Domenico Falcone back out for ZR81 in the closing stages. French Team Endurance in 25th, but only 1.2 down on Fenrir Sim Racing. So it could be a change of position there in the closing 30 minutes. RTC and Academy Racing 23rd and 22nd respectively. We've got Plus Ultra in 21st. Drivers Zoom back in to the top 20. High Perform 19th and RTP in 18th position. Two Crazy Racing and Iberian Racing 17th and 16th, with Brazilian Endurance as we saw just being overtaken there by VRT to put them in 14th place. SBR just being overtaken by the Porsche, and yeah, the Porsche absolutely flying. And now that he is in front in 12th place, 3 seconds up the road already. Race Club UK just outside the top 10 for one of their cars in 11th. Chris Clements at the wheel at the moment, and Andre Damrat IFL rounding out the top 10 at the minute. And is an extra lap up, so looking good to just, yeah, keep it between the Mayo and the Mustard for 29 minutes. And that will be a good finish. Scuderia ORC in 9th, Rookie Racing Legends in 8th place, Southern State in 7th, and Race Club UK in 6th position. We've got Targo Esports in 5th, Brian Woe in 4th place for Spitzer. And it is still Targo Spitzer from 5th up to 2nd, with Matthias Gigli behind the wheel of the Targo Esports 3, still holder of the fastest lap, and is still closing in. He is indeed, now down to 16 seconds on Den Bloom, currently hanging on to 2nd place, but does need to take a pit stop within the next 8 minutes, I believe. Not on this lap though. Stays out. And of course the Apex Racing team, they've led since halfway through stint 2, end of stint 2, started stint 3 someplace around that sort of time stamp. And yeah, the Aston petrol tank has certainly been a talking point on stream and in the chat as well. It's done phenomenal things with the length of stints that the drivers have been able to put in, and the drivers themselves, of course, they're the ones that have still got to drive the car and complete those stints, and they most certainly have done that. Another blue flag, beautifully navigated there for Byers. 245 laps in the bag. And after 7.5 hours, it is now a 30-minute sprint to the end. We'll see what Matthias can do ahead of Bloom. Again, he's got to come into pits, I think, in about 8 minutes' time. I would say absolute maximum 8 minutes' time. Luis Roma out for Brazilian Endurance team, looking to finish, and it's Oscar Vaquerisas. My apologies, Oscar, for Iberian Racing. Looking to bring it home. Stefan Hain, another one of the cars, needing one of those last minute pit stops. Only 27 minutes left. And I think High Perform might get that spot back there as well. RTC, I've got some blue flags going past them, but more than keeping pace with them, as you would expect. Rasmus Omran, I think, slightly closing in actually on French Team Endurance, so that could be a bit of a close one in the closing stages. And the ZR81 Ferrari carrying a bit of damage still, but still running. Looks like Monkey Garage haven't been able to get themselves out of the pit box. Stefan Hayne on his way back out. And Matthias Gigley definitely on his way up. Is it up one more position though? Bloom at the minute. Let's see. Here he is on track into the second chicane. Another McLaren ahead of him. Oh no, it's the BMW, sorry. That's the BMW ahead of him. Looks nothing like a McLaren. We've still got plenty of time. That's one of the Race UK cars, Race Club UK cars behind him as well. So yeah, got some solid quick drivers around him. So he'll be looking to just absolutely maximise his lap times at the minute. Oh, it's the Moonshine crew, of course. The bright purple. The bright purple BMW. Oh, and that is a big hit on the curves on the way out of Ascari, and a big off-track excursion there for the Moonshine crew. Can't afford to do that too many more times. They've already had multiple trips at the pits for speeding in the pit lane, and a couple for one for track limit violations as well. Let's hopefully not see anyone get any last minute penalties, not to serve any late drive-throughs. The teams and the drivers have had the phenomenal run so far to get through the Open in 7 hours and 35 minutes. It is Monza that we're at 7 hours and 35 minutes in, and the only team that isn't out on track at the minute is one that was disconnected or disqualified for not serving a penalty. So I'm not sure if they ran out of laps to serve a drive-through, not 100% sure. Didn't get full confirmation on that in the chat, just got a pointer as to what it was. Yeah, no, it doesn't actually say what the penalty was for. Oh, well, just as I say that, have they... Oh yeah, so sorry, they're disconnected because I haven't got back into that. I thought we'd lost another car there. Too Crazy Racing, 24 minutes left, and that's them coming in to the pits as well. Stefan Hayne not long back out, High Perform. Might have another one to take as well. There is Targo Esports in for a pit stop as well. So Tom Hacker should get that position back again. Wow, so Race Club could get themselves back into the top 5 here. Brian Woe, and in fact could even be the top 4. It depends how long Den Bloom is in the pit for. Obviously won't be long for fuel, anyone taking a pit stop now. Only 23 minutes left to go. A mere fraction of the amount of fuel that the teams have been taking on, and there we go. Yeah, as suspected, 23 minutes left. That is Bloom into the pits. That's going to be Ziegler back onto the top spot of the grid. Brian Woe, Switzer's teammate, is coming towards Ascari. He's being followed by the Fenrir Ferrari, who's just unlapped himself. And quite convincingly unlapped himself there as well, has to be said. Bloom on his way back out. Brian Woe on his way out of Parabolica. It's going to be close between the two teammates then. But they do look like they're going to finish next to one another in the order. Tom Hacker may have something to say about that in the closing stages, but he's got his work cut out for him. If he has started jumping between... Oh yeah, there's a big old gap there. Bloom into turn number 1, and sorry, on his way out with turn number 1, Brian Woe released the Switzer 666 car on his way back out of the pits, and only just into turn 1. So yeah, Den Bloom in and out of the pits ahead of his teammates. So the 666 car that was showing all the pace early in the race, it's certainly not come to fruition in the closing stages. They have been beaten, at the moment anyway, to the bottom spot on the podium by their teammates. The rookie racing legends reigniting the battle with Southern State Racing. We saw early on in the race. The cameraman struggling to keep up there ever so slightly. Southern State and Rookie Racing on Too Crazy Racing. Talk about a bad end to a cruel start, or a cruel end to a bad start. Stop go 30-second penalty there for Too Crazy Racing right in the closing stages. Speeding in the pit lane on your final pit stop. Yeah, not going well at all. Yeah, stop go 30-second penalty. Speeding in the pit lane. Andre Demrat comes into the pits with 20 minutes left of the race to take his and his team's final pit stop. Could well be back out on track himself. Just get in, quick splash and dash on the fuel. Might even change tyres. Yeah, I'm just going to keep an eye on this and see if they change tyres or not. We could get a rough guesstimate. Yeah, I would say they're changing tyres. Because that's more than just a quick splash and dash. 20th position there. Daniel GRV's out for Plus Ultra. Pedro Campos is out, so through Dominic Aichinger. All looking to bring the cars home. 28 out of the 29. Going to finish this one. Too Crazy going to have another trip into the pits, and Dimrat has been in there quite a while, so that is a full service pit stop they're undertaking at the moment. About to be 250 laps deep. As he exits Parabolica, Matthias Ziegler in fact just ahead of him, so Apex Racing could potentially put another lap up. So yeah, Matthias Ziegler might be the fastest driver on track with the holder of the fastest lap. But Connor Byers is heading towards turn number 1, and Ziegler just exiting turn number 1. We've got, what is going on with Dimrat? Oh no, there we go, they're on their way back out of the pits now. I was going to say that it's been a while they've been in there, but no, they are moving once again. Go MSC Go, says EXO on tube. MSC. Moonshine Crew. Moonshine Crew. There we go. They've only got it as one word on there, but yeah, Moonshine Crew. RTC drive-through for track limits. 18 minutes left to go. Yeah, an unfortunate race to say the least for one of the championship contenders. And a drive-through in the closing stages. Too Crazy with a stop go 32nd. Just to rub salt right into the wound for them as well. Oh, that's a good run that the Porsche has got once again. 8.5 seconds up on SBR since getting the overtake done, and closed in very handily indeed. Now got the race leader behind them as well. So that's a 3-car train heading along the start-finish straight. That Aston Martin is going to go hurtling on. There's cars coming out the pits as well. This is going to be a 6-way stramash into turn number 1. Everyone thinks better of trying to pull any kinds of overtake as the United car just cuts over some curbs there. I believe that was Pedro Campos behind the wheel. We're still on board with Avenger Racing's Jason Militcher, and he is certainly avenging the overtakes on the Porsche early on in Parabolica, and he is really bringing the fight back to the McLarens. They do still have the race leader behind them, but we've seen how well Jason can use the traffic already with the previous McLaren that he put firmly in his rear view mirror. Zukovic, I'm sure, still wondering what happened with that one, but yeah, SBR 8 seconds down the road. I'm sure buyers are keen to get past, but he knows he has got a phenomenal gap over the rest of the field, so he'll definitely be keen to also keep his nose nice and clean and keep it out of any potential situations which can see it taken off. As we see into Ascari, he's just popped his way in front of the Porsche, used the slipstream perfectly. The Porsche getting dropped behind a bit as the Aston does some fuel running. This now, of course, gives Clements the ability to let the Aston through without losing too much time to the Porsche behind. Much later on, the brakes by the Porsche is closing in. He's going to need a miracle through here to get this one on the exit. Commentator's curse. It is most definitely a thing. It is most definitely a thing. Most unfortunately as well, we do not like to see them. But it's just one of those things when you've got 4 or 5 drivers driving a car for 8 hours around a track like this with so much other traffic, and yeah, it's so easy to let them build up and build up. You'll find some team that will maybe pick up 2, maybe even 3 really early, and then they've got to spend. I've known teams that have done 6-7 hours of a race when they're on 3 penalties, 1 more for the drive-through, and then yeah, they get it in the last 30 minutes. Just yeah, it can be so cruel. But them's is the limit, and yeah, a couple of penalties coming in the closing stages. Why did we jump down there? Let's have a look back to Militzer again. Within 0.3 of a second of the Race Club UK Shake car into the McLaren. And yeah, a whole thicket of traffic for them to deal with as well, but he definitely wants that position. They do have a BMW just ahead of him. Oh, and he's run a bit wild there. He's outdone himself on the brakes, and Militzer is unsettled. Another one of the McLarens. And yeah, this time it's the Porsche convincingly getting the overtake done. I did look away at the Discord notifications there, and the a couple of things going on in the rookie chat there, and missed what transpired fully there. I'm not sure if there was a blue flag involved there as well. But that is Militzer back up to 10th position. Or sorry, up to 10th position. So yeah, as I say, he's been avenging all the overtakes that the Porsche has suffered through Parabolica. And Militzer absolutely flying in that Porsche. 13 minutes left to go. The race leader behind another car. Once he navigates this one, should be clear to the end of the race. There is a bit of a gap to the next car up ahead. Go using the slipstream along the back stretch into Ascari, and that is the Aston Martin pretty much now clear. Next car up ahead, the Moonshine crew, a couple of corners ahead, so should be plenty time for the Aston to bring this one home. Someone unhappy with the start of the race. 253 laps in the books. Connor Byers now finishing lap 254. And what a run that has been. Matthias Gigli will hold the fastest lap of the race by looking at the track temperature actually down to 16 degrees, so it's ended up colder than at the race start. Clearly, I did not see that one coming. Iberian Racing, we've seen him as high as 9th place. They had to come in for an extra stop to get some damage repaired. They will now find themselves trying to get some of those positions and points back. They've got VRT just ahead of them. From P20 to P10, I love my team, Avenger Racing Team, says Avenger Spider Roy. Yep, can completely understand that. Yeah, it's been a great drive to make it up 10 positions in this field. Yeah, nice and consistent, and again, to get those overtakes that he's getting against the McLarens, absolutely no mean feat. And Iberian is still chasing the other Ferrari. So some of the cars do have damage, some of them don't. Unfortunately, it's a bit of a graphical glitch sometimes. Sometimes when they come into the garage to get the cars repaired, it doesn't actually show that way on the screen all the time. So they might be carrying damage, they might not. But yeah, it's difficult to tell at this stage of the race. They've definitely had damage at some point, but whether they had it repaired in their last pit stop or not, unfortunately can't be 100% sure. 100% sure though, Iberian Racing looking for 14th place if they can. They've got 10 minutes left to achieve that task. 7 hours and 50 minutes to go. Still got about 70 hours of racing to come. Next time out it's Suzuka. 10 hours the drivers will be there. So we'll now be getting in to the closing stages, the Zandvoort Spa. Not long after those two, 24 hours of Spa. 3 times the effort the drivers have put in for this one, and they'll have to do that all again on the final round of the season, December 14th at the Nordschleife. So a whole lot of racing has been run today, and a whole lot of racing still to be run in the future. To crown the champions of the GT3 Endurance season 2024, season 3. Of course, the first season there's been 2 full grids, and what a season opener it's been. I believe the seniors race has finished. We were slightly behind with the a server. A slight issue for one of the teams joining, so we'll have to reset the starting grid to get them involved. So they have finished, so we'll be bringing it home. Of course, the rookies, the best place to be. We'll be bringing it home in under 8 minutes. Connor Byers. I did say a couple of moments ago, a couple of laps ago, you'd have a nice easy run to the end of the race, but certainly not. I would agree now though, I do think the pink car has a lot of damage, because that is a lot of pace that they're losing to the cars around. Will very quickly get out of the way. Oops. Yeah, the Ferrari not looking the most stablest there. Definitely want to keep it off the grass. That's the one, and the race leader sailing through, Matthias Giegel. Wow, losing even more time. It's going to be close, but another few laps, and I reckon the Apex Racing team would go another lap up on the Targo car. So yeah, the Apex team certainly living up to the name. They've hit their apexes, and they are at the apex. Yeah, you can see they're on the track map, closing in. It's coming through Ascari, so only a few more laps left to go. Switzer on the podium, not too bad, making their debut in the series. And Switzer, when I was talking about the Switzer, the 555 car wasn't able to join the qualifying session, so the server restart was so that we could get them added to the entry list. They started from the back of the grid, 29th position at Monza. So there you go. It just goes to show you, you're never out of it until the checkered flag actually waves, or the engine completely seizes and the car won't move. Either way, those two count. But then Bloom, from the back to the podium, an incredible drive, getting ahead of their team that did actually qualify, and qualified well inside the top 10. So an incredible drive by Den Bloom and the team in the 555 machine. But unlike qualifying, it is an Aston Martin and a Ferrari on the top two spots. No McLarens on the top two. In qualifying, 8 McLarens in the top 10 and 2 of them on the front row. And we've now got 6 in the top 10. We've got a Porsche up there. I thought we were going to get a BMW and another Ferrari in there as well, with the Iberian Racing team trending towards 9th place. But a couple of late pit stops have put paid to any hope of a top 10. And indeed, that 14th position might not be as easy as Vasquez is hoping for. VRT pulling a bit of a gap. Let's back up to 1.3 seconds. It's still sitting at 1.3. Sorry, holding my breath in anticipation here. Yeah, it's still sitting at 1.3, so managing the gap well. Let's have a look. It looks like everyone is nice and spread out in the closing stages. A few bunches of traffic, but none of them for position. So let's get some gratuitous camera time of our race leaders. Barely put a foot wrong this race. They've managed to avoid trouble. They've managed to do exactly what they need to do, bring the car home. And yeah, so far 258 laps of sheer perfection. It's going to bring them home the maximum points haul. Well, Matthias will bring home the fastest lap points, but the maximum points certainly out on track. And again, given the way the Aston has performed here, you'd have to say Suzuka, they're going to be hot favourites to bring that one home as well. Some fast parts to that track too, a long lap as well. The longer stints will definitely suit the Aston, as we've seen here at Monza. We've still got this overtake. There was a gap forming. VRT was pulling away, but the Iberian Racing team certainly not having any of that with 3.5 minutes left to go. 14th position, very much still in contention as they come into the second chicane. They're only going to have a few more goes through here. Sasha Wessel's out on track. That's incredible to move so many positions. 29 to currently 3rd. Big applause indeed. Yeah, massive round of applause for the team. Yeah, between the drive they put in and some of the drives that we've seen from other teams who've ended up further down the field but will not have pace, the rest of this series are going to be absolutely incredible in the rookies. I'm going to be on the seniors next time out, and I think I might be quite sad about that, because this has been some phenomenal action, some really quick teams in here. Again, for anybody that wasn't here when I mentioned it before, this is called the Rookies League, but they're only rookies because they're new to ACC Endurance. The ACC Endurance League organisation, the first 2 seasons that they had, it's the teams from there that are in the seniors grid. So yeah, the senior and rookie is more a nod to time served within the community and out on track racing rather than any actual ability, because I can assure you, there's nothing rookie about a lot of the drivers that are out here on track today, with some of the laps, the consistency, the overtaking, the racecraft. Monza is certainly a cruel mistress for a lot of them, but is Monza. It happens to the absolute best of the best, whether it's sim or real. And yeah, no one able to escape the clutches of Monza. Prado unable to escape the clutches of the Iberian racing car either. We've got a minute and a half left to go. Connor Byers is coming round the last corner, so this I think should give us a notification of the last lap about to... No notification, but this will be the last lap. The timer will definitely run out, so yeah, 261 laps to bring this one home. Giglet, he's got himself in a three-way battle with some backmarker BMWs. One of them, that is the Brazilian Endurance team. They've got themselves out of the way. Henri Demrat with that late pit stop in from 10th position. And that penalty, now 9/10 off of 12th. We saw the SBR car handily overtaken by the Porsche, so too Race Club UK overtaken by the Porsche. So they're still relatively close on track, still very close on track. Vaquerizas, whose name I'm going to butcher for time eternal. I can only apologise, Oscar. These two are most definitely still bumper to bumper. The two Ferraris fighting out for top 15 honours. The lead Ferrari, of course, with Tia Giga will make sure we catch Connor Byers crossing the line. He's coming through Ascari. We won't do it on full helicam. And along the back stretch, waxing lyrical. Certainly doesn't seem like enough, or we're going to be waxing lyrical and run out of superlatives for the display that Aston Martin and the team have put on. From start to finish, they've run their race, they've managed to stick to their strategy and avoid the incident. And it's going to be Apex Racing that win round number 2 of the GT3 Endurance. Everything stuck now. GT3 Endurance Season 2024 from ACC Endurance League. A lap down. And quite a bit of time down as well as Matej Gigli in the Targo Esports. Checker flags already been handed out for Targo Esports 2. In 6th position, Rookie Racing bringing home 7th. Avenger Racing top 10. Race Club UK 11th, SBR 12th, IFL in 13th, and VRT in 14th position. Den Bloom bringing home 3rd place from 29th. What a drive for the Switzer Motorsport team. Targo still got a bit of time to go to get to the line. Switzer and Race Club UK confirmed 4th and 5th. Southern State inside the top 10. And they're rounding the last corner now, going to bring home a very good 8th place. Scuderia ORK, they are just going through. Yeah, so a few of the cars have still got a fair bit of their lap to go. We've got Lamifa, who still need to finish. Moonshine Crew and Z81, 27th and 26th. Academy Racing getting 25th with Fenrir in 24th. Friends Team 23rd. RTC 22nd and Plus Ultra in 21st place. Drivers Room in 20th with Too Crazy Racing in 19th place. High Performance 18th. RTP in 17th. Brazilian Endurance 16th. Iberian 15th behind the VRT, IFL in 13th with SBR in 12th. And almost got through them there. Oops, I hope I've not broke that. I cannot apologise enough. I should not have pushed that button. It's crashed the game. And even if I join back now, I don't think that I will get to see the final results. But Apex Racing, what a drive they had, bringing home the race win. Let me just see if I can fix this up here. There we go. So it was Apex Online in first. In second place, yeah, congratulations to all the podium. Sorry, I tried to bring up the replay there and it crashed. The golden rule. Second place was Targo. If any of the podium drivers do want to jump in, we feel free to jump into the waiting interview box, and we can say hello. Let me just change this over. Oh no, something's. Sorry. While we arrange the podium, while we arrange the podium interviews, just a quick reminder: not only on track, but all your needs at the ACC Endurance League shop. Yeah, so just waiting to see if we get anyone jumping in. I do have some of the winning teams there, but it's different drivers. And yeah, so if anyone does want to jump in, please do feel free. We'll see if any of the Apex drivers want to jump in. I don't think. Let's just have a look and see if anyone is jumping in. Yeah, I think it would really only be Apex Online because the other teams, generally speaking, that is absolutely perfect, Bushy. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, so to confirm, because someone was quick enough with a screenshot there, thank you very much. It was Apex Racing, as was saw, finished in first Targo and second in Switzer Motorsport, bringing home third and fourth place. Why can't I send a message? Yeah, Connor, if you can hear me, mate, jump in. My Discord has decided to freeze. It won't let me. Okay, now I'm even more confused because I can't seem to type in Discord. Aha, here we go. He has indeed jumped in.
Hello.
Hey, Connor, how are you?
Tired?
Haha, indeed. Good result, though.
Yeah, honestly, we really didn't expect to be winning that one, especially by the margin we did. It was about halfway through, we were kind of just thinking, like, how have we ended up here? The Aston just shouldn't be competing at that level at Monza. It's most cars here, or most drivers here, will be doing 47s all race, and we were stuck doing low 48s because the Aston's just incapable of getting into the 47s consistently. It just can't do it. So to be competing like that, we were like surprised and just tried to keep it clean, really.
Yeah, well, you certainly did. The strategy, a lot of the teams, I did think to myself that they dropped the ball a bit when I saw them pitting with less than an hour on the
Yeah.
clock. And some of for yourselves, me personally, I would have looked at that and been all over the hour, at least an hour and 10 minutes. Is that the way you approached it as well?
Yeah, so endurance racing is all about just going as far as you can. Like, if you're pitting early, you're losing time. Because if you can stretch out an hour and 10 minutes, a stint, after 6 stops, you've got rid of a stop.
Yeah.
You've lost one. So everyone else did 7, we did 6 or something. It might have been 8 and 7, but essentially in testing, we discovered we were doing 3.17 litres a lap on average per lap, just driving flat out. And then I just decided, let's see what we can do if we fuel save into T1, T3, Ascari and Parabolica. If we just lift 100, 200 metres early at those turns, what happens with fuel? And we got it down to just under 3 litres, and we just rambled out for the entire race. It gave us like an extra lap of fuel, but it's just that little bit extra. And I was curious, probably in the first hour of the race, what the McLarens were doing, and I asked one of my teammates to check one of the McLaren streams, and they were doing 3.1 or something, or 3.31 litres a lap. So they were doing, I think I told you in stream, they were doing like a third of a litre more than us per lap. And I think that was the big reason no one was going as far as us, because most of the grid is McLarens, and they just didn't have the fuel consumption to go as far. So we kind of just got lucky not being in a McLaren, really.
Yeah, well, yeah, it certainly seems the case. Sorry, let me just quickly, someone else is asking about the interview.
Yeah, no worries.
I cannot type in Discord now. What has gone wrong with that? Yeah, so you even said yourself, there was a point where the team were sitting thinking, how on earth did this happen when you got out in the lead? At what point did you think to yourself, wow, we are really on to bring this home for the win here if we can keep it going like this? Because that gap, it did something. Behind you, Matthias there, he was not slow either. He was really putting in some lap times. Took the fastest lap of the race as well. So, was there a point you thought, right, we have got this if we can keep this, or was there always the thought that this is always going to run us, this could run us right down to the wire here?
I think in the first 3 hours we were thinking we need to be on it the whole way, and then I don't really know what happened. I think Craig came in at some point, one of our drivers came in and said something's happened to the back lot, and we had gained a load of time, and then midway through the 5th hour, the 44 Ferrari just stopped on track. I was watching him trying to figure out the gap we had because it wasn't showing us the display, and he just stopped out of Lesmo 2 for a couple of seconds, and I'm not really sure what happened there, but I think it was around there, about just past 4 hours into the race, where we started to think we just need to keep it clean now to the end. Just set consistent lap times and we'll be fine.
Yeah, and you certainly did that. Remind me again, sorry, how many drivers did you have over the piece today?
It was supposed to be 6, but one of our drivers unfortunately wasn't signed up on some grid, so we had to make do and go with 5 and do a second stint for one of our drivers.
Right.
But yeah,
okay.
Yeah, just a 5 today, but next week it'll be 6. Or next race it'll be 6.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Next race, Suzuka. Based on what we've seen today, I would be thinking that the Aston definitely in contention there for more podium honours. You would say if you get a strategy going the same way as that as well. Again with that petrol tank. Things, I would say, looking bright for Suzuka, or am I being overly optimistic?
I don't think so, because we won't have the pace disadvantage we did here, at least not to the same extent. So we'll be closer in terms of lap time, and I think Suzuka suits the Aston better in general anyway, so it'll be an interesting race, I think, because there'll be a lot of teams that are quick there. Suzuka's one track that everyone loves and everyone knows it quite well, so it's going to be interesting going in. But I think it'll be quite competitive, at least at the front, especially if there isn't the crash at T1 like there was. I think, unfortunately, that crash did take out quite a bit of our competition right at the beginning.
Yeah, there was quite a few cars that ended up out of order. Going to be some phenomenal battles going forward. I will say that. If there's one thing, we were definitely denied a lot of battles today, but going forward, it's certainly going to be a lot of competition. One last question before you go. We've got a couple of people waiting in the interview box as well. We've got a strong calendar ahead, as we say, Suzuka. Next time out, Zandvoort, Spa, Valencia, Ulten, Kyalami, Nordschleife. Any track you're particularly looking forward to, and is there any track that you're thinking, let's just get through that, bring home the points, and move on to the next one?
Zandvoort, for me, I'm like, I don't want to do it at all. I'm not a fan of Zandvoort, and it's the old layout, so it's not the new one either. So it's not even like interesting to me. It's probably going to rain, to be honest, and I'm not a fan of rain. I've done so much rain driving recently, I don't want it. So Zandvoort's the track I want to get it over and done with, but Nordschleife, that's the one track I'm really looking forward to. That is like my favourite track in the GT3 car.
Wow.
So that's the one I'm looking forward to. I love that track.
Right, okay, yeah, I did say in the opening of the broadcast, one of the most eagerly anticipated track additions, and yeah, the Nordschleife coming. It's there's a fair bit of hype around it, so yeah, that's the one. Yeah, and 24 hours of that corner, so I can take it. We'll see quite a few stints from you.
It's going to be one hell of a long race. Honestly, there's going to be many crashes, even from us. I think like it's such a hard track to do consistently, and yeah, it's going to be fun whatever happens. I think, to be honest.
Yeah. Yes, it will be. It certainly will be. Full concentration applied for 24 hours, and it's great to see endurance racing getting brought to the consoles, considering how badly treated console drivers were in the past. It's nice to see them getting a bit of recognition on the full racing experience. So, but yeah, listen, Connor, thank you very much for popping in. Congratulations to you and the team. Round number 2 in the bag, onwards and upwards to the full championship, surely.
Yeah, that's the hope. That's the hope. That's the target.
That is the plan. That is the plan. Good stuff. Well, yeah, again, thanks, Connor. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday night. The victory champagne.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely going to get myself a beer after this one.
Nice one. Nice one. Right, Connor, take it easy, mate. Thank you very much.
You too. Cheers.
Cheers, mate. There we go then. Connor popping in from the Apex Online Racing team that won. We've got another 2 drivers. Aha! We have Popolski with an Xbox symbol next to their name. So that almost completely gives the game away as to who it is we are addressing at the moment. But Popolski Gaming, would you like to introduce yourself for the viewers, please?
Yeah, I've been driving the 666, I believe.
We're not quite sure. There's a bit of an identity crisis with that particular car.
No, it was actually 555, right? Yes. 666 was our sister car. And we finished top 3.
Top 3, third place. Yep. A phenomenal drive. And let's not undersell this. You started in 29th position because of an entry issue at the start of the race. That's not too sharp. 26 positions in this field. This has surely got to be one of the best drives you've been involved in. And if not, please show me the footage of the other one.
I mean, we've had other races that were pretty on the same pace, I would say. But this one was a bit hefty because we thought from the back of the grid there's nothing possible. T1, everyone will die, as it's usual in Monza. Yeah. And we kind of got through it, I think, after first in P13 or something like that. And kept on, pushed on, got a drive-through in the second stint because we were too fast in the pit stop. And then got 2-3 cuts during the last stint and thought, you know what, we're bringing it home right now and finished P3 in the end. So I think it was quite nice with a better quali or with a quali at all. We might have been fighting for a second or even a win. Who knows? But in the end, I think we can be quite all right with P3.
I think absolutely delighted with P3 would be, a perfectly acceptable emotion to have at the moment. 26 positions in this year, like you say, you had a drive-through. Now, as I mentioned in the broadcast, that there's likely to be teams that are nursing home 3 track warnings, trying to avoid getting that one more drive-through. As you say, that was the position you found yourself in as well. Just adds that little bit of extra stress to the closing stages.
Yeah, I mean, I had to fight against the other McLaren, I think from something club. I don't remember
Racing
right now.
Club UK.
Yeah, exactly. And we were at 3 already there. So I thought, you know what? If he tries to push a bit, I would say I'm backing out and let the other one have it. But in the end, I think we managed quite well and got home P3 after the now first race. Quota doesn't count, so who cares?
Yeah, circuit of the rain limits.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
I still have a bit of a whiplash from that because we spun so much.
Yeah, a bit of PTSD. The Oxford, exactly. I can confirm though, Oxford and Cambridge will have their boat race there next year, so it'll be nice for them to get out. At which point, I mean, the 8-hour race, as you say, you got a drive-through. At what point in time did you start realising that a podium was on the cards?
I mean, I could say after quali, but that would be a lie. No, it was actually, I think, about the time I got into the car, so about halfway through, 4 hours to go. And we thought, you know what, if we can nurse this home, this might be possible. It might even be a win, but the Aston came from nowhere for us. Mm-hmm. We didn't really had it on site. And then, I mean, I'm the slowest of our car, so they set me in 4 hours to go, I think P5 or something like that, and I thought, this might not be the best time to get behind the wheel. Let them push it, but they needed a break, so I took the car, and then Dennis brought it home the last stint. He actually made 2 stops because we were finishing our fuel with 30 minutes to go, and then we did a splash and dash.
Yep.
Didn't change tires and
I had actually calculated that as well. I was sitting watching the pit stops. Right, they're going off to pit at 35. They're going off to pit at 27 minutes left. They'll be pitting at 23 minutes left.
I mean, we were pushing it. I think Dennis got into the pits with 0.5 left in the tank.
Wow.
So and we were trying to fix everything and to really get the math right, because every liter is a second or so standing.
Yep.
And we thought we might even fall behind our sister car, which in the end didn't happen because they did it the other way. They saved fuel since 2 cents, and made a strategy this way. But we did it the other way, and I think our strategy was better, but that's for the others to decide, you know.
Yeah, inter-team bragging rights. I absolutely love it.
I mean, we have won it anyway because we started last. So.
Indeed, yeah, absolutely incredible strategy. I take it, looking forward to Suzuka, you'd like to get a quality time this time and not quite make it so difficult, or going last to podium again. I mean, that's at least 52 overtakes that you must have taken place in between pit stops, so not bad on the resume. What are we going for in Suzuka, do we think?
We were aiming for last again in quali and then see what goes. Yeah. No, I can't really say because quali pace seems pretty strong so far from everyone else. Mm-hmm. And I think yesterday we did a little bit of quali training and we thought something around top 10 might be possible, but if not, that's all right. We will fix it in the race anyway. And I mean, we didn't really imagine to start last today.
Never the way you plan to start.
So, I mean, Suzuka, I don't know how the McLaren handles there. I think there are other cars that are more favored on this track. But same could be said about Monza, or not really. Top speed is quite high on the McLaren. Yeah, we will see. I think we're aiming for top 10 as always in quali, and then see what goes.
Yeah. And before you go, I'll ask you the same one I asked Connor. We've got quite the calendar of tracks ahead. Is there any that you're particularly looking forward to? Any that you just do not? And is there any that you just no, thank you. Let's just get that one done, get it out the way,
I mean,
and move on.
I'm happy that Kota isn't on it anymore. And yeah, from the other tracks, I think Nordschleife will be interesting because nobody knows what's wrong or right there.
Yeah.
Right now. And apart from that, it's a pretty standard calendar. I would say it's nothing too special, nothing too boring. Lots to look forward to.
Yeah, there is indeed. Yeah, Valencia, Oulton Park for 12 hours going to be fun. I love Kyalami myself. I'm a massive Kyalami
is
fan.
Absolutely beautiful. And Oulton Park will be, I think, a crash fest. I don't want to take anything away from it, but I've seen races there. I've raced there. I don't think it's made for GT3 cars.
It's a tough course. It's definitely, you need more than just a stiff upper lip, as the Brits would say. It's yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's a lot goes on at that track. Well, listen, Popolski, thank you very much for the entertainment, the overtakes, the last to podium challenge that you managed to complete today here at round 2, and best of luck going forward in the championship. We'll expect to see you there or thereabouts come the end of the season.
Thank you for having us. Thank you for letting us race. I mean, you're on PlayStation, we're on Xbox. It's not as easy at times.
Yep. Good to see you.
Thank you for streaming. I've watched a bit when I was not racing, obviously. Otherwise, they would have killed me. But that's another thing. I think Suzuka is up next. Is it February, March, or is it April? April, I think. No.
Suzuka, yes, 6th of April.
Yeah. I'll be back then.
Excellent. I look forward to it. Fingers crossed you can get on the podium again, okay?
Yeah, we will try.
Good man. Thanks very much. There we go then.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, there
Bye-bye.
it is. Goodbye. There is Popolski then from the Switzer Motorsport car. Again, the cross-platform, it definitely works. Switzer finishing 3rd and 4th, but it was the car that qualified and that finished 4th. The car that started at the back that finished in 3rd position. I've literally just gone and dragged Matthias in, and I think he's had to leave, unfortunately. I spent a whole lot of time talking about how fast these laps were, and I thought we were about to get him into the commentary box. But no, he won't be back in. He's not jumped back in, unfortunately. But there we go then. That is all we have time for today. Slightly later finish than planned with the server reset, but certainly nothing on round number 1, but round number 2 firmly in the bag. That is 20 hours of racing completed so far. Next up, it is 10 hours of Suzuka. Now, of course, that'll be followed up by the 8 hours of Zandvoort and then 24 hours of Spa. No race in March. It will be the 6th of April. As you can see, that the Suzuka race will take place. I myself will be on the seniors grid. And, oh no, we've got him back in. Good evening, Matthias.
Hello.
Hello, there we go. How are you?
Thank you, I'm all good.
Good. How was that race for you? Your pace in that Ferrari is incredible, sir.
Well, it was a crazy race, I have to say. I mean, we started in P10, I think. And if I tell you that we finalized the setup not even 1 hour before the race, because
Wow.
I got up I think 1 hour before training start, and then I got told that one of the teammate who should have driven quali and first stint is in hospital and can't drive. Well, yeah.
Wow.
Then everything had to go quick. I was eating for lunch and then got in the car, and well, setup was amazing. Start was a bit crazy, but first stint also was quite good. I came from, I think it was P10 at the start, then after the start was P13, and then with my good pace and other accidents, I got to P6, I think. Then had a big crash in Ascari on myself because I spun on the curb. Had 1 minute to repair, and then we were on P16, which I recovered a bit. Then my teammates took over, and well, through the race, we had great pace and only a few mistakes, some spins, I think 1, 2, and some a little bit damage, but in the end, the team did an amazing job. I think I drove 4 stints from the 7 we did. But yeah, and yeah, fastest lap also, so car was good. A nice race.
It was indeed. Yeah, I was going to say, just casually rocked up last minute after eating your lunch, jumped in the car, set the fastest lap of the race, brought home second place. Not too bad for a last minute replacement on a Saturday afternoon. As you say, the start of the race was a bit tough. At what point did you realise that a podium was on the cards? Was it quite early in the race because of the pace you were showing against other cars, or was it more later on in the race? Because things were certainly changeable right throughout the whole race. The weather was very static, but the positions on track most definitely differing right up and down through the field.
Oh yeah, it was. Well, after in the first stint, when I got to P6 and was not far behind P3, and so I thought, yeah, it could be really possible. But I had this big spin and a long repair job, and then we were P16, and I thought, well, the race is quite long still, with over 7 hours to go. But didn't think that podium would be possible. I mean, the others also had moments and lost much time. I saw the race start with the first guys crashing before turn 1 already. Yeah, I think in the middle of the race or even later, we were P5, P6, and then in the last few hours, we got much more in front. I think maybe we had 1 stop less than others. I don't know, but yeah.
Yeah, so I would say the petrol tanks, that was certainly, the Aston Martin did really well on the petrol tank. The McLarens really seemed to suffer. Was that as much of a surprise to you as it was to us? Because the McLarens were dominant in qualifying, couldn't get a Ferrari into the top 8, and yet when we got out on track, it was the Aston Martin clearly got their fuel strategy absolutely spot on, but the petrol tank on the Ferrari was definitely outlasting the McLaren. Was that a surprise to yourselves? Because it was certainly a surprise to me.
Yeah, definitely. The McLarens were so strong in quali, and then in the race, I mean, they had accidents and I think problems were more problematic with fuel. But the Aston was crazy good, like always. I think they didn't have many mistakes, and the team job was also fantastic. But our car, because I had to crash and I had to pit earlier, then we had to go to stay with the only 7 stints all race. We had to go 120 liters for the rest of the 6 stints. And
Wow.
in the end, I had over the finish line, I had 2 laps fuel left. And so if I would have spun 3 laps earlier in the first stint, I would have needed to save at least one lap of fuel to go to the end. So we were on the limit from stint 1 onwards.
Wow. That's incredible. That is incredible. So much action right through the field, and yeah, all that to bring home the podium, because of course, as you'll know, the team that finished behind you on the podium, they started in 29th.
Oh yeah, if you have a clean race and go good through traffic and so, you can gain this in such a long race. So everything's possible.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. As I was asking other drivers, we've got a phenomenal calendar of tracks ahead of us. It is Suzuka up next for the Ferrari. Is there any tracks, Matthias, that you're particularly looking forward to? And is there any tracks that you just think, yeah, I'll maybe try and give that one a pass?
Well, no, we haven't looked so much on the calendar. It's also only the second race that I did with the Ferrari. I did one race a few months ago at Barcelona, so
Wow.
I don't know the Ferrari really. But here in Monza, it was quite nice to drive. The setup was also good. I don't know how it will be in Suzuka, if it's a good track for the Ferrari. I have to see, and I've also not driven Suzuka in ACC yet. I know it only from the Formula One games. But yeah, we have enough time to prepare.
Indeed, yes. No rates in March, 6th of April. As a Ferrari driver, I can tell you the Ferrari is a lot of fun around Suzuka. But I would also take me calling myself a driver with a pinch of salt. There is a very good reason I hide behind a microphone and don't hang on to a steering wheel. I'm most definitely glad that you yourself do, Matthias. A phenomenal drive from the team, an action-packed day. And of course, I hope your friend who ended up in hospital is recovering or gets better soon, obviously. Never like to hear anything like that, but yeah, well done for standing in and bringing home a podium.
Yeah, definitely. And I have to say a big thank you to you for, I think, streaming the whole race.
Yes.
So already online more than 12 hours, I think, or probably in this direction. Or no, I'm wrong, 10 hours, yeah. But yeah, nice job. I hope you had also an enjoyable race.
Absolutely.
Like we others had. And I'm definitely looking in it if I see myself a few times in the stream.
Oh, you definitely will. I'm a bit of a fan. So you definitely appear in the stream, my good man. But yeah, thank you. It was an absolute pleasure. Plenty of action on track, plenty of speculation on the pit stops as well. And I absolutely cannot wait to get stuck in. I'll be back with yourselves for Zandvoort. I'm on the seniors grid for Suzuka, but I'll be with your good selves for Zandvoort. So I will be looking out for my beloved Ferrari guided to the podium once again by your good self and the team, Matthias.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations again and best of luck for the rest of the season. Matthias. Actually, Matthias, how do you pronounce your surname, please?
It's Giegel.
Giegel.
Oh,
There we go.
I think I'm
for the whole race. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no problem. I think I'm one of the only Austrian drivers in this grid. There are not many Austrian drivers. So.
Right, nice.
Yeah.
Representing for Arne and the gang. Come on. I've got to do it now. No, I won't do an Arnold Schwarzenegger impression, I promised. But no, Matthias, again, congratulations on the podium and that fastest lap, and best of luck to you and the team going forward in the competition.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. There we go then. Matthias Giegel, whose name I have been butchering the whole stream, but he has butchered the track at Monza, brought home the track limit and got his team on to the podium. A phenomenal drive. by all the drivers in the car. Switzer, of course, third and fourth, but it was Apex Racing taking the top spot, and Targo Esports, the car number 3, bringing home second position. Race Club UK in fifth. Targo, of course, with that spot in sixth place as well. Do the Arnold, come on, get out of here, you're crazy, what's wrong with you? My name is Dr. John Kimball, I'll be your substitute teacher for the day. That bit was terrible. And remember, kids, don't be I can't say that actually. I'll do Jamie Lee Curtis. I'm not sure if that's a promise or a threat. We'll see. But no, that is definitely all we have time for this afternoon. Thank you to everyone that's joined in with the broadcast today. Thank you to everyone that subscribed and helped to grow the ACC Endurance League channel. Do hit that thumbs up and hit the like button. And yeah, we'll hopefully see you all again next time, which will be Suzuka, the 6th of April. Again, both races will be broadcast here on the YouTube channel. You can get yourself tuned in. The rookies next time out will be on the German side of the broadcast, and it will be the seniors that will be on the English broadcast. So make sure you tune in. I will say goodbye, and I will leave you with the shop video. There is a bit of a delay on the stream between the chat, but I'll keep an eye on the chat for a couple of minutes as well. But thank you to everyone again, and until next time, stay safe, take it easy, and have a great rest of your night. Good night.